Chapter 1. Chris. In a dimly lit cell, with damp floors and straw bedding that reeked of mold, Chris showed no signs of discomfort as he was thrust inside by the dungeon guard whistling a merry tune. He began to hum a vulgar ditty with unexpected enthusiasm. "O fair maiden of Oni City, my beautiful angel, the starlight tonight is so dazzling. My heart burns like red-hot iron, please do not refuse me." However, before Chris could finish his song, a coarse roar erupted from the corner of the cell. "Enough! Stop singing, Chris. Listening to your caterwauling is sheer torture, akin to the croak of a foul duck. If you dare continue, I, Ritter, swear I shall rip out your tongue and crush it." Ritter? The mere mention of the name startled Chris, who rubbed his eyes in disbelief by the flickering torchlight in the dungeon corridor. He finally discerned the hulking figure seated in the corner. Scarred face, slanted eyes, bushy beard indeed. It was the infamous ruffian of Oni City, Ritter. Chris quickly responded, "Oh, it is you, Brother Ritter. I never expected to encounter you here. My apologies. I failed to recognize you earlier. I hope you can forgive this oversight." "Oomph. Go sit in the corner." Ritter seemed satisfied with Chris' demeanor, nodding for him to occupy the other side of the cell while he claimed the only pile of straw for himself. Chris, a mere inconspicuous petty thug in Oni City, dared not disobey. He promptly scurried to a corner and squatted down, thinking that Ritter knowing his name was enough to boast about to others once he got out. Who is Ritter, after all? He is the illegitimate son of the city lord's second son. Though he lacks an aristocratic surname, he is of noble blood. He is a scion of the Hani Rue Count family. At least, as long as the old lord remains alive and his father is still the second heir of the Hani Rue family, it is no trouble for him to bully the common folk and flirt with a girl in Oni City. With this thought, Chris' curiosity was piqued. What could this formidable ruffian, whom he looked up to, have done to end up imprisoned? He had often heard that he and the constable were like brothers. Surely, it couldn't be a trivial matter. Chris speculated silently, yet, despite his curiosity, he dared not inquire about Ritter's situation after years of being a petty thug. He understood the concept of timing. Not knowing how Ritter felt at the moment, he was aware that speaking out of turn could very well result in a beating. Thus, a silence enveloped the cell, with one too afraid to speak and the other disinterested in engaging. Time passed how long? He knew not. The torches in the corridor had been replaced twice when, just as Chris was about to go mad from boredom, Ritter finally broke the silence. "Why are you back in here again?" At this question, Chris perked up, immediately alert, and hastily replied, "This time, I was foolish. I spotted a merchant dressed outsider on the street and attempted to steal from him. Little did I know, he was not only vigilant, but also quite skilled before I could reach his coin pouch. He caught me red-handed, and I was promptly escorted to Constable John." As he spoke, Chris let out a wry laugh, his face bearing a hint of resignation. It really wasn't much, after all. I hadn't even gotten my hands on the pouch of the outsider, couldn't find anyone willing to testify under normal circumstances. Old John would have just given me a few reprimands and let it go, but I had the misfortune of encountering the constable in a foul mood. After the outsider finished his tale, I was unceremoniously thrown into the cell without a chance to defend myself. Oh, what rotten luck! After a heavy sigh, Chris appeared utterly dejected. Ritter listened to Chris' tale without immediate response. Just when Chris thought he might have inadvertently offended Ritter, he finally spoke again. "Haven't you heard about the theft at the Hani Rue estate these past few days? As the constable, it's quite a disgrace for him. It's a miracle he hasn't been dismissed outright. How could he possibly be in a good mood? Hani Rue? Isn't that the surname of the city lord's family? The lord's estate was robbed." Chris instantly realized the gravity of the situation in Oni City, but he was also filled with questions. As someone who usually kept abreast of the local news, how could he have missed such a significant event? This was indeed strange. It seems they've managed to keep it under wraps. Quite well, the news hasn't leaked out yet. Ritter, without waiting for Chris to respond, gleaned the answer from Chris' expression. Brother Ritter, could this matter have anything to do with you?" Chris, not lacking in wit, connected Ritter's identity as the city lord's illegitimate son with his current imprisonment, arriving at a startling conclusion. "Do I possess the audacity for that?" Ritter chuckled self-deprecatingly, his expression tinged with melancholy. Illegitimate children are inherently awkward presences, often sent away to be raised elsewhere at birth. He was somewhat fortunate, as his mother was favored enough to keep him in the castle. However, an illegitimate child is still an illegitimate child, enduring scorn in everyday life, and any misfortune that befalls the family is likely to be pinned on him. Even in the absence of any evidence against him, a mere suggestion, could it be Ritter who did it? He's always had sticky fingers, resulted in him being thrown into the cell by the furious lord. Though Chris was oblivious to the intrigues of the nobility within the castle, hearing that Ritter was innocent stirred his ire, prompting him to exclaim, "Bah, they all claim to be noble, but they're nothing but scoundrels. They only know how to wrong the good." A good person? Ritter was amused by this remark, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "Chris, do you really believe someone like me can be called a good person? If my crimes were laid bare, I would surely warrant a death sentence. But you are wronged in this matter." Chris cleverly avoided answering, fully aware that he could rattle off a litany of Ritter's glorious deeds, yet this was hardly the time for such candor. Wronged? Whatever. As long as the stolen goods are recovered, and I could be released from this wretched cell, that's all that matters. It was evident that Ritter had no desire to continue the conversation. Chris, sensing this, fell silent, though his mind brimmed with curiosity about the nature of the Lord's stolen items. Were they valuable? Did they have any leads on the thieves? Little did he know that the answers to his questions would not come from his current cellmate, Ritter, but that he, a lowly thug in Oni City, would soon find himself embroiled in the very theft incident. Chapter 2: The Theft. Oni City welcomed a new day as usual, with sunlight first illuminating the pointed clock tower of the Hani Rue Castle before casting its glow upon every rooftop within the city. Of course, the underground cell was devoid of the morning sun's benevolent rays. The only reminder to Chris that a new day had dawned was the solitary ration of coarse black bread served in the cell. This hard, gravelly, Wuchiplayed in substance, barely deserving the title of bread, was a challenge to consume. Sighing, he broke the bread apart, meticulously picking out the hard bits hidden within, striving to soften this unpalatable fare with saliva before attempting to swallow. He had no desire to chip a tooth or suffer a throat laceration from splinters. God, if only I could find a pouch of gold upon my release, then indulge in beauties and wine for a well-deserved celebration. But just as Chris silently prayed for this unrealistic fortune, a jarring sound of metal scraping against the stone floor echoed from afar, the unmistakable sound of the cell door being opened, a sound he had grown all too familiar with. Thud, 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 followed by the sound of a wooden batten striking the iron bars, and then the guard's voice, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows, bellowed, "Get up, you filthy swine, the dregs of the city, the most wretched of creatures. The constable, Lord John, has arrived. You all better get on your feet and stand straight. Listen to his lecture. Hurry, hurry. Those at the back, porter, cripple, madman, and you, Chris, stand up at once." What? The constable is here? Isn't he the one who despises this filthy place filled with rats and the stench of excrement? Chris was filled with questions, but that did not prevent him from obediently bouncing up from the ground, donning a humble and obsequious smile as he stood before the guard and the constable. Our constable, the over 40-year-old John, who always meticulously combed his hair and applied powder like the nobles, appeared somewhat disheveled today. Even neglecting his hair, had the dungeon been a touch brighter, the prisoners would have gasped at the sight of his swollen right cheek, as if he had received a resounding slap. "All right, sir. All 35 able-bodied offenders are accounted for," the guard reported diligently after counting the prisoners. Indeed, John nodded slightly, then cast his piercing gaze across the vast dungeon, surveying the prisoners confined within the numerous cells. These individuals were the dregs of Oni City thugs, murderers, and adulterers, most of whom he had personally sentenced to imprisonment. Observing the fearful glances of these men, akin to mice confronting a cat, his mood improved. Marginally. Listen carefully. I shall speak only once. The Lord of the city, in his boundless mercy, wishes to grant you wretches an opportunity for redemption. Just the day before yesterday, a despicable thief dared to infiltrate the Hanarui castle and pilfer the most cherished artifact of Lord Count Henry, jewelry box of ancient design adorned with rubies. The Count, infuriated, has commanded me to apprehend the culprit and recover the stolen goods within a week. through extensive inquiries and rigorous investigations conducted by the law enforcement agency, and with the aid of a skilled seer who cast a prophetic spell, we have ultimately determined that the thief remains within the city, hiding in the sewers of Oni City. And you, this band of ne'er-do-wells, have been granted the chance to serve the Lord. You will be thrust into the sewers, like rats, to capture that wretched thief. With that, old John offered a malevolent smile. I am aware that some of you are familiar with the depths below, but do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have stationed guards at every exit, and should I discover anyone attempting to flee, I shall show no mercy. Lord, may I inquire what reward awaits us upon capturing the thief? One among them could no longer restrain himself, voicing the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Reward? John replied in a grave tone. Once you successfully complete the task and emerge alive, your satisfaction shall be ensured provided you have the opportunity to do so. The already foreboding dungeon suddenly felt as though a chilling wind had swept through, causing all present to shudder involuntarily. What does this mean? Could the thief possess extraordinary skills? Lord, what is the thief's level? Chris could not help but ask. Not wishing to meet his demise, he was still young, with countless good days ahead. He was aware of his own abilities, which were only slightly superior to those of an average adult male, a result of his frequent brawling and ruthless demeanor. Upon hearing this, John turned his gaze to Chris, deliberating for a few moments before deciding to reveal the truth. The esteemed seer indicated that he is likely a level 5 thief. He may even possess another occupation. If the previous statement felt like a gust of cold wind, this revelation struck like a blizzard upon their heads. A level 5 thief, and potentially with another profession. Chris was utterly bewildered. In this land, known as Casa Same, there exists a class of individuals referred to as professionals who possess exceptional talents in specific fields and wield unique combat skills or abilities, truly beings to whom ordinary folk look up. Of course, there are varying levels among professionals. The lowest tier, a level 1 professional, even among the most formidable of low-tier classes such as paladins, could barely contend with 7 or 8 adult men. However, a level 5 professional, having entered the ranks of mid-tier professionals, could no longer be overcome merely by sheer numbers. Even if they could not defeat a large group, escape would still be attainable. In the sewers, with their intricate terrain aiding the thief, how many among the 35 of them could evade the strike of a thief's dagger? Contemplating this, Chris could not help but touch his neck apprehensively. Is it possible for us to refuse? This time, the question came from Wright, a brawny figure who stood up, making Chris beside him appear as a mere slender child.
Upon seeing that it was Ryder, John readily provided his answer. No, everyone must go. This is the command of the Lord of the City, a direct order from your grandfather. Ryder understood that John would not lie in such circumstances, and he himself was privy to more intricate details, firmly believing that his grandfather had indeed issued such a command. Thus, he remained silent. Conversely, the others in the cell erupted into a cacophony of protests upon hearing that everyone was required to venture into the sewers to confront a thief whose existence rivaled that of death itself. They clamored, exclaiming, "We haven't committed a capital offense. You can't send us to our doom. I want to see my family. I need to find a priest to plead with the divine about your dark injustices. Oh, my leg. Why can't I stand? I can't go." Not a single soul was willing to go. This group of miscreants from Oni City was utterly lacking in valor. Chris, however, did not join the fray of complaints. Instead, he quietly inquired of Ryder, "Brother, what level are you?" He believed Ryder must surely be a professional, for he had once witnessed Ryder in a brothel, single-handedly defeating 5 or 6 armed foes, effortlessly dispatching them as if they were mere wooden pieces under his formidable hands. You must be at least level 3, he thought. Had it not been for this predicament, I would soon have attained the status of a formal knight and been sent out for training. Ryder saw no reason to hide his prowess from Chris, as they would soon be comrades facing the trial of death together. It would be beneficial for Chris to understand his own strength. Wow, level 3. Brother Ryder, you are truly my idol, Chris exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. It was worth noting that Ryder was only in his 20s, while the prime age for knights was around 40. This meant that if Ryder continued on his path, bolstered by the support of the Henry family, reaching the status of a level 5 knight was not merely a dream. In that case, even as a bastard child, he could be granted the title of a knight, becoming a true nobleman. In contrast, Chris reflected on his own dismal prospects as a scoundrel, having never demonstrated any particular talent since childhood. Except for being somewhat more clever than the farmers. He feared he would never even reach the threshold of a level 1 professional in his lifetime. The best he could hope for was to steal a few plump sheep, earn some coins, and perhaps marry an ordinary girl or an aging prostitute. Ryder, flattered by the praise, could not help but feel a surge of pride. Though he was a bastard, he was far superior in this regard to the legitimate heirs of the Henry family. If it weren't for the current predicament, Brother Ryder, please take me under your wing. If we enter the sewers, I will follow your commands without question. I will face any danger first. I would gladly sacrifice myself. Seeing a chance to curry favor with Ryder, Chris seized the moment to profess his loyalty. If he could indeed attach himself to Ryder, perhaps there was a chance of survival in the sewers. After all, there were over 30 of them, and among them, a few possessed the skills of level 1 or 2 professionals. Furthermore, they were quite familiar with the layout of the sewers, making the outcome of a confrontation uncertain. Besides, they had a sturdy level 3 knight among them. The thief would likely prioritize eliminating the most threatening adversaries, thus maximizing Chris's chances of survival. However, Ryder did not immediately acquiesce, merely stating, "We'll see how it goes." Nevertheless, Chris was elated. At least he had not been outright rejected, had he? He suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for his future. If he performed well and survived this ordeal, he would finally have a protector, a potential noble knight. Perhaps he could even aspire to become a knight squire, and then wealth and beauty would surely follow. Sometimes, the power of desire can instill an extraordinary courage, rendering even the fear of death powerless. Chapter 3. Into the sewers. Eric, do you think they can accomplish the task? In a nondescript corner of Oni City, John, having watched the criminals file into the sewer at his feet, posed the question to a knight clad in resplendent armor, radiating a faint golden glow. This knight, named Eric, merely tilted his head back and disdainfully replied, "Them, aside from that bastard Ryder, the rest are only capable of causing him a bit of trouble. Oh, I do not share your sentiment. That individual does not appear to be from Oni City. Even if he has been in the sewers these past few days, he likely has not grasped the complexity of the network. Yet among those who just descended, there are a few seasoned experts who navigate the sewers as if they were their own home." John chuckled and continued, "Moreover, their true task is merely to locate that person's position. The weapons just issued to them have already been imbued with a magical mark by Lord Zeesar. Once combat ensues, Lord Zeesar will be able to pinpoint his location, at which point it will be your turn to intervene. Pah, a mere thief does not warrant my involvement. How absurd of Count Henry to think the sewers are a place for someone of my noble stature as a follower of the Dawn Lord." Eric expressed his profound dissatisfaction, repeatedly patting his chest as though he were a victim of great injustice. Who can argue with that? However, it seems that even Master Zeesar has been summoned for this occasion. What the Count lost must be more than just a mere trinket. I concur. Does a simple jewelry box warrant such a grand affair? I wonder what secrets it holds that has so shaken the Count. Warranting such a media blackout, could it be related to a cult? These past 2 years, the Count has inexplicably taken a liking to collecting oddities. I heard he even summoned 2 travelers from the east. Those vile devil worshippers who ought to be burned alive. The Count actually met with them. Sure, that is not for us to discuss. Eric hastily gestured for silence. Should news of their speculation about the Count circulate, the consequences would be dire. He had a promising future ahead and did not wish to be dragged down by this aging relic before him. John, too, realized his folly. After the slap he received yesterday, he had become quite muddled, daring to utter such words. Glancing cautiously at Eric, he asked, "You want to speak of this, will you? Now you understand fear? Don't worry. We are old acquaintances. I have no desire to be entangled in such matters either. I swear by the name of the Dawn Lord that I will not speak of it. That should suffice. Right?" Hearing Eric swear by his own faith, John felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he was reluctant to say more, wary of potential eavesdroppers, fearing that someone might overhear them. Meanwhile, as John conversed with the knight named Eric, Chris and his companions, burdened with a monumental task and driven into the sewers, encountered their first dilemma. Having been established for over 300 years, Oni City, though modest in size with a population of around 20,000, boasted a sewer system that had undergone multiple renovations and expansions, resulting in a labyrinthine complexity. Often at a fork in the path, 3 to 5 side routes branched off. Chris and his group faced this very problem. The 35 of them could not remain together indefinitely. Such a cacophony of footsteps would surely alert the thief, provided he was not deaf. Moreover, given the vast expanse of the sewers, traveling as a group would take days to navigate fully. If the thief chose to toy with them like a game of hide-and-seek, the game could continue indefinitely. Each individual carried a limited supply of food and water, barely enough for 2 days. Should they fail to locate one another, They might have to test the veracity of tales regarding the delectable rats that supposedly thrived in the sewers. However, if they chose to split up, the danger would escalate significantly. That thief was a level 5 professional, capable of easily annihilating 6 or 7 individuals in a confrontation. The group exchanged glances. Silent as the only sounds in the sewer were the occasional scurrying of rats and their own labored breathing. Chris glanced at Ryder, who, sensing his gaze, subtly shook his head, signaling him to observe the situation. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally broke the oppressive silence. How about this? Let us split into 5 teams of 7. That way, it's neither too many nor too few. We have 5 paths to explore, so let us take 1 team per path and rely on our own skills and luck, shall we? The speaker was Kamon, a muscular rapist known for his notorious reputation in Oni City. Chris recognized him as someone infamous for assaulting street prostitutes under the cover of night. The women, fearing his retribution, often endured his attacks in silence, treating it as if they had merely been bitten by a dog. However, Kamon's luck eventually ran out. A particularly fiery prostitute reported him, rallying a group of her peers to testify against him. The uproar drew the attention of several noble lords in the city, leading to Kamon's downfall, though he had the means to bribe the judge and received a mere 10-year sentence for a crime of his nature. He should have been condemned to a lifetime of servitude in the mines. In any case, Kamon held a position of authority among the criminals, and his proposal garnered support from several others who clearly looked to him for guidance. The remaining members of the group did not openly oppose the idea. However, someone raised a question. How will we divide the teams? Who will pair with whom? Kamon possesses a keen self-awareness, recognizing that he lacks the authority to make such decisions. He promptly identifies 6 individuals, among whom are those who recently expressed their support, and declares, "How you choose to split is not my concern. These 6 shall accompany me." With a leader established, several individuals within the group of criminals, possessing varying degrees of capability, stepped forth, volunteering to lead their own teams. At this juncture, the most powerful among them, Red, naturally became the focal point for others seeking to align themselves with him. Several astute individuals quickly gathered around him, eager to play the sycophant. As the first to attach himself to Red, Chris took it upon himself to speak on Red's behalf. Everyone, step back. Yes, why are you so close? Move back a bit. If you wish to follow Brother Red, state your skills so that he may select accordingly. Red nodded approvingly at Chris's assertiveness and finally spoke. Brothers, I am but a humble 3rd-tier knight. While I may not be able to confront the thief, surely following me offers a glimmer of hope, does it not? As he spoke, Red stamped his foot, producing a resounding thud. When he lifted his foot, a 2-inch deep footprint marked the stone pavement of the sewer. The onlookers gasped at the display of raw strength. Should such a kick land on a person, their bones would surely shatter. Satisfied with having captivated the crowd, Red continued. Did Kamon not say we need 7 for a team? I concur. Besides him and myself, I still require 5 more. However, I will not accept just anyone to hinder my progress. If you wish to join me, as he said, proclaim your abilities. The he to whom Red referred was, of course, Chris. Upon hearing Red's clear intention to include him, Chris was profoundly moved. The matter of life and death weighed heavily, and Red's decision not to dismiss him for his lesser skills touched him deeply. Red's impressive display of strength inspired even those who initially sought to lead their own teams to reconsider. And as some stepped forward to join Red's ranks, they mimicked the process with enthusiastic fervor. Naturally, Kamon, who had initially rallied the group, could not afford to imitate them. He could only watch with a scowl as those without teams eagerly approached Red like dogs seeking favor. After a thorough selection process, Red chose 5 companions, a 2nd-tier warrior named Lal, a 1st-tier thief named Kyron, an elder hunter named Berna, skilled in tracking, a thief named Mantington who had reportedly hidden in the sewers for 2 months, and a rather unremarkable thug named Peter, who, like Chris, possessed no special abilities but had a knack for flattery that left Chris feeling inadequate. Once the team was assembled, Red wasted no time and led them down a random side passage, leaving the remaining individuals to fend for themselves. Once they had walked far enough to distance themselves from the sounds of the others, Red halted and turned to Mantington, the one most familiar with the sewers beneath Oni City. Is it true that you know every potential hiding spot in this place? Mantington, a diminutive man resembling a standing rat, stroked his sparse chin hairs and replied, Indeed, to evade capture, I lived here for 2 months, eating, drinking, and relieving myself within these confines until the situation calmed enough for me to return to the surface. I dare say I am the most knowledgeable regarding these sewers. 2 months, in this foul-smelling, refuse-laden environment. Chris found it hard to fathom how someone like Mantington had endured such conditions. What had he eaten? Was it all just rats? Very well, Red said, Lead us to a sufficiently concealed location where we can hide while the others deal with the thief. We shall wait quietly. Rhett was pleased with the confidence exuded by Mannington, which bolstered his own hope of surviving this ordeal. Chapter 4. Hiding. What constitutes the most concealed hiding place? Is it a location invisible to the eye, or one that does not draw attention? Chris, driven by curiosity, soon discovered the answer when led to the so-called hiding spot. Had he been given a choice, he would have vehemently refused to come here. This place was utterly revolting. The sewer was replete with excrement, teeming with red-eyed rats and crawling with worms. Chris had long since acclimated to the stench, but upon encountering this ocean of filth, watching various decomposers swim freely within it, he found his legs momentarily paralyzed when the guide instructed them to wade through. Mannington informed them, just ahead lies a relatively dry cave, a resting spot for workers during the sewer's expansion. I spent a few nights there. Do not worry. The waist is not deep. At most, it reaches your chest. However, be cautious not to trip over the debris below. I believe the outcome of that is quite self-evident. As the leader, Rhett frowned at the vast expanse of filth before them. How far would they need to swim to reach the cave? Given the limited range of the torchlight and the winding nature of the sewer, he could not ascertain the extent of the muck. Perhaps a mile, Mannington mused, counting on his fingers. A mile, such a distance. Before Rhett could voice his opinion, Peter exclaimed in astonishment, and the others nodded in agreement. Mannington merely smirked and said nothing further. When he had first discovered this place, he had been pursued by hunting dogs. With torch-bearing pursuers hot on his heels, he had no choice but to leap into the unknown, swimming forward without knowing whether a path lay ahead or a place to rest. Will we need to retrace our steps when we emerge? Rhett appeared dissatisfied with the prospect of this grim location. Not at all. From that cave, if we continue along this direction, we will reach a normal passageway in about 100 meters. 100 meters? Then why not lead us in from the other side? Questioned Berna, the elder hunter who had been unusually quiet throughout their journey. Exactly. Do you wish to put us through unnecessary hardship? I advise you to suppress any ulterior motives. Brother Rhett possesses keen insight. Test him at your peril. Peter interjected eagerly, his timing impeccable. Chris shot Peter a resentful glance, feeling increasingly frustrated that this sycophant had monopolized the conversation, leaving him little opportunity to make an impression on Rhett. Sensing Chris's gaze, Peter grinned smugly in his direction, exuding an air of obnoxiousness. Am I scheming? Do you have any idea what detours through the other side entail? How far we must travel? How many forks we must navigate? Mannington's voice rose in agitation as he replied to the skepticism. 7 forks. 7 in total. What if the thief is hiding along one of those paths? How many blades can you withstand? Enduring a bit of hardship now might just allow us to evade that fiend and survive. Do you understand? His words were clearly directed not only at Peter but also at the others, as Chris noted Mannington's furtive glances toward Rhett. After all, Rhett was the leader of their group. And no matter how persuasive the argument, only Rhett's approval mattered. Rhett felt torn. Compared to the others, he had endured the least hardship. Though a bastard, devoid of servants or attendants, he had still worn fine linen garments and dined on delicious bread. Enjoying a life filled with wine and meat, now, descending into this abhorrent sewer, he bore the discomfort in order to establish his authority as a leader. However, walking atop filth and inhaling the stench was one thing. Being submerged in the muck, with the potential of ingesting this refuse, was quite another. Are there no other suitable hiding places? Rhett asked, trying to maintain his composure despite the grim situation. There are indeed other hiding spots, but one particularly advantageous location is near a den of mutated, ferocious man-eating rats. Last year, there were only about 20 or 30 of them, but this year, it's hard to say. You know how terrifyingly prolific rats can be. Mannington's words sent another wave of shock through the group. They were all too aware of the feral man-eating rats, which had long been a headache for the city lord, with bounties for their extermination posted regularly in the Adventurers Guild. Of course, aside from desperate adventurers, few would dare descend into the sewers to contend with such a fearsome horde. Then let us abandon the idea. I have no desire to engage with those rabid rodents. With this comparison, Rhett found the ordinary, red-eyed rats surrounding them almost endearing. Their mutated relatives, however, possessed the size of an adult human skull, and when they attacked, they exhibited a reckless abandon. Come, Mannington. You lead the way with the torch. Chris, follow closely behind him. Lar, you carry the provisions and walk alongside me in the center. Peter, Bernard, you take the flanks, and Karen, you are responsible for the rear. Everyone remained vigilant of their footing, maintaining a slow pace to ensure no one fell behind. Once a decision was reached, Rhett efficiently delegated the roles, and thus the 7 of them, under Mannington's guidance, stepped into the grotesque ocean composed of various filth before them. Chris, positioned second and closely trailing Mannington. felt quite gratified by Rhett's arrangement, which had taken him into consideration. Yet, traversing through the sea of excrement was undeniably an abhorrent experience. Initially, the depth was shallow, merely reaching their knees. But after advancing several meters, it escalated to waist height. The sensation of sinking deeper instilled a disconcerting illusion in him that this repulsive substance would gradually engulf his head. Fortunately, Mandington had not deceived them. Once the filth reached their chests, the depth ceased to significantly increase. Chris glanced back at Rhett and Lar, noting that the refuse only reached the waist of the two towering warriors. Being tall certainly had its advantages, he mused silently to himself. We're almost there, everyone. Time in such dire circumstances seemed to crawl, akin to wading through a mire, where each arduous step amplified the sense of protracted duration. The occasional worms that crawled up from the collar to his neck, coupled with the stinging bites they inflicted, served as stark reminders of his vitality. At that moment, Mandington's words felt like a divine salvation from the heavens, and Chris felt an urge to cheer for him. As they were finally nearing the end of this dreadful journey, once they all emerged from the filth and entered a relatively spacious cave, they shed their garments and meticulously scraped off the various refuse, thus igniting their desire to converse. Lar, my good fellow, I trust our food has not been tainted by this delightful fare. Peter's inquiry successfully drew everyone's attention, their gazes converging on the bundle at Lar's feet, which contained provisions and fresh water sufficient for the 7 of them over 2 days. None, Lar replied tersely, either reluctant to engage with Peter or simply disinclined to elaborate. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. No one relished the thought of sampling the culinary delights of the sewers. Chris, too, began to silently extol the fortune goddess Motella. All right, we can extinguish the torches now, Rhett commanded Mandington. Mandington dutifully executed the order. Plunging the cave into impenetrable darkness. In this obscurity, Rhett lowered his voice to address his 6 temporary subordinates. You must be wondering why I've led you to hide rather than pursue the task assigned by old John to confront that thief directly? You are likely also curious why, despite several capable individuals in the city who could contend with the thief, we are here undertaking this seemingly futile mission. Brother Rhett, spare us the riddles. We know you possess insights aplenty. Just tell us directly. Chris seized the moment, interjecting before Peter could speak. It matters not to share with you. In truth, old John has not conveyed the whole truth. Our true mission is not to capture that thief but to locate and restrain him. Consider this. With his ability to infiltrate Hannery Castle as if it were unguarded, do you believe we can contend with him? Prior to my confinement, I inquired how the thief evaded the castle's numerous sentinels, gained access to the Count's study, which was rigged with magical traps, and dismantled the magical locks to seize the goods. According to the Council of Hannery's family mage, either this thief is also a sorcerer or possesses exceptional proficiency with spell scrolls and alchemical items. Regardless of the scenario, this thief cannot merely be regarded as an ordinary burglar. At this juncture, Chris recalled old John's earlier remarks. The thief might very well have other professions. He was astonished to discover that the adversary was indeed a practitioner of the most enigmatic and formidable art of magic. Perhaps his magical prowess was not high, as sorcerers were notoriously difficult to advance, but even a novice sorcerer could wield astonishing spells. Just imagine, a mid-level thief who also dabbles in sorcery or possesses a trove of spell scrolls and mastery of alchemical artifacts. Wouldn't that render our demise as effortless as chopping vegetables? Fear not, for before entering, old John discreetly informed me that all 35 of our weapons bear a magical mark from a certain esteemed mage, should anyone engage in conflict with that thief. This mage will be able to pinpoint the thief's location, and the renowned Knight of Morning Light, Lord Ellic, will arrive with assistance. Thus, we are merely bait. Yet if any single bait successfully fulfills its purpose, our mission will be deemed accomplished. Should we be fortunate, the 28 individuals may successfully draw the thief's attention and compel Lord Ellic's arrival, allowing us to complete our task unscathed, absolving each of us of our charges. Perhaps we might even receive a few gold coins as hush money, for the Count holds his reputation in high regard, and such tales of using numerous criminals as bait would not be well received. But what if those 28 fail? Chris instinctively cast a glance at Rhett, whose form was obscured in the darkness, yet he refrained from voicing this sensitive inquiry. Strangely, no one dared to mention this possibility. Not even Peter, who was most eager to make an impression. Chapter 5, Confrontation Part 1. The majestic Hannery Castle stood on the northern side of Ani City, once the heart of the city. It had gradually become the periphery as the lower districts expanded southward. The current lord, an elderly gentleman over 60, was no longer capable of the vigorous pursuits of his youth, having long since been unable to ride into the woods for hunting. At this moment, The aged count was meeting with a rather exceptional guest in a concealed chamber. Orientals are a rare sight on the Cassisum continent that a millennium ago, the churches of the sun god. The god of justice, the lord of dawn, and the goddess of agriculture jointly proclaimed that the eastern continent of feral man, across the strait, had been tainted by malevolent forces from the abyss, deeming the Orientals as devilish adherents in need of purification. Consequently, the ties between the two continents had nearly severed. The green-eyed, black-haired individuals are characteristic of the people of feral man, believed to be due to the demonic blood coursing through their veins. The guest seated opposite the count, quite notably, possessed these distinctive traits of an Oriental. Esteemed count, your tea is truly exquisite. Each time I visit, I find myself wishing for several more cups, the beverage from that wondrous land of Dacia. With its faintly bitter yet sweet undertones reminiscent of wormwood, was indeed a remarkable delight. Most astonishingly, these dried leaves, stripped of moisture and rendered deep brown, retained the fragrance of the plant's nascent buds. Drinking tea was a rare pleasure, and he envied the nobility for this indulgence. Dacia lay far to the east, said to be reachable by crossing the endless desert on the eastern edge of the feral man continent. However, during the course of maritime conquests, a relatively safe trade route was discovered, fostering some commercial exchanges between the two realms, allowing for the transmission of precious items such as tea, porcelain, and silk from Dacia, valued even more than gold. This guest of the count appeared remarkably well acquainted with that mysterious and distant eastern land, yet the count had little interest in boasting about the gold he had expended to procure tea from the port of Rochester. The recent theft had deprived him of several nights of restful sleep. What had been lost was not merely a jewelry box, but more critically, the contents had housed an item intended for sale to the Oriental before him. Let us dispense with such trivialities. My foremost concern is that the church's ever-vigilant noses do not discover that item. Do you comprehend the consequences? If they uncover my involvement with the infernal demons, it would be catastrophic, the count exclaimed, exasperated. What consequences? The Oriental scoffed. Would they drag you, the lord of Ani City, to the pyre? They are not so foolish, even if the item were to fall into their hands. Who could prove it was not brought here by that thief? You have merely lost a jewelry box filled with your and your late wife's memories. Humph, I would be a fool to believe such words. That item had scarcely been in my possession for a few days before someone coveted and stole it. Why, dear Lord Tatakus, I am most eager to hear your explanation. Explanation? You suspect me of collusion with that thief? Oh, my lord, Asmodeus, grant me salvation and vindicate my innocence. The Oriental feigned a bow, as if the count's distrust had wounded him. Yet he quickly regained composure, a light-hearted smile gracing his features as he shifted the conversation's focus to the Hannery Count. Esteemed Count, might I inquire how you can prove that this theft is not a ruse of your own design? You must remember that the sacrifice you promised to Lord Asmodeus has yet to be fulfilled. I am increasingly concerned that you may be inclined to renege. Upon hearing this, the Count fell silent, as if struck with an unspoken truth. Tatakus, how dare you question my integrity? Are there not 100 pure maidens? Once that thief is apprehended and the items retrieved, I shall immediately dispatch someone to deliver them to you. It is commonly said that devils are the shrewdest of merchants, and their followers are certainly not foolish. Tatakos would never fall into the Count's trap that if the thief remains at large and the items unreturned, do you expect the sacrifice to be forfeited? Esteemed Count Hanire, your words truly chill my heart. I had thought you would be a devout follower of Asmodeus, but a delinquent believer shall not receive my lord as protection. On the contrary, my lord shall unleash his wrath upon any follower who disrupts order and violates contracts. You dare to threaten me? The Count's voice trembled, and his figure, illuminated by the flickering candlelight in the chamber, appeared grand yet oddly diminutive and abject. Tread carefully. My lord Asmodeus watches over us. Count, I implore you to reflect deeply. After all, 100 maidens are of little consequence to you. In the wilderness of Oni City, bandits frequently roam, and it is not uncommon for farmers to lose a daughter now and then. Is it? This is the second day since Chris ventured into the sewers. The cave was stifling, and the pervasive stench clung like the most bothersome of flies. His hand remained tense upon the hilt of his sword. Ever since he learned of the mysterious magical mark left by the mage on the weapon, which would allow reinforcements to locate them through the mark, grasping the sword provided him with a semblance of reassurance. The seven did not engage in conversation. After they finished their dark bread, they found spots along the wall to lean against and doze off. Save for Peter, that restless fellow who occasionally sprang to his feet or approached the cave's mouth to peer into the abyss of darkness. None wished to stir. They were oblivious to the fate of the other 28. whether they had been discovered and slain by the thief or had similarly found a rat hole to conceal themselves. Chris, however, yearned to hear some tremendous commotion, akin to the epic duels described by bards, with flashes of lightning, thunderous roars, and earth-shattering clashes, anything that would suggest that the thief had encountered the morning light knight. Eric, as Red had mentioned. Yet, when Chris thought of Eric, a sense of unease washed over him. This knight, lauded as the most promising in Oni City, could he be but a pretty face devoid of substance? He had always harbored a prejudice against those who appeared effeminate, and Eric, whom he had seen, fit that very description, a standard pretty boy, his physique slender, resembling a woman, and his complexion pale as a baker's apprentice. Despite the allure of his golden hair and the resplendent armor of the Church of the Dawn, he could not dispel Chris's anxiety in brawls at taverns and brothels. It was invariably such fragile creatures who found themselves subdued, while the robust and imposing figures emerged victorious. However, this peculiar calm did not persist long within the sewers. Lady Luck, Moitera, seemed indifferent to this filthy locale, just as Peter could no longer remain still and stood up once more. A piercing scream suddenly echoed from afar. The thief is nearby, they all thought in unison. Peter's legs trembled uncontrollably, yet he dared not move, not even to sit upon the ground, fearful that the slightest sound might draw the grim specter of death to them. Chris's grip on the sword hilt also quivered, his palm slick with sweat, for he had not heard the fierce battle he had imagined. That scream signified slaughter, not a clash of valor. Where were the reinforcements? In truth, both Rhett and Chris had been overly optimistic. While Master Zesher, who had imbued their weapons with magical marks, could sense their locations, he could not ascertain whether the combatants were indeed facing the thief. What if they were a pack of savage cannibal rats? He could not simply dispatch Eric at the first sign of trouble. He was well aware that among the criminals, there were a few capable of holding their own against the thief, and others cunning enough to buy a few precious seconds. Thus, only a sustained vibration lasting at least 10 seconds would prompt him to decide to inform Eric and the others. Yet, an entire day had passed, and while the marks had vibrated over a dozen times, not once had the duration been sufficient. Often merely a fleeting moment, whether it was an unfortunate soul being slain or a fool dropping their weapon. He paid no heed. The time of a mage is exceedingly precious, brimming with knowledge to absorb, complex formulas to calculate, and various experiments to conduct. Although Zesher was tasked by the Count, he did not neglect his own affairs. At that moment, he was quietly transcribing a scroll in a dimly lit room at a corner inn. Beside his desk, on a triangular stool, rested a basin-sized plate adorned with intricate patterns resembling the growth rings of a tree revealed when sliced open, with 35 twinkling points of starlight scattered across it, some isolated, while others clustered together. The mage glanced at the plate only occasionally before returning to his work. Finally, when the 7 stars that had gathered began to pulse with intensity, he silently counted the time, confirming that a fierce confrontation was underway. He then picked up a crow's feather that had been prepared on the table. Chanting a series of low, hurried incantations, he tossed the feather into the air. Miraculously, it began to shimmer with light, as if an invisible hand were stretching and molding it, ultimately shaping it into a lifelike crow, which, although somewhat ethereal and transparent, bore a striking resemblance to its corporeal counterpart. After relaying a coordinate to this crow messenger, conjured by a second-level spell of message, it cawed and took flight like a swift arrow, unimpeded by the wooden walls, its phantom-like form merging and separating as it effortlessly passed through. At this juncture, the mage also gathered the scroll he had just transcribed. Although fatigue weighed upon him, he did not delay, eager to secure the substantial reward promised by Count Hanire, bestowing upon himself a flight spell. He soared out of the window, hastening toward the designated coordinates. Chapter 5. The Confrontation, Part 2. The torches were relit, for the enemy had discovered their hiding place. Rhett directed his 6 companions to form a semicircular formation against the cave wall. Preparing to face the formidable foe, they were perplexed as to how, despite the several hundred meters separating them, the thief could still perceive their location. Perhaps the foe had cast some form of detection spell. When Chris beheld the thief glide past the unimaginable mire that haunted their memories, he thought as much. Illuminated by the firelight, Chris and his companions beheld the perpetrator of their forced mission, a woman. More precisely, a strikingly beautiful woman. None could have anticipated that their target would be a woman of such alluring features and voluptuous form. The sight of her seductive red lips evoked memories of the enchanting barmaid from Beauty and Wine, who had transformed him from a boy into a man. How delightful it would be to taste them. After a fleeting moment of fascination, the group shifted their attention from the thief's face, bosom, and rear to the uniquely designed dagger she wielded. Its hilt was long, measuring nearly 20 centimeters, crowned with a ruby the size of an eye, gleaming with an otherworldly radiance, reminiscent of a demon's eye. The blade itself twisted serpentine, dark and devoid of shine, poised to strike. What a detestable pack of rats, hiding in such a repugnant place. Were it not for your scent, I might never have located you. The female thief taunted, her figure flickering as she unleashed 3 afterimages into the air. The dagger in her grasp slithered like a dancing serpent, targeting Red, the strongest among the semicircular formation, from an exceptionally acute angle. She discerned that Reuter was the leader among the group. If she could eliminate him, the subsequent slaughter would be effortless. Reuter, however, was no pushover. With a thunderous roar, he raised his long sword high, then brought it crashing down. Disregarding the dagger poised to strike him, and aimed directly at the female thief, this reckless exchange of blows successfully neutralized her assault, forcing her to raise her dagger in defense against Reuter's powerful strike. Even as a level 5 rogue, she could not match the brute strength of a knight, and she staggered back 3 paces before regaining her footing. Yet, she did not emerge from the encounter empty-handed. Her dagger, crafted from exceptional materials, remained unscathed, while Reuter's sword bore a new notch from their clash. The female thief's second wave of attack came swiftly. This time her movements were elusive and unpredictable, leaving everyone on edge, their hearts racing in anticipation. Even Reuter was reluctant to engage her directly. She did not keep them waiting long, but to everyone's surprise, her target was the torch held by Mandington. With a single slash, the flame was extinguished, and darkness enveloped the area. In that instant, her dagger lunged towards the warrior. Lar, the woman, petite in stature, crouched slightly, positioning her arm at the height of Lar's abdomen. The strike found its mark. Despite Lar instinctively leaning back, it was too late. The metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air, followed by Lar's agonized scream, which abruptly ceased, leaving the others to comprehend that the female thief had severed his throat, extinguishing his life. What a tantalizing aroma. It declared its satisfaction. Indeed, the more formidable the opponent, the more exquisite their blood. Unlike the tasteless drivel of those who had come before, the female thief continued to instill terror in the darkness. Her beautiful eyes, capable of piercing through the gloom, scrutinizing the remaining prey. She regarded Reuter with a fleeting glimmer in her gaze, while the rest were met with disdain, akin to livestock. Her quarry trembled in the shadows, some retreating quietly, creating gaps in their formation, and Reuter was no exception. This man, who held the promise of becoming a knight, also retreated swiftly, until his back met the cold rock. Reuter, take my sword. Chris, quick to react, positioned himself beside Reuter. Upon sensing Reuter's retreat, he followed closely, fumbling to hand over his unscathed sword. In the darkness, Reuter grasped Chris's sword with one hand while the other reached for the pendant hanging around his neck, an invaluable magical artifact bestowed upon him by John before venturing into the sewers. Clutching the pendant tightly, he uttered 2 brief syllables, and instantly a soft glow emanated from it. Casting light, a mere cantrip, the lowest tier of spells. Chris and the others regained their sight, only to be astonished by the absence of the female thief. A drawn-out scream pierced the air, revealing her whereabouts. This time, misfortune befell Bernard, the seasoned hunter. He barely had time to glance at the dagger protruding from his heart before he breathed his last. Chris swallowed hard, unable to suppress the grim reality. Before this female thief, everyone except Reuter was utterly powerless to resist. Fortunately, the thief's attention was once again diverted by Reuter, or rather, by his pendant, granting Chris a momentary reprieve. At that moment, Reuter continued to chant the intricate syllables, the spell evidently longer than the previous light spell. The female thief, possessing the skills of a mage, discerned from the magical fluctuations that this was likely a 2nd-level spell. Although even the most destructive 2nd-level spell, the fireball, posed no threat to her, she prudently chose to interrupt Reuter's incantation. Like a wraith, she glided forward once more, and seeing that Reuter's spell seemed unlikely to complete before her arrival, Chris found himself momentarily paralyzed with indecision. In a moment of instinct, perhaps due to Reuter's prior kindness, he raised the damaged sword and lunged at the female thief. To her, Chris's movements appeared agonizingly slow, his sword as feeble as a sheep. However, fortuitously, his body obstructed the trajectory of her dagger attack. The thief adjusted her angle, only to find it difficult to bypass Chris and strike at Reuter, who was still casting his spell. Ultimately, The female thief opted to abandon her pursuit of Reuter and instead prepared to eliminate the obstacle before her. Yet at that moment, Reuter, hidden behind Chris, acted. His spell had indeed been completed. As he was utilizing a magical item rather than casting a spell in the traditional sense, the activation was swift, but to entice the female thief, he feigned incompletion. The thief's deduction was correct. He had triggered a second-level spell stored within the pendant, but it was not a direct attack spell. Instead, it was an enhancement spell, Bull's Strength, applied to himself, unbeknownst to her, lacking arcane vision. She was successfully deceived into believing he had yet to complete his incantation. Chris's unexpected intervention drew her attention, allowing Reuter to prepare for a stealthy strike. What is it like to face imminent death? It is difficult to articulate. In that moment, Chris was completely overtaken by fear. Watching helplessly as the obsidian dagger drew nearer to his heart, his body unresponsive. He seemed to hear a roar from the depths of hell, and in the crimson gem, he glimpsed the shadow of a demon. Fierce and frenzied, pain surged through him, blood spurted from his chest, and Chris felt the world spin, as if his very life were fleeing his body. Fortunately, the dagger did not plunge directly into his heart to claim his life. Reuter's fist collided with the female thief, diverting her attack. The dagger pierced Chris's left ribcage, narrowly avoiding his heart and vital arteries. Yet, due to Reuter's successful strike, the dagger remained lodged within Chris's chest. Were it an ordinary dagger, it would pose little concern. Leaving it in place would temporarily stem the tide of blood. However, this dagger was no ordinary weapon. It possessed a life of its own. Chris felt the strength draining from him, not merely an illusion of injury, but a genuine loss of vitality as his blood surged towards the sinister dagger embedded in his chest, as if it were an insatiable ancient beast, ravenously consuming his life force. Chapter 6. The Arrival of Rescue. Am I to die? Chris's consciousness began to fade due to blood loss, and phantoms filled his mind. He saw his mother, the woman who had passed when he was merely 3. Beckoning him with a smile, he glimpsed his sister, the poor girl who succumbed to a severe illness, clutching the tattered doll he had gifted her. Lastly, he beheld himself, pallid and devoid of color, overshadowed by a terrifying apparition with 3 heads. Yet this hallucination was short-lived. A sharp pain from his chest jolted him awake. Pulling him from the clutches of death, it was Karen, the thief from their group, who had seized the opportunity while Reuter and the female thief were locked in combat. She stealthily approached and extracted the sinister dagger from Chris's chest, saving his life. Chris let out a pained cry as he regained consciousness, and upon seeing the ghastly 5-centimeter wound on his chest, he nearly succumbed to despair. Fortunately, he remembered that danger still loomed, and he summoned his remaining strength to drag his wounded body backward. As he moved, Chris heard a soft gasp behind him. He was certain it came from the female thief, who seemed surprised he had not perished. Humph, as long as I survive this, I will have my revenge, Chris vowed fiercely within himself. Meanwhile, the battle raged on chaotically, with the female thief effortlessly dodging Reuter's ferocious attacks while dispatching Peter, who had contended with Chris for favor. As for Karen and Mandington, they had lost all will to fight, particularly Karen, who now possessed the invaluable dagger, already scheming to sell it and secure an escape. However, the female thief had set her sights on Karen. As a fellow rogue, she easily recognized his intentions to flee, and soon she demonstrated the vast chasm that separated a level 5 rogue from a level 1. Backstab, a skill attainable only by rogues of level 4 or higher, allowing the user to swiftly maneuver behind the enemy for a surprise attack. The female thief, with her profound mastery of the skill, executed it unarmed, and a series of bone-crunching cracks echoed through the air. Karen's entire spine shattered at the midpoint of his vest, breaking apart inch by inch. He could not survive, Chris silently thought. The situation unfolded exactly as Chris had anticipated. After Karen coughed up a mouthful of blood that choked his lungs, he breathed his last, although the previous strike did not pierce his body directly. The immense force not only fractured his spine but also ruptured his internal organs. May Motella bless me, let me survive this ordeal. The ferocity of the female thief filled Chris with despair. At that moment, he, unable to even walk, could only repeatedly beseech the favor of the goddess of fortune. Perhaps the esteemed goddess truly heard Chris's prayers and showed him mercy. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble resonated from above the cave, as if a colossal beast was stomping overhead. Startled, Chris quickly transformed his shock into joy. Reinforcements had arrived. Not just Chris, but also Rate and Mandington wore smiles. The female thief sensed the change in her praised demeanor and swiftly reclaimed the dagger from the deceased Karen's grasp. She began to mutter incantations under her breath, levitation and lightness were swiftly cast upon herself, allowing her to gradually float off the ground. With a powerful kick against the cave wall, she shot out like an arrow, aiming for the cave's exit, seeking refuge back in the intricate sewers below. The reinforcements arrived swiftly, and Chris could only speculate what means they had employed. After the deafening tremors, he saw chunks of rock from the cave's ceiling begin to dissolve into mud. Likely another spell at work, Chris mused. The female thief, well versed in such matters, glanced back and discerned that this was a 5th-level spell, turning stone to mud. The arrival of a high-level mage quickened her pace significantly, and within a few breaths, she vanished from sight. This moment, the reinforcements made their appearance. The first to descend was a knight with hair as radiant as the sun. After steadying himself, he surveyed his surroundings with a frown, evidently displeased with the dire conditions of the sewers. Following him was a middle-aged man draped in a gray robe, clearly a mage, who floated down gracefully. He showed no signs of dissatisfaction, merely casting a curious glance at the few survivors. "Where did that thief run off to?" Eric inquired, looking at Rate, who he clearly recognized. "Over there." Rate gestured swiftly, but the thief's presence had already vanished. Eric's frown deepened until the mage accompanying him spoke up. "Do not worry, Knight Eric. She cannot escape. She left behind ample traces for me to cast a tracking spell." After uttering these words, the mage produced a scroll adorned with green patterns from his waist pouch. This was a pre-written tracking spell scroll, and as he recited the incantation, the dry syllables flowed rhythmically from his mouth, in stark contrast to Rate's stilted spellcasting. Soon, a miraculous scene unfolded as the mage completed the spell. Glowing green dots began to materialize in midair, eventually coalescing into a clear path, the very route the female thief had taken to flee. "See, she cannot escape. However, it seems you will need a flight spell as well." "The path ahead is rather treacherous," the mage said with a confident smile. Eric noticed the path formed by the tracking spell, and his expression darkened significantly. "Then I must trouble you further. Master, please bestow upon me the flight spell that I will compensate you separately for your services." The mage's smile widened. He relished clients like Eric, who were both wealthy and demanding that 100 gold coins would thus be effortlessly acquired. After watching Eric ascend awkwardly into the sky, the mage turned his attention to Rate, Mandington, and the feeble Chris, finally resting his gaze on Chris. "How curious, a mere mortal whose body has been tainted by the essence of hell, yet has not perished immediately. You possess a remarkable resilience," the mage remarked, leaving Chris bewildered. "The essence of hell? What on earth was that? His body was merely wounded. What connection did it have to any infernal essence?" The mage noticed Chris's confusion but offered no explanation, instead bestowing upon him an even more cryptic remark. "Young man, if you are still sane and alive in 3 days, seek me out at the Navia Manor, located 10 miles south of the city. I believe you will require my guidance and assistance by then. As for you two, your task is complete. Take him up now, and you can collect your bounty from John. I must pursue Eric." With that, the mage dismissed them and focused once more on casting a flight spell for himself. After watching the mage depart, Chris and the others exchanged glances, realizing the pressing issue at hand. How would they return to the surface? Rate cleared his throat and spoke first. "I suggest we wait here. The area above must lead to some part of the city. If we call out, someone will surely hear us, and with a rope, we can ascend. But Chris, if we delay too long, your injuries." Having fought alongside Chris, Rate had clearly come to regard him as one of his own, infusing his words with genuine concern. After all, had Chris not recklessly intervened to block the female thief, Rate would have found it exceedingly difficult to harm her, and Chris's temporary disarmament of her weapon had been pivotal in allowing Rate to hold her off until reinforcements arrived. Chris glanced at the wound on his chest and forced a smile through gritted teeth. "It's fine. I can still endure. Just handle things as you see fit." Brother Rate. He understood Rate's intentions. Now that his life was spared, why should he further distress himself? He would need others to assist him in leaving the sewers and ultimately seek treatment for his injuries. So he preferred Rate to remain in good spirits. Besides, his injuries were not immediately life-threatening. He was merely suffering from excessive blood loss and persistent dizziness. Mandington had no objections, for upon hearing the mage's promise of a bounty, he was nearly ecstatic, ready to dance with joy. Even if they had to wait a while longer, it mattered little to him, as he was the only one among them who could comfortably regard the sewers as a home. Perhaps today was indeed a turning point for Chris. Just as Rate raised his voice to call out, within mere minutes, a response echoed from above the open cave, none other than their old acquaintance. John, Chapter 7. The deceptive healing Chris was finally pulled from the sewers. In this brief span of a day, he felt as though he had traversed ages. The air outside was so wondrous. He could even detect a floral fragrance wafting through the dirt. The one who rescued him was none other than Sheriff John, saving Chris the trouble of seeking him out for his reward. Rate stuffed 10 gleaming gold coins into his small pouch and handed it to Chris, who, clutching this substantial sum, the largest he had seen in over a decade, was moved to tears. This outpouring of emotion, however, caused his chest to heave violently, aggravating his wound, prompting Chris to grimace and call out, "Brother Rate, could you do me a favor and take me to the church for treatment?" Naturally, Rate, having forged a bond of life and death with Chris, would not refuse. He borrowed a flat wheelbarrow from a street vendor, and with Mandington's help, they hoisted Chris onto it, racing like the wind toward the morning dawn church's temple. Along the way, they knocked over 5 pedestrians and overturned several stalls, showcasing Rate's notorious reputation as a rogue in Oni City. Upon finally arriving at the temple, the guards at the entrance recognized Rate and posed no obstacles, allowing Chris to be smoothly carried into his small chapel on the west side of the temple. The cost for a low-tier healing spell was 1 gold coin, and as Chris watched the priest, adorned with a hypocritical smile, take away the coin that had yet to warm in his hand, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. For the price of a single silver coin, he could have had his wound treated by the apothecary on Harm Street, while also catching a glimpse of the apothecary's beautiful daughter. How could he have decided to come here to be fleeced instead? However, the coin had already changed hands, now belonging to the Lord of Morning Dawn, Radash, and even the king could not unjustly reclaim it. Chris resigned himself to lying there, intently watching the priest, who pressed his hands upon a holy text and fervently prayed. He was eager to see what value lay within that single gold coin. The priest, clearly accustomed to dealing with impoverished souls like Chris, disdainfully raised his head, refusing even to cast a glance in Chris's direction, were it not for Rate, the infamous rogue standing beside him. He would have surely mocked Chris further. "O Lord of mercy, please bestow your grace and heal this wretched soul before us. Praise be to you, great Lord of Morning Dawn. May your radiance shine upon all." As the priest finished his chant, a gentle beam of light emanated from his hand, resting upon the holy scripture, drifting towards Chris's wound under his guidance. This was merely a low-tier divine healing spell, brief in duration. Within a few breaths, the soft glow dimmed, and the priest, having exerted considerable energy as a mere first-level cleric, wiped the sweat from his brow, assuming his task was complete. The priest did not even glance at Chris as he turned to leave, already contemplating how to spend the shiny gold coin in his pocket that evening. However, a fierce curse halted his steps. What was happening? Who dared to insult his priesthood within the temple of the Lord of Dawn? To the priest's astonishment, a second curse followed, this time from someone he recognized. "Rhett, how dare you? Bailey, you think you can leave without healing my brother's wound? Do you take me, Rhett, for a fool? Not healed? How can that be? I successfully cast the great healing spell bestowed upon me by the Lord of Dawn," the priest replied, turning to explain himself. "Perhaps your brother's injury is too severe. A low-tier healing spell cannot fully mend it." He had encountered such situations before. Some wounds were too deep for basic healing magic to resolve. As the injured Chris heard these words, his anger flared, and he propped himself up with one hand, pointing at his unhealed chest wound with the other, exclaiming, "Just look at it. There is not a trace of change. How can you claim the healing was successful? Return my gold at once. I refuse to be treated." Upon hearing Chris's outburst, Priest Bailey's face turned ashen. How could a mere ruffian dare to speak so insolently within the temple? He nearly called for the guards to have him removed. Yet, seeing Rhett's feigned ferocity, he reconsidered. While he could perhaps shoo them away in the temple, what would happen outside? Could he confront a thug? Taking deep breaths, Priest Bailey stifled his rage and replied sternly, "Is the temple of the Lord of Dawn a place where you can run amok? I swear by my lord that the healing spell was indeed successfully cast. You dare blame me for your brother's grievous injury? Be cautious, lest I summon the temple guards to expel you. Will it help to try again?" Rhett restrained Chris, ensuring he did not continue his tirade, for this was a sacred place, and respect for the clergy was paramount. Afterward, he produced a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Bailey. "Brother Rhett, how can I accept your money? I still have some," Chris protested, struggling to retrieve his own coin pouch upon seeing Rhett's generosity. "Humph, Chris, do you think Rhett, cannot spend a meager sum for my little brother? Enough with your hesitation. It's merely a gold coin. Stick with me, and you'll enjoy a life filled with fine wine and beautiful women." Just as the two were about to embrace in camaraderie, Priest Bailey cleared his throat, interrupting them. "Hurry now. I have matters to attend to. Heal him, and I must depart. What? How can this be? After casting the healing spell a second time, Priest Bailey deliberately examined Chris's wound, only to be astonished to find it unchanged, the injury now a dry, brown mass with no signs of healing whatsoever. Priest Bailey was at a loss for words. As a priest who had mastered only a first-level divine art and lacked ambition, he could not comprehend why his healing spells had proven ineffective. Rhett's frustration surged as well. 2 consecutive healings had yielded no results. Conjuring unsettling thoughts, he recalled instances when impoverished individuals sought treatment, only to be swindled by unscrupulous priests who pocketed their gold without performing true divine magic, instead employing mere tricks to mimic the appearance of healing. Subsequently blaming the patients for their unresolved ailments, the current situation bore a disturbing resemblance. Though Bailey had previously engaged in such deceitful practices, he felt utterly wrong today, certain he had cast genuine healing spells. Yet they had failed. At that moment, however, the crisis he faced precluded any contemplation of answers. A resounding slap jolted him back to reality. Ouch! How dare you strike me? Priest Bailey covered his reddened cheek, wincing in pain. Guards, come quickly. Someone, his plea was cut short by another slap from Red, this time to his stomach. Yet, this was the extent of the chaos. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps outside the church, Red hastily lifted the incapacitated Chris and fled through a small side door, running until they were 2 streets away from the temple, where he finally dared to pause and catch his breath. Brother, do you know of any other place that can treat wounds? I usually go to the castle to see the physician hired by the count. But as you know, my status is precarious, and I lack the clout to bring you inside. Red inquired, shaking Chris, who was on the brink of unconsciousness from the jarring ride. Try Ham Street. There's an apothecary at the end of the road. Chris managed to say before his head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, his last thought being, how lowly I am. Even a remedy costing a mere silver coin seems beyond my reach. Chapter 8. The beginning of nightmares. This was a land eternally shrouded in smoke, its sole colors being the red charred earth and the murky yellow sky. Chris could not fathom how he had come to this place. Perhaps it was a dream. Yet, the pungent scent of sulfur wafting through his nostrils felt all too real, casting doubt on the notion of a mere dream. Bending over a steaming pit, he gazed into the water's surface, where his youthful visage was reflected. Tousled strands of brownish gold hair, small eyes that squinted when focusing intently, a gently protruding nose, and relatively clean teeth, all resembling his usual self, albeit with a pallor. Didn't the old lady from Broken Neck Street say one cannot see their reflection in dreams? Once again, Chris's understanding of reality had been upended. He decided to dismiss the thought. It was improbable for him to suddenly find himself in such a peculiar place. So this had to be a dream. As he attempted to rise from the water's edge, a sudden movement in his reflection caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he was startled, nearly toppling into the boiling water. A colossal 3-headed shadow loomed behind him in the water. Heart pounding, Chris turned to confirm whether such a terrifying creature stood behind him. He recalled that this phantom had emerged in his mind when the female thief's dagger pierced him. Thankfully, there was nothing there, and he released a long, shaky breath. But at that moment, a deafening roar echoed in his ears, coming from directly in front of him, so close that he could feel the rancid breath wash over him. Despite his prior preparations, the sight of the creature still sent him screaming and scrambling backward, desperate to escape the 3-headed monster. What sort of beast was this? Chris screamed as he frantically retreated, trying to distance himself from the monstrous entity. He could swear it was larger than a dragon, even though he had never seen a real dragon. The tavern bards often sang of dragons with their gaping maws, swallowing knights and steeds whole. But this creature was beyond Chris's imagination, resembling a small mountain squatting before him. Underfoot, he felt as small as an ant. The monster seemed to take an interest in Chris, raising a claw to grasp him, and with that simple motion, a gust of wind knocked him off his feet. As the enormous paw descended, it effortlessly snatched him up, bringing him to the center of the beast's 3 heads. At that moment, Chris was paralyzed with fear, and the creature, losing interest, opened its massive jaws wide and casually tossed him inside. In an unremarkable little shop on Ham Street, the apothecary Jace was busily preparing potions according to an old, tattered sheepskin book. Behind him stood 2 rows of shelves, one filled with peculiar ingredients, bug shells, withered roots from ancient trees, and freshly skinned, bloodied hides, while the other held an array of colorful vials containing completed concoctions. Beyond the shelves lay a rickety wooden bed, usually Jace's resting place, but today it cradled another individual. Chris, a street thug from Broken Neck Street, was no stranger to Jace. In fact, They were quite familiar with one another. In the early years, when Chris had just begun his journey as a promising thug, he had little experience in brawling and would find himself injured almost every few days, often coming here to seek treatment. Jess would occasionally advise Chris against pursuing this path, suggesting he find a more respectable livelihood. There were plenty of opportunities at the docks, grain warehouses, or car dealerships, all of which offered decent pay for those willing to put in the effort. Yet, Chris was resolute in his belief that he could carve out a name for himself in the underworld and persist on his chosen path. Today, however, the young man arrived in a manner unlike before. Having been carried in by others, this time he bore a severe injury, a stab wound to the chest that had festered over time, beginning to rot. The man who brought Chris was quite generous, offering a gold coin for his treatment. With the coin in hand, Jess spared no effort. He not only fetched his treasured silver dagger. Normally, he would simply use a knife to chop herbs for cleaning the patient's festering flesh, but also had his daughter boil some hot water to help cleanse Chris's entire body. After tending to the wound, applying medicine, and bandaging it up, Jess made an exception by allowing the unconscious Chris to stay overnight in the shop, assuring him that he could return home the next day after resting. Jess's kindness did not go unrewarded. The man who brought Chris, Rid, expressed his satisfaction with the treatment and, before leaving, handed Jess another gold coin, instructing him to take good care of Chris, with gold coins in hand. Jess couldn't help but marvel at the prospect of Chris thriving in his dubious profession, especially with such a wealthy friend. As Jess clutched the 2 coins, he mused that perhaps being a thug wasn't entirely without its promises. The nights in Oni City were tranquil, and Jess cherished the moments after everyone had retired to bed, when he could begin concocting potions in peace, free from interruptions or the concern of others peeking through his windows to learn his craft. However, this night's tranquility was soon shattered by Chris's anguished cries. Jess hastily set aside a bottle of purple sleep-inducing potion he had yet to finish preparing and rushed to Chris's side. The patient appeared to be in excruciating agony, leaving the seasoned apothecary, who had operated his shop for 20 years, utterly perplexed. He had already added an ample dose of pain-relieving Hawan grass to the ointment he applied, expecting the patient to remain peacefully unconscious until noon the following day. Yet, Chris's condition suggested otherwise. His body was taut with pain, veins bulging, and large beads of sweat rolling down his face, although his eyes remained shut. Could it be that he was plagued by a nightmare? Yet what sort of nightmare could inflict such torment? Jess furrowed his brow in confusion. The cries from the shop roused his daughter, who lived in the backyard. The young woman, with her delicate face adorned with a few freckles, hurried over in a panic, still clad in her nightgown and barefoot, fearing something had happened to her father. "Oh, Corinne, you've arrived just in time. Please fetch a bucket of cold water from the well. I believe he requires some assistance," Jess instructed swiftly upon seeing his daughter approach, having helped in the apothecary since she was young. Corinne immediately obeyed her father's command, drawing a bucket of steaming cold water from the well and laboriously bringing it inside. Without needing further instruction, she instinctively grabbed a cloth, dipped it in the water, wrung it out, and began to wipe Chris down. The cold water seemed to have some effect. Chris's thrashing became less violent, yet his bulging veins remained ominous. After observing for a while with a furrowed brow, Jess turned to retrieve a bottle of viscous green potion from the shelf. "Open his mouth," he commanded. Corinne skillfully used a wooden stick shaped like a duck's tongue to pry open Chris's tightly clenched teeth, and Jess seized the opportunity to pour the potion into his mouth. This concoction was intended to help the unconscious regain awareness, as Jess suspected that the root of Chris's agony lay in a nightmarish state that needed to be confronted. "Boil some more water, and once it cools, we can administer it slowly," he added, rolling up his sleeves to massage Chris's muscles, aiming to alleviate his suffering. Finally, after the father and daughter had worked tirelessly through the night, Chris gasped for breath and awoke just before dawn. Upon seeing the familiar apothecary shop, the experienced apothecary, Jess, and his lovely daughter Corinne, he exhaled in relief, sinking back into a limp state, unable to lift even a finger. In his dreams, he had been devoured repeatedly by a 3-headed monster, torn apart and ground into flesh, only to be revived and subjected to the same torment once more. At times, the creature would make him run for what felt like ages, until he was utterly exhausted, the distance so great that the monster no longer appeared colossal, before it would stride forward with earth-shaking steps, effortlessly catching up to him and crushing him with its claws. The excruciating pain of being ripped apart and the terror of facing death drove Chris to the brink of madness, leaving him in despair over how long this horrific cycle would continue. Until he felt numb, resigned to the monster's torment. "Thank you, Uncle Jess, and of course, Corinne." Chris managed to express his gratitude after being fed a bowl of meat soup in the morning, feeling a bit stronger. "You should thank the friend who paid for your treatment instead. His reward justifies my efforts on your behalf. Now rest a little longer before heading home. Your wound should be fine, and if you eat well and avoid exertion for the next few days, it will heal," Jess replied, waving his sore hands, which had been massaging Chris for so long. Indeed, without the gold coins, he would not have been so generous. "Uncle Jess, given that I have no one at home to take care of me, may I stay here for a couple of days? I assure you, I will pay for my lodging," Chris ventured nervously. "Child." Jess suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, speaking earnestly. "Fear cannot be dispelled through avoidance, nor can it be banished by cowardice. I do not know what you dreamt last night, but I hope you can confront it like a true man and overcome it." Chapter 9. Into the dream again after leaving Jess's shop. Chris wondered in a daze, failing to acknowledge the greetings of familiar faces along the way. The words of Jess reverberated in his mind. Fear cannot be dispelled through avoidance, nor can it be banished by cowardice. How similar this was to his own nightmare. No matter how fast he ran, the monster would effortlessly catch up to him, capturing him and subjecting him to various cruel methods of torment. What if he chose not to flee but instead confronted it head-on? Could he truly defeat it? Contemplating this possibility, Chris felt some of his anxiety dissipate. Yet, he understood all too well that nightmares did not simply cease. He recalled the wizard's words from the sewers. If he could remain rational and alive in 3 days, he should seek him out at the Nevia Manor in the southern part of the city. Given the wizard's ominous warning, the nightmare that had ensnared him might indeed persist for 3 long days. Could he endure the next 2 days? Chris harbored deep doubts that he never considered himself particularly resolute. On the contrary, he was easily intimidated. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the life of a thug. How wonderful it would be to remain at Jess' with a charming young woman to care for him. Chris couldn't help but sigh dramatically to the heavens. "Pa, Chris, what nonsense are you uttering?" Suddenly, Corinne's voice chimed from behind him, clearly having overheard his musings. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly attempted to change the subject. "Corinne, what brings you out so early? Is it early? I say, Chris, do you think everyone is like you, sleeping until noon? And are you blind? I'm carrying a basket. Do you think I'm out for a leisurely stroll?" Corinne rolled her eyes and held up her basket in exasperation. Her adorable antics only intensified Chris's blush. He couldn't help but fantasize about Corinne in a few years, her figure maturing and becoming alluring, a true enchantress. "Hey, you little scoundrel, what are you staring at?" Corinne shielded her chest with the basket and shot him an indignant glare. At 13, she was already well aware of the more unsavory thoughts that occupied a man's mind. As Chris, labeled a rogue, chuckled sheepishly, he continued to cast a lingering gaze over Corinne's developing form. Opportunities to admire beauty up close were rare, and he intended to savor every moment. Meanwhile, Corinne, despite her early maturity, was still innocent enough to succumb to shyness under Chris's gaze. Blushing fiercely, she quickly fled with her basket. "Ha ha ha." Chris laughed heartily until Corinne's petite figure disappeared around the corner. "Ouch, damn it. That hurts." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his earlier laughter had pulled at his wound. Only then did he remember that he was still a patient, and a seriously injured one at that. He needed to return home and rest. Ham Street was not far from Neckbreaker Street. He merely needed to cross 2 intersections, and upon turning onto Neckbreaker Street, he would arrive at his home. The path that usually takes merely 2 minutes to traverse took a staggering 15 today, draining much of Chris's stamina in the process. His stomach, having consumed meat soup that morning, began to grumble audibly. The thought of indulging in a hearty meal at the tavern clung to his mind relentlessly. Succulent honey-glazed chicken legs, garlic-infused sausages, refreshing beer, and of course, the sight of scantily clad waitresses, with a pocketful of coins. Chris yearned to soar over there immediately. Yet, even the nearest tavern required him to cross 3 streets. Would he be able to walk there? In desperation, Chris knocked on the door of his neighbor, the honest and dependable mason, Hoff, seeking assistance. However, it seemed Hoff had ventured out in search of work, as no response came despite his persistent knocking. Was he to implore the drunken merc? The thought of being shortchanged by him sent a pang of regret through Chris's heart. As he squatted indecisively at his doorstep, he heard someone call his name from a distance. "Hey, Chris. Long time no see." It was Kelly. Chris instantly recognized the girl approaching him, clad in a faded, patched dress. His eyes lit up. Kelly was renowned for her industriousness and kindness, never one to take advantage of others. She was undoubtedly the most suitable person to help him. Indeed, Kelly, it has been a while. How have you been? Is your sister's cold any better? Well, it's manageable. Thank you for your concern. Nana is well now, but you look rather weak. Have you been fighting again? Kelly noticed Chris's pale complexion, which betrayed his discomfort. Without him needing to ask, she inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" I couldn't possibly. Chris feigned embarrassment. It's quite all right. I've finished my work for the morning and have some time to spare. There's no need to feel shy. Then I am immensely grateful. Could you please help me run to the tavern on Glanton Street to fetch some food? Yes, I would like a roasted chicken, 2 pounds of smoked meat, 2 sausages, and, a bottle of mead. Chris. Kelly elongated the last syllable. How can you drink when you're injured? Cough, cough. Then let us forego the mead and replace it with 2 lemons. Surely that is acceptable. Here, this is the payment. After watching Kelly walk away, Chris couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Kelly, you are simply wonderful, truly my angel." It was a pity that Kelly's appearance was rather plain, with a flat chest resembling a washboard. Otherwise, marrying her would undoubtedly be a great gain. Before long, Kelly returned, the aroma of the roasted chicken wrapped in palm leaves wafting toward him. Chris nearly snatched the delicious offerings from her hands. It cost a total of 3 silver coins and 20 copper coins. Here's the change, Kelly said, smiling as she returned the remaining coins without deducting even a single copper. Thank you so much. Please take these 2 lemons back with you. I remember that Nana loves them. Finally swallowing a piece of sausage, Chris, despite Kelly's protests, firmly pressed the fresh lemons into her hands as a token of gratitude. Reluctantly accepting, Kelly typically would never accept such gifts, but Chris insisted that they were for Nana, and thus she reluctantly accepted the gesture. Very well, I shall accept them, but I must admonish you, Chris. You need to be frugal with your expenses, or with your eating habits. I wonder how you plan to save up for a wife. Yes, I understand. I shall keep that in mind, Chris replied with a smile as he bid farewell to the kind-hearted girl. Finally pushing open his door and dragging his weary body back to his bedroom. It was a very modest chamber. Aside from a creaky little bed, there was only a wooden box at the foot of the bed for storing clothes. At this moment, Chris used the box as a makeshift dining table, sitting cross-legged on the bed as he expertly dismantled the roasted chicken into bite-sized pieces. Dividing it into 2 portions. He also sliced the smoked meat in half with a blade he had hidden beneath the bed. While the sausages required no cutting, he simply picked one up and began to gnaw on it, occasionally sipping from a jug of cool water he had prepared 2 days prior. After consuming the calorie-rich meat, Chris patted his belly contentedly, letting out a burp of satisfaction. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, although he understood that succumbing to sleep would mean confronting the monstrous entity in his nightmares. His eyelids felt as heavy as if weighed down by stones, refusing to open no matter how hard he tried. In a desolate wasteland, Chris wandered aimlessly, with no monsters in pursuit, surrounded by utter emptiness. Upon entering this bizarre dreamscape, he failed to notice the 3-headed beast that emerged from his reflection. Initially, he felt a sense of relief, but soon the arid and desolate terrain enveloped him in a profound loneliness that instilled a different kind of fear. No bird soared overhead, no beast roamed, not even a whisper of sound, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made him want to shout, yet he found his voice rendered mute, as if under a spell of silence. He had no idea how long he had lingered in this desolate land. Was it a year? Or perhaps 10,000? Time was indistinguishable here. His footsteps traversed silent volcanoes, crossed rivers that surged without a sound. And as despair gripped him, he finally collapsed onto the scorching earth, closing his eyes to endure this unending nightmare. Suddenly, a series of strange voices filled his ears, speaking in tones he could not comprehend. After enduring the silence, these sounds, reminiscent of the chirping of rabbits, were so melodious, more sonorous than church bells, more enchanting than the sighs of a beautiful woman. Chris opened his eyes to behold peculiar humanoid creatures, their stature only reaching his thighs. Their heads were disproportionately large, with elongated ears reminiscent of legendary elves, yet their frail, dark bodies resembled those of toddlers, creating a comical contrast. Better to be amusing than terrifying, he thought. Chris reached out a hand to pat one of the little creatures on the head, akin to teasing a mischievous boy on the street, but it nimbly dodged his touch. The unintended consequence of this casual gesture was immediate. The little beings began to disperse, forming a circle around him and brandishing short spears crafted from unknown beast bones, their sharpened tips clearly capable of piercing flesh with ease. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding, Chris attempted to explain, forgetting the language barrier that existed between them. He felt no fear of these small creatures. Even armed, he was confident he could knock them down with a few well-aimed punches. A momentary look of confusion crossed the little creatures' faces before they resumed their chirping conversation. Finally, one who seemed to be their leader produced a whistle-like object from beneath its animal skin skirt. Chris felt a surge of dread, but it was too late to intervene. The little creature blew the whistle loudly. The shrill sound echoed across the barren landscape. It was calling for reinforcements. Chris, realizing the urgency of the situation, turned to flee. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, he was dumbfounded. Suddenly, hundreds of identical little creatures appeared around him, forming rows like a well-trained legion. How had they appeared? Chris couldn't fathom it. But it was clear he had no chance of escape. He believed he could handle a few of these little creatures. But hundreds? That was a different story. He raised his hands, adopting the universal sign of surrender. The creature that had just blown the whistle seemed to understand Chris's gesture, beckoning a squadron from its legion to surround him from all sides, ushering him forward slowly, though he had no idea where they were taking him. Upon cresting a massive hill and gazing into a deep pit, Chris finally comprehended how they had appeared from all directions. They must have emerged from beneath the earth. Beneath this barren land lay a labyrinth of hidden passages. As he had anticipated, a dark and profound passage lay concealed within the pit. Though it was not sufficiently high, he had to crawl on the ground to progress. After approximately 10 minutes of arduous movement, Chris felt he had descended at least several hundred meters underground when his surroundings suddenly opened up, revealing a vast, spacious cavern below. The subterranean illumination emanated from a type of moss that emitted a faint glow, which also served as sustenance for the small creatures inhabiting this realm. During his escort, Chris observed several of these creatures plucking the moss along the way and stuffing it into their mouths. As he ventured further, the cavern began to reverberate with noise. An increasing number of small creatures, both male and female, congregated, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling human marketplace. Chris felt a premonition stirring within him, signaling that he was nearing the destination of his journey. Indeed, upon being led to the only place within the cavern that could be described as a dwelling, the creatures halted their advance. The leader of the group crawled respectfully into the structure, which appeared to be the residence of their chief. Before long, an elderly, wrinkled small creature emerged, followed closely by the still-crawling leader. The moment it appeared, all the small creatures in sight prostrated themselves on the ground, demonstrating their reverence for the chief. The leader approached Chris, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze, nodding in apparent satisfaction. Then, addressing the nearest small creature, it issued a command, prompting the creature to scurry away and shortly return with a plant adorned with clusters of purple berries. Consume it. Chris was startled to hear a language he could comprehend echoing in his mind, and he could not help but gaze at the creature's leader in utter astonishment. Consume it, the leader reiterated in an enigmatic manner, adopting a mindset of indifference, as if it were merely a dream. Chris accepted the plant and swallowed it whole, despite its unpleasant, astringent flavor. However, aside from the poor taste, he soon experienced a far more distressing sensation. A sudden, electrifying numbness coursed through his body, plunging him into a state of paralysis. Seeing that Chris had lost the ability to move, the creature leader joyfully directed the surrounding small beings to lift him and carry him deeper into the cavern, to a pitch-black area devoid of any luminescent moss. Green flames were ignited, and by their flickering light, Chris's gaze fell upon a massive three-tiered altar, strewn with an array of white bones, including the remains of colossal beasts and the corpses of winged monstrosities, all arranged in a prone position facing a stone effigy. Three-headed beast. A tumultuous wave of fear surged within Chris as he recognized that the vividly lifelike statue was none other than the monstrous entity that had tormented him in his previous dream. The statue was relatively small, standing only 4 or 5 meters tall, allowing Chris a full view of the three-headed beast's form. Overall, it resembled an oversized dog with 2 additional heads, yet its limbs were more robust, with sharp bony spikes protruding at the joints, and its entire body was cloaked in fur as thick as armor. 3 rows of barbs extended down its spine from each of the 3 heads to its tail. Perhaps due to the statue's smaller size, Chris found it less terrifying. The 3 menacing heads appeared only slightly more ferocious than an ordinary hunting dog, with marginally longer fangs. Nothing particularly remarkable. The small creatures, oblivious to Chris's thoughts, hoisted him onto the altar, then produced an enormous drum fashioned from a monstrous head, using bone sticks to strike a resonant rhythm. Boom, 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 following the thunderous beats. The creature leader, draped in a robe of beast hide dyed a vivid crimson, ascended the altar. Chris, realizing the grim nature of his situation, quickly understood that he had become a sacrificial offering for a ritual. What was the purpose of this dream? If the intention was merely to inflict pain upon him, would it not be simpler to crush him outright as before? Why complicate matters only to end in his demise? Confusion clouded Chris's mind. The creature leader commenced its devotions before the statue of the three-headed beast, performing 3 solemn bows before rising and humming a low chant. Below the altar, the small creatures prostrated themselves, joining in the eerie, dark hymn that echoed throughout the cavern. The chant repeated thrice before falling silent, and Chris understood that the moment of reckoning had arrived. Sure enough, the creature leader produced a dagger and approached him with deliberate steps. A dagger? Wait. Chris suddenly recognized the dagger, straining to focus on the ritualistic blade held by the creature leader. Its serpentine form and elongated hilt, adorned with a blood-red gem at the pommel, was unmistakably the very dagger that the female thief had used to stab him in the sewers. How unfortunate to be pierced by this cursed dagger once more, even in a dream. The creature leader, seemingly well practiced in the art of ritual, wielded the dagger with precision, effortlessly slicing a straight incision above Chris's heart without inflicting harm upon the organ itself. Not even a drop of blood spilled. Then, with its hand delving into Chris's chest cavity, its claws, sharp as blades, severed the vessels connected to his heart, and with utmost care, as if cradling the world's most precious treasure, it extracted Chris's still beating heart. The pain was excruciatingly profound, and beads of cold sweat trickled down Chris's forehead. Why had he not succumbed to death? Should he not have returned to the initial moment of entering the dream? Unscathed, the agony persisted, and upon discovering that he remained alive despite the absence of his heart, Chris realized he could still think. He watched as the ritualist carried his heart to the feet of the three-headed beast and, with the dagger, meticulously began to slice it into pieces, ultimately smearing the pulpy mass upon the statue. As a result, the statue began to tremble as if animated, emitting a satisfied growl until the blood-soaked remnants were entirely absorbed. The small creatures erupted in cheers, celebrating with exuberance, while Chris felt an overwhelming emptiness in his chest, a profound sense of loss that eclipsed even the physical pain he endured. However, the ceremony was not yet concluded. From beneath the now silent statue, a thick haze of gray began to rise. Upon witnessing this, the ritualist hurriedly gathered it up and, with even greater care, returned to Chris's side. In that instant, Chris comprehended. It sought to place this strange substance within his chest. Despite realizing the catastrophic consequences this could entail, Chris, still immobilized, could only watch helplessly as the eerie gray mist gradually merged with his chest cavity. Chapter 10, The Transformation, Part 1, The Paralysis. Unbeknownst to him, had lifted. Chris felt an intense itching sensation enveloping his entire body, prompting him to frantically scratch at every inch of himself. Before long, he was left bloodied and raw, with no remaining unscathed flesh. The small creatures had long since departed, leaving him alone to writhe upon the altar. At last, the blood had drained away, yet Chris remained alive, acutely aware of his surroundings, not through sight, for his dark brown eyes had been inadvertently blinded, but rather through an extraordinary sensitivity that allowed him to perceive every detail: the stark white bones upon the altar, the bloodied statue, and the small creatures climbing the cavern walls to harvest the luminous moss. Everything was clearer than if he had been using his eyes. At that moment, a mysterious force surged from his chest, radiating throughout his body, wherever this enigmatic energy flowed. Every cell within him awoke as if quenched by much-needed rain after a prolonged drought. Vitality flooding back into his form, skin began to regenerate, and his hollow eye sockets were refilled with eyes. But now there were additional features Chris had never possessed before: claws as sharp as daggers, hair as stiff as steel needles, and 2 swollen lumps on his shoulders, hinting at the birth of some monstrous aberration. Was he to become a three-headed beast? A wave of terror washed over Chris, and with a cry of alarm, his consciousness began to fade. Upon awakening from the dream, Chris's first instinct was to touch his shoulders to check for any swollen lumps. Thankfully, there was nothing amiss, save for a cold sweat. Everything seemed normal. He then unwrapped the bandages that Jess had applied, pressing his hand against his heart to feel its steady rhythm, and only then did he truly relax. Thank goodness. It was all just a dream. But wait, where were his wounds? To his astonishment, he discovered that the injuries he had sustained were completely healed, leaving no trace of scars. Chris knew Jess's healing skills well. Such miraculous recovery was beyond her capabilities. Clearly, there were elements within the dream that intersected with reality. Despite his reluctance to accept this truth, the evidence before him compelled belief. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the Nevia estate outside the city to seek answers from the mage. If he were to become a three-headed monstrosity, it would be better for him to perish rather than continue living. To live rationally. But if this nightmare persisted, would he be able to maintain his sanity? If he were to sprout 2 additional heads and become a creature reviled by all, what meaning would life hold? A bitter smile crept upon the lips of Chris, who, despite his usual optimism, now wore an expression of despondency. It appeared to be the second day, and the food resting on the trunk at the foot of his bed had begun to emit a faintly sour odor. Having gone a whole day and night without sustenance, Chris carelessly seized a roasted chicken leg and devoured it with great gusto. Once he had consumed all that remained, Chris leaped from his bed, discarded the bandage from his chest, and fetched a bucket of cold water from the yard to wash himself thoroughly, cleansing away the stench of sweat. After changing into fresh attire, he set out on his way. His destination was Jess's shop on Ham Street, where he intended to procure a vial of energy elixir. To navigate through the final day agreed upon with the mage, Chris devised a clever plan. As long as he remained awake, he would surely evade the peculiar dream. With the efficacy of the energy elixir at his disposal, he could easily stave off sleep throughout the night. Come dawn, as soon as the city gates swung open, he would hasten outside to seek out the esteemed mage, and all would be well. Given that he had succumbed to sleep after his meal the previous day, today he resolved to engage in something entertaining to keep his spirits high. The casino and tavern were undoubtedly the most appealing venues in his mind. However, having just eaten, the allure of the tavern paled in comparison to the former. Acting on impulse was Chris's guiding principle. Especially when it involved a place of such merriment, not even the presence of a towering orc could deter him. Oni City boasted numerous casinos, each catering to a specific clientele, and Chris, of course, gravitated towards the establishments designed for those of his humble means, the impoverished who possessed little wealth. Although the patrons were predominantly of lowly origin, such casinos thrived, as individuals like Chris shared a common affliction. Once they had a few coins to spare, their hands itched to try their luck, resulting in a bustling atmosphere rivaling that of taverns and brothels. I see that, Chris. Come in for a few rounds. I see your purse is quite plump today. Did you happen upon a windfall? The casino's doorman usually had an excellent memory. Nearly everyone who visited could be named, and for those he knew better, he could easily strike up a conversation based on their profession or preferences. Just a couple of copper coins, hardly a fortune for a country bumpkin like me. Wealth should be concealed, a principle Chris understood well, particularly in a place like the casino, where revealing one's riches could attract the attention of the lurking cheats. They would lay their traps, drawing you in like fish on a hook, and ultimately empty your purse. Better than us who are barely scraping by. Who would say such a thing? In Oni City, there are various trades, but I envy you the most, standing here so boldly. You're quite the charmer. I wish you great fortune today. Do go inside. The crowd awaits. Thank you for your kind words. I shall venture in and win some coin to treat you to a drink. After exchanging pleasantries, Chris ambled inside, his pouch now filled with copper and silver coins. As for the gold, aside from the 5 he had saved at home, the other 3 were snugly nestled in his pocket, for one must remain cautious in the casino. Having not visited for a few days, the casino was still abuzz with activity. Chris encountered a few acquaintances, but their glum expressions indicated they had lost money, so he refrained from engaging them. After mingling in the crowd for some time, he finally selected a spot at a dice table, which had only 2 empty seats left. Chris chose this table because a newcomer sat there, and his luck was undeniably favorable, having won 2 rounds in a row, accumulating quite a pile of coins, including some gold. Clearly a plump sheep ready for the shearing. Though he was unaware of who among the others would take the opportunity to feast upon this fortunate soul, he felt it was the right moment to join in. The dice games varied, but this establishment catered to the lower class, typically offering the simplest of games, betting on high or low, guessing the points. After all, the clientele comprised those at the bottom of Oni City's social ladder. While some were shrewd, many were rather straightforward, making high-low betting the most suitable choice for them. Please place your bets. The dealer, a burly adventurer with a scruffy beard, spoke in a deep, resonant voice that exuded a sense of earnestness. Chris pondered for a moment, then placed a silver coin on low, as the player he deemed the sheep had opted for high. To his surprise, the rest of the table unanimously chose low. It's high. I win. As the dice revealed a 6, the sheep won again, sweeping the bets towards himself, further enlarging his mountain of silver. Please place your bets. The second round commenced immediately. This time, Chris did not observe the sheep but instead focused intently on the sound of the dice rattling. Attempting to mentally trace their trajectory within the cup, when the dice finally settled, he wagered 2 silver coins and 20 copper coins on low, which was all the change he had left. Should he lose, He would have to dip into his precious gold. The sheep also chose low, while the rest varied in their selections. To his astonishment, Chris emerged victorious once more. Had the sheep not yet been fed, Chris did not attribute his winnings to his skill in judging the dice. As he had relied on this method before with little success, it was scarcely better than mere guesswork. The next round began, and Chris, sticking to his usual strategy, once again relied on sound to make his prediction. This time betting 2 silver coins on high. Contrary to the sheep's choice, the latter boldly placed a hefty stack of coins on low, resulting in yet another victory for Chris. This continued for 3 more rounds, during which Chris astonishingly did not falter once, causing the dealer's face to change color and even prompting the other players, including the sheep, to regard him with growing suspicion. Something felt amiss. He hadn't flaunted his wealth. So why were they treating him like a sheep to be sheared? Although Chris reveled in his winnings, unease crept into his heart, apprehensive that he might inadvertently step into a trap. One more round. Regardless of the outcome, I will withdraw. Chris surveyed his assets, now exceeding 20 silver coins, and steeled his resolve. This time, he wagered 10 silver coins. Adhering to his instincts, he reasoned that if he had unwittingly entered someone else's game, losing these 10 would suffice as a generous contribution. It wouldn't offend anyone too much if he won. Oh, Lady Motella, please allow me to be your devoted follower, as the dice revealed a 4. Chris triumphed yet again, prompting a collective gasp from the table as all eyes turned towards him. This unassuming youth, having only lost on his first roll, had now won 6 consecutive rounds. Fortunately, Chris had wagered modestly, so he did not attract attention from those eager for a spectacle. Thus, when he left the table, no disgruntled gamblers rose to block his path. Even those who had been playing alongside him exhaled in relief. Whether it was divine favor or dubious tactics at play, gambling with him was unlikely to be a pleasant experience. After meandering through the casino a bit more, observing others at play, Chris exited, his heart buoyed by the 30 or so silver coins he had won. At this moment, he began to realize the true reason behind his success. It was not because the players had mistaken him for a sheep to be fattened, but rather due to his uncanny ability to accurately simulate the trajectory of the dice through sound alone. When had he grown so skilled? Chris mused, for he had struggled to employ this method in the past, often yielding inaccurate predictions. Yet today, he felt no fatigue, and his guesses had been unfailingly precise. Could it truly be the blessing of Lady Motella? Chapter 10, The Anomaly, Part 2. Once more, Chris found himself at Jess's apothecary, having returned after a day's absence. However, the proprietor was not present, having stepped out to procure supplies. The herbs not native to the region must be sourced from merchants. Corinne was tending to the shop. As Chris entered, the charming young girl was standing on a wooden stool, arranging items on the shelves, completely unaware of his arrival. With a mischievous intent, Chris crouched low, using the clutter as cover, and stealthily approached the girl from behind, suddenly enveloping her in an embrace. The ensuing shriek resonated throughout the apothecary, loud enough to lift the roof off. Chris, you scoundrel, release me at once, or I shall have my father break your legs. Let go of me. Corinne, her cheeks flushed, struggled fiercely, hurling her words at him without restraint. Feeling that the commotion was becoming excessive, Chris judiciously released the girl, savoring the soft sensation of her body as he feigned disappointment. Corinne, does uncle just not allow you to eat meat? At your age, your figure is still so flat. This cannot continue. Otherwise, you'll struggle to find a man. Why not come live with me? My brother has recently come into some fortune and can ensure you grow plump and healthy. As he spoke, he brandished his coin pouch, tossing it in his hands to produce a low, enticing clink of coins. Bah, who cares for your measly coins? I wonder who you've stolen them from. Now tell me, what brings you here? You don't appear to be injured again. Father is a pharmacist, and Karen has been learning alongside him since childhood. At a glance, she could tell that Chris was in good condition. Although his complexion was still pale, he did not appear to be injured. Oh dear, Karen, what should I do if my heart is wounded? Stop being disgusting. If you have something to say, spit it out. If you want to buy poison, you must wait for my father. Poison? Am I someone who poisons others at random? I shall see you for defamation. Chris, incensed by the girl's words, felt aggrieved, though he might steal purses in the street. He was not a true thief who would poison weapons. This was an affront to his character and professional integrity. Not buying poison. Then what exactly do you wish to purchase? Speak up. Do not delay this young lady's work. Karen's expression was one of disdain. With a slap, Chris placed a gold coin on the counter of the apothecary, proudly declaring, 1 bottle of stamina potion. Keep the change. Karen weighed the gold coin in her hand. The obverse bore the emblem of Lady Woken's golden lion. while the reverse was inscribed with her famous adage, "Commerce creates miracles." Indeed, it was a universally accepted gold coin in the Kasashim continent. "Oh, I underestimated you. It seems you've truly struck it rich." Karen's disdain did not wane, and she cast a sidelong glance at him, extending her hand. "To purchase a stamina potion, you still need more. Those nobles drink this stuff, which costs 2 gold coins a bottle. Speaking of which, Chris, you ought to be careful. With your physique, if you find a prostitute for a night, you might spit blood the next day. I am quite capable in that regard, and I don't need a yellow-haired girl like you to worry about me. Here, it's just 2 gold coins. I can afford it." Chris held his head high and pulled out another gold coin. Karen examined the coin closely for authenticity, almost unable to believe her eyes as she looked at Chris. Could it be that he had truly made something of himself, just as her father had said? "Wait here. I'll fetch it from the backyard. Don't think about stealing anything while I'm gone. I know exactly how many Langan herbs I have, and if anything goes missing, you'll pay for it." Since it was an apothecary, and a customer had produced money, Karen, despite her disdain for Chris, hurried to the backyard to retrieve the potion. The stamina potion was quite precious and should not be mixed with the potions displayed on the shelves priced in coppers and silvers. Just kept them hidden in his bedroom in the backyard, locked in a sturdy wooden chest. Rest assured, when have I ever stolen anything from your shop, Chris, having temporarily risen to a modest fortune among the poor? Naturally looked down upon the jars and bottles in the shop, and besides, he could not discern the effects of these potions, making them useless to him. Karen was a swift worker, and within 2 or 3 minutes, she returned with the stamina potion for Chris. Money and goods were exchanged, and she dismissed him to go about his business, gazing at the exquisite potion in his hand, shimmering with a captivating violet hue. Chris felt a pang in his heart. 2 gold coins. His luck had been extraordinary today, winning just over 3 gold coins, while just a few days prior, he had risked his life to earn a bounty of 10 gold coins. However, he did not hesitate for long. After calming himself, he uncorked the bottle and drank it down in front of Karen, disregarding its value as long as it could save his life. Karen was baffled by Chris's actions. It was still daytime, and the streetwalkers had yet to emerge for work. What was he planning to do by drinking now? Could it be he intended to take advantage of her? Upon having this thought, she startled herself. With her father absent, if he truly meant to act upon it, instinctively, Karen drew a wooden stick hidden beneath the counter, typically used to chase away stray cats and dogs that wandered into the shop. "Hey, what are you doing drinking here? Hurry and leave, or I won't hold back." What was wrong with this girl today? Chris looked at Karen, bewildered by her stance with the stick, as if threatening to strike him. Was it really necessary to be so furious just for a hug? In the tavern, more mature and beautiful women would merely receive a few coppers for a little fondling. He had taken care of her family as substantial business. Yet she was ready to strike him. However, if he lingered, someone might witness the scene and misunderstand, especially if Uncle Jess returned. He would surely believe Chris was bullying his precious daughter and would not give him a chance to explain before taking matters into his own hands. Considering the pros and cons, Chris decided to heed the girl's warning and left. Bidding farewell to the emotionally unstable Karen, Chris lost his interest in wandering aimlessly and instead went to the tavern on Grandin Street to buy a meal, which he took home. By this time, the effects of the stamina potion were beginning to manifest. Chris could distinctly feel a warm energy surging from his stomach, coursing through his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting warmth and invigorating his spirit. He felt compelled to venture outside the city to slay a few foul goblins or dive into the sewers to engage in battle with a nest of vicious man-eating rats. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. He had never been a belligerent individual, and fighting was often a last resort, as being seen as an easy target would only invite more trouble. Roar! Ah! Awo! Chris erupted in joyful cries within his courtyard, bouncing around like a child, driven by an overwhelming desire to move and jump in his energized state. The stamina potion comes in 2 varieties. One invigorates the mind, allowing for prolonged thought, reading, and study, which mages often consume. The other heightens physical vitality temporarily, often used in intense battles or for carnal pleasures. Naturally, Chris needed the former, but he was unaware that stamina potions came in 2 forms. While Karen, due to her preconceived notions, believed Chris was seeking the latter for his escapades, and thus provided him with that variety. After bouncing around for a while, Chris felt an urge for more vigorous activity. A strange fire seemed to ignite within him, starting from his chest and radiating throughout his body, even affecting his mind, breeding desires for violence and destruction. This sensation was entirely different from the initial warmth brought on by the potion. It was even influencing his emotions. When had he become so irritable and combative? With his mind still clear, Chris quickly recognized the abnormality, His body was clearly not responding as it should. This was not the effect a stamina potion should have. Could it be? A troubling thought crept into his mind. Was that infernal energy that had infiltrated his body acting up again? What should he do? The more anxious he became, the more agitated he grew, even beginning to smash things in his home. First, he toppled the wooden basin and bucket in the yard, followed by the clothes-drying rack, all kicked over in his frenzy. It seemed that only in this way could he find some semblance of calm. Finally, while he still retained a sliver of rationality, Chris burst through the door and ran outside. He needed to get out of the city. He had to find that mage immediately. Only he could help him now. And he no longer cared about the agreed-upon time. Chapter 11. Between life and death, the afternoon in Oni City was tranquil. Even the most resilient laborers sought refuge in the shadows of walls from the scorching sun. Yet, the world is never devoid of those who defy convention. In the distance, a figure could be seen sprinting as if pursued by a debt collector, heading straight for the city gates. Was he truly a thief attempting to escape after being discovered? Many onlookers speculated thus. The one running frantically was none other than Chris, who had begun to lose control. His mental faculties remained intact, but he found it increasingly difficult to control his body. Were it not for the fervent desire to escape the city, he might have completely succumbed to chaos and ended up in the sewers. Maltera, please grant me safe passage to the Nevia Manor. I beg you, after this ordeal, I will truly devote myself to your service, becoming your most loyal follower. You must protect me. Beyond his desperate prayers, Chris felt utterly helpless. Would the Lady of Luck in the realm of the gods truly listen to the prayers of a mere casual believer? The answer was evident. Furthermore, even if she wished to bestow divine favor upon him, it would require a significant expenditure of her divine power, as she was not one of those overzealous followers of the sun god who had caused schisms within the church. She had to be judicious to maintain her existence. Chris's home was not far from the city gates. The impoverished often resided at the city's edge. At his current pace, he would reach the gates in just a few minutes, which filled him with joy. Once outside the city, it would take him merely 20 to 30 minutes to cover the 10-mile stretch. It was not a long distance. However, it was clear that the Lady of Luck was not watching over him. Suddenly, a carriage drawn by two purebred horses thundered in from outside the city, driven by a coachman who, confident that the streets were sparsely populated, showed no signs of slowing down as he barreled into the city, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Chris, spotting the dust cloud over 100 meters away, inwardly cursed. Not good. If one were to run straight ahead like this, a collision would be inevitable. The carriage, unmistakably a noble's, would not yield to his path. It was all over. He was truly facing death. Chris, filled with despair, found himself unable to control his legs, helplessly watching as the distance between himself and the approaching carriage diminished. Meanwhile, the coachman had also noticed the figure barreling towards him. He paid it no mind, reasoning that anyone with sense would easily evade given the wide road. Besides, the occupants of the carriage were none other than the esteemed Lord Count Honeyray, the master of this land. Who would dare obstruct his way? Had they a death wish? Yet, the coachman soon realized with astonishment that the individual showed no intention of dodging. Could it be that he was a fool? Otherwise, how could one explain such recklessness? Get out of the way, peasant, the coachman bellowed, whipping the reins mercilessly against the horse's flanks, maintaining speed without a hint of deceleration. I do wish to evade, Chris lamented inwardly. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, and those resting by the roadside witnessed a frail figure propelled backward, landing several meters away before coming to a halt after a series of rolls. The carriage, having struck him, continued its swift advance without a moment's pause. The owner of the carriage, upon hearing the commotion, merely pulled back the curtain to glance at the motionless form sprawled on the roadside, offering no further acknowledgement before drawing the curtain once more. Ah, what poor luck for that lad. To dare not avoid the Honeyray carriage was sheer folly. Indeed, he must have lost his mind, another remarked. The horses pulling the carriage were clearly exceptional war steeds from the north. Not even a fully armored shield bearer could withstand their force, let alone someone as frail as him. Isn't that Chris from Broken Neck Street? Someone exclaimed. I saw him at the casino this morning, and word has it he was on a winning streak. How fleeting fortune can be. It often leads one into calamity. As onlookers gathered, murmurs of sympathy arose, with some recognizing Chris and lamenting his misfortune. What, Chris? Please, step aside. I am his neighbor. Let me through. Thank you. A voice cried from the outskirts of the crowd, its owner straining to push through. It was none other than Kelly, the young woman who had assisted Chris just the day prior. Having just finished her work at a nearby tailor's shop, she was on her way home when she noticed the commotion and approached out of curiosity, only to discover Chris had been struck by the carriage. Once she managed to squeeze through, Kelly quickly checked for Chris's breath, Although she knew the likelihood of his survival was slim, having been struck by such a fast-moving carriage and thrown so far, she needed to confirm. Oh, thank heavens, he is still alive. There is still breath. Who can help me take him to the apothecary on Ham Street? I implore you, he is so young. Please assist him. Kelly, underestimating the indifference of the crowd, found her plea met with silence. As soon as they learned he was still alive, they dispersed, none willing to lend a hand. What to do? Tears streamed down Kelly's face in desperation. Were it a stranger? She could easily pretend not to see, but Chris had been her acquaintance since childhood. They were nearly like siblings. Even if their bond had grown faint over time, she could not bear to watch him perish alone. That's right. Chris must have some money. The thought struck her, and she quickly rummaged through his belongings, discovering a heavy pouch of coins nestled in his arms. She was not motivated by greed, but realized she could use the money to hire someone for assistance. This impoverished girl, accustomed to her circumstances, took a moment to comprehend that money could indeed solve her immediate dilemma. Chris, this is for your rescue, Kelly declared, producing a silver coin and raising her voice once more. Who will help me take him to Ham Street? I will pay 1 silver coin. A silver coin represented about half a day's wage for a laborer, making it a lucrative offer for merely transporting someone a short distance. Consequently, someone quickly stepped forward to accept the task. Thanks to the power of the coin, Chris was soon carried into Jace's apothecary. The seasoned apothecary had just returned from restocking his supplies when he spotted Chris being brought in. He rushed over to assess the situation, but his expression quickly darkened. He was struck by a carriage. Yes, near the city gate. Others say it was the Lord's carriage that hit him. Kelly responded hastily. Those damned nobles, they truly regard our lives as worthless. Jace exclaimed angrily. Chris's injuries were severe. Every rib in his chest was broken, and his internal organs had sustained grave damage, evidently the result of a violent collision with the frenzied horses. Is there any hope for him, Uncle Jace? Kelly asked, her face a mask of worry. I fear there is little I can do. His injuries are too grave. The fact that he hasn't succumbed yet is a miracle. Unless we can find a high-ranking priest to perform a healing spell. Otherwise, Jace patted Kelly's shoulder gently. You have done well. Kelly did its best to take him home. I believe everyone wishes to spend their final moments in their own abode. When Chris was finally returned home, it was already dusk. Kelly had summoned a few elderly neighbors to help carry him back, and under their watchful eyes, she began to tally Chris's meager savings, a single gold coin remaining in his pouch. Over 30 silver coins, and a handful of coppers, along with a silver coin and a pile of coppers stored in a wooden box at the foot of the bed, totaling fewer than 30 gold coins if no other hidden stash existed. Since Chris had no immediate family, the closest blood relations being generations removed, the neighbors agreed to allocate part of the funds, approximately 10 coins, for his funeral, with the remainder to be evenly distributed among the nearby residents. This practice of distribution had been entrenched among the impoverished of Oni City for over a century. Each year, several individuals without kin would pass, and friends and neighbors would organize funerals and final rites. Given that Chris was still clinging to life, Kelly would temporarily safeguard the funds. Her integrity was well regarded among the neighbors, and her oath in the name of her deity, the sun god Peleer, further reassured them. Once arrangements were concluded, the neighbors departed, promising to return the next day to check on Chris. They anticipated that given his condition, he would likely pass that night. However, Kelly insisted on staying. Unwilling to leave Chris to face death alone on his bed, the priests of Peleo had taught that the dying required the presence of others to offer prayers, guiding them towards the divine. Her younger sister, Nana, also remained. Though the 10-year-old girl feared witnessing Chris's demise, she was even less inclined to leave her sister alone in vigil, particularly since their home was devoid of other family. Their father had passed away, and their mother had also departed the previous year. Alone, she too would feel afraid. Thus, the sisters huddled together, quietly keeping watch over Chris, their hands clasped in silent prayer. Where is this place? Have I died? Chris wondered as he surveyed the surrounding void, which bore no resemblance to his imaginings of either hell or heaven, no fearsome demons, nor benevolent divine messengers. Naturally, as a mere layman, no deity would wish to claim him. He was not particularly sinful, and hell would likely not welcome him either. Could this be, as the legends say, the wall of the faithless? Chris murmured to himself, his limited understanding allowing him to draw only from the scant knowledge in his mind. This was certainly not the wall of the faithless. Souls without divine guidance and devoid of contracts with demons would first endure judgment from the Grim Reaper, Clanver, before being cast into the wall, where they would gradually dissolve and be absorbed, causing immense suffering to their spirits. Chris felt no such anguish. indicating that he had not been sealed away within the wall of the faithless. His current state was peculiar. Having been struck near death, his soul instinctively fell into a self-protective slumber, yet the hellish essence within him sought to awaken him, dragging him into a nightmare, creating the curious condition in which his consciousness was alert yet sealed deep within his mind. What he perceived as emptiness was, in fact, his sea of mental energy, the realm where mages construct their spell models during incantation. However, as he was not a mage, having no knowledge of spells, and unable to connect to the magical net, his mental sea was devoid of substance, resembling the primordial void of the universe. How dull. Am I to remain here for eternity? No wonder people speak of the wall of the faithless with such dread. No wonder the priests constantly reference it. This endless monotony is truly torturous. Chris lamented against the void of his mental sea. Little did he realize, he had stumbled upon great fortune. A gifted apprentice mage would typically require around 3 months of persistent meditation to unlock access to their mental energy sea. Embarking on the path to becoming a spellcaster, by sheer accident, he had entered this realm. Moreover, the sea of mental power is the most extraordinary realm within the human body. It serves as a conduit to the omnipresent magical web that permeates the vast cosmos. This realm is the sanctuary of the human soul, and once one ventures within, remarkable transformations are destined to unfold. What Chris remains blissfully unaware of is that by entering this domain, the rampant aura of hell cannot ensnare him into a nightmarish existence. The gradual process that aimed to reshape him into a creature of the abyss has been thwarted. The malevolent force, unable to continue its intended alteration of his being, can only flit about within him, simultaneously mending Chris's grievously wounded body. Unwittingly, the dilemma that necessitated seeking the aid of the sorcerer beyond the city has been resolved by Chris himself. The dark energy will be gradually depleted during the process of his bodily restoration, ultimately dissipating, freeing him from the torment of nightmares, and sparing him from the fate of becoming a monster. At the crossroads of life and death, of fortune and misfortune, the needle of destiny spins once more, leaving one to ponder where it shall finally rest. Chapter 12. The appointment. When Chris's consciousness departed from his sea of mental power and he awakened, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Kelly, who had fallen asleep at the bedside from fatigue. Without needing to think, he understood that this kind-hearted girl had once again come to his aid. As he gazed upon her unadorned visage, tranquility radiated from her, and though she was not conventionally beautiful, an inexplicable sensation welled up within Chris, a stirring that was difficult to articulate. Is it gratitude? He pondered. As his hand brushed against her long, flowing hair, the feeling intensified. He realized that he had developed a yearning for this benevolent girl, whom he had known since childhood. A yearning born not of her appearance or the kindness she had shown him, but from the beauty of her spirit and her innocence that captivated him profoundly. His reverie was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside the door. Hastily retracting his hand, he noticed Kelly's sister, Nana, entering with a basin of water. Chris recognized this little girl, whose nickname was Nana and formal name was Irina. Unlike her sister Kelly, Nana was exceptionally striking, possessing finely featured countenance akin to that of a noble maiden. With enviable, unblemished golden curls, and at just 10 years of age, she had already developed in a manner that would make her sister feel a touch insecure. "Hello, Nana," Chris greeted the newly arrived girl with a smile. However, Nana had evidently not anticipated that Chris, who lay on the bed like a lifeless figure, would awaken. Startled by his voice, she dropped the basin onto the floor. "Huh? You? Chris, brother, you're awake," Nana exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at him with her delicate little hand. Disbelief etched across her face. The sound of the basin clattering jolted Kelly awake. She first glanced towards the door and then, seeing her sister pointing in astonishment at the bed, turned to meet Chris's gentle gaze. "Good day, Lady Kelly. It appears I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Please forgive my inability to rise. Otherwise, I would certainly offer you the most sincere embrace." Chris endeavored to mimic the tone of nobility, but ended up laughing awkwardly at himself. "By the grace of Peleair, this is splendid news. Chris, you have truly returned to us. I knew it. How could you possibly succumb so easily?" Kelly exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. "Ha. It must be that the Grim Reaper feels I owe you too many favors and has sent me back to repay them." Chris retorted playfully. "Cut it out. How does your injury feel?" Kelly inquired with concern. The world is never short of miraculous occurrences, and Chris's revival from the brink of death was but one of countless examples spoken of by priests, leading her to quickly accept his remarkable recovery. Prompted by her question, Chris turned his attention to his physical condition. He had felt discomfort throughout his body upon awakening, yet had not examined himself thoroughly. Lying in bed, he first touched his bruised chest. Although it was still mottled with large contusions, he could sense that the bones had already healed beneath. Testing his legs, he found that while painful, they were still functional. Finally, with effort, he pushed himself up to a sitting position and succeeded. This was undoubtedly due to the influence of the malevolent force, which, having been thoroughly drained by his severe injuries, had left him with an unexpected advantage, effectively eliminating any lingering threats. Yet, even with a 6th-tier restoration spell, it was impossible for a nearly lifeless individual to spring back to vitality instantaneously. The residual weakness remained. It seems I have spared my life, but I am still in considerable pain and lacking in strength, Chris answered resignedly, realizing he would have to trouble Kelly further. By the way, how long has it been since I was struck? He suddenly recalled the significant matter of his appointment with the sorcerer, oblivious to the fact that the danger lurking within him had been eradicated, thus negating the need for further assistance from the mage. Only a day has passed, Chris brother, Nana replied in her still youthful and soft voice, acting as Kelly's spokesperson. Only a day, so today marks the very day of my appointment with the sorcerer. Chris exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth as he realized he had endured 3 days of torment, maintained his sanity, and had not transformed into a monster. He had succeeded. Sister, Nana whispered, tugging at Kelly's sleeve. Do you think Chris brother's mind is somewhat unwell? Didn't people say he was running through the streets in a daze yesterday, and only got struck because he didn't T-dodge? Kelly, my dear Kelly, could you do me one more favor? Chris, lost in his joy, failed to notice the peculiar glances exchanged between the two sisters as they regarded him. Though, what is it? Kelly inquired, suppressing Nana's curiosity about Chris. Could you assist me in hiring a carriage to take me to the Nevia Manor? Located 10 miles south of the city, the esteemed master of that estate, a sorcerer of great repute, arranged for me to visit today, 3 days prior, Chris requested. After a moment of scrutinizing Chris multiple times, Kelly concluded that he was not jesting and nodded in agreement. Very well. Wait here, and I shall seek a carriage and inform everyone of your miraculous return. Once she departed, Nana leaned in with curiosity. A sorcerer? When did you become acquainted with such an important figure? Well, how shall I put it? The memories from that dreadful sewer are not ones I relish, Chris stammered, deciding to feign mystery for her sake. I have made an agreement with that sorcerer and cannot disclose what transpired. You know how such distinguished individuals cherish their reputations. In short, he owes me a personal favor, and I am to collect my reward today. A sorcerer owes you a favor. Will he give you a great deal of money? Nana tilted her head in thought, quickly envisioning a plethora of golden coins. Indeed, a vast amount, enough to build a grand house. You and your sister shall move in with me. One you. Chris exaggeratedly spread his arms, as if already in possession of a beautiful new residence. Yes, I want my own bedroom, and I need curtains. Pink ones, Nana squealed in delight, jumping up and down, her youthful innocence unaware of the deeper implications hidden within Chris's words. Just as Chris was amusing himself with Nana, Kelly returned. Having secured an old carriage for 4 silver coins, a reasonable fare for a journey out of the city, the driver assisted Chris onto the carriage with care. All right, Nana, you and your sister shall await my good news. Do not forget our promise. Chris waved goodbye, winking at Nana. Yes, return swiftly, the sisters chorused. Nevia Manor is a renowned establishment on the outskirts of Oni City. Nobility are aware of it due to the powerful sorcerer who resides there, while the common folk recognize it from the large signpost directing travelers to the manor along the main road. The carriage driver was considerate, having noted Chris's injuries, and deliberately slowed the pace, making the journey much smoother. He engaged Chris in conversation about various happenings in Oni City and the quality of milk produced by neighboring estates, making the not-so-long journey feel quite pleasant. Before long, they arrived at Nevia Manor, the wooden signpost guiding the carriage onto a privately constructed tree-lined path that led directly to the grand entrance of the estate. I believe this will suffice. You may leave me here, Chris said as he descended the carriage with the driver's assistance. Will you not require my help to enter? Your condition appears rather precarious. The driver kindly suggested. Chris declined the driver's generous offer, as he was uncertain whether bringing an unrelated person into the manor would offend the esteemed sorcerer. After all, he had come seeking assistance and could not afford the slightest misstep. Steeling himself against the discomfort of his body, he approached the wrought iron gate of the manor and called out with all his might. I have arrived as per our agreement. I humbly request an audience with the esteemed sorcerer. After waiting for approximately 2 minutes, a beautiful girl dressed as a maid emerged from the manor, She first cast a curious glance at Chris standing outside the door, then tilted her head in contemplation for a brief moment before asking, "Are you the resilient young man whom the master encountered in the sewer?" "I believe that is how it was put. Yes, that would be me, my lady. Does the master wish to see me?" Chris replied. The term resilient young man resonated with Chris, evoking memories of his recent experiences. The maid answered promptly, "Indeed. However, you must wait a moment. The master is currently meeting with another guest. He instructed me to escort you to the parlor to await his arrival." That sounds splendid. Upon hearing that the master would indeed honor their appointment, Chris felt a tremendous weight lift off his shoulders. "Please, come in." The maid retrieved a key from her apron pocket, unlocked the door, and ushered him inside, leading the way while cautioning, once inside, refrain from wandering and do not touch anything within the manor. If you inadvertently trigger a magical trap, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. "I shall remember that," Chris replied, nodding earnestly. Chapter 13. Enlightenment. The main structure of the Navia Manor was a splendid 3-story white villa, centrally located within the estate, embodying the style favored by southern aristocrats. Its façade was adorned with a meticulously manicured garden, and the pathway was paved with pure-colored cobblestones. The parlor was situated on the second floor of the villa, adjacent to the master's study. Once the maid led Chris to this location, she departed, leaving him to wait alone. As he admired the opulence that radiated from every corner of the parlor, the grand crystal chandelier overhead, the exquisite leather sofas, the intricately crafted silver tea set, and various unidentifiable trinkets, Chris felt overwhelmed, as if he had stepped into a dream. He recalled the maid's warning, "Do not wander, do not touch." Thus, he refrained from disturbing these evidently valuable and fragile items, not due to any fear of magical traps, but because he could not afford to replace them if damaged. Given the state of his own attire, which was far from pristine, he did not even dare to exercise the right to sit, fearing he might soil the elegant sofa. However, he did not simply stand idly. A particular oil painting in the center of the parlor captivated his attention. It depicted a couple. The man was the master he had encountered, portrayed as quite youthful and not clad in a robe. The woman, presumably his wife, was a beauty of indescribable charm, holding Chris's gaze captive. The lady in the painting possessed a voluptuous figure, dressed in a perfectly tailored sea blue low-cut gown that accentuated her ripe physique. Yet it was her eyes, those seemingly speaking orbs, the crescent-shaped arch of her eyebrows, and the gentle, flowing warmth of her gaze that ensnared Chris's heart. In his memories, his mother, a woman not conventionally beautiful, seemed to share a similar pair of eyes that would curve into crescents when she smiled. Her gaze filled with warmth as she watched him eat, play, and drift into slumber. Eventually, the sound of the door opening jolted Chris from his reverie. He quickly turned to see the nameless master, accompanied by an elderly nobleman with graying hair, impeccably dressed. The vast chasm of their social standing compelled Chris to avert his gaze, bowing deeply in respect. "My lord, it appears I have another guest, so I shall refrain from seeing you off. I will consider the matter you mentioned," the master stated, his demeanor neither obsequious nor haughty, maintaining the pride characteristic of a spellcaster despite the nobleman's status as the lord of Oni City. The earl, having been declined once, bore no anger, merely nodding politely as he replied, "There is no need for farewells, Master Zephyr. I have troubled you too much lately. Once matters settle, I shall visit again." After exchanging pleasantries, both men fell silent. The earl, leaning on his diamond-studded cane, strolled leisurely away, oblivious to the young man standing in the parlor, bowing in greeting, none other than the unfortunate soul he had knocked over the previous day. Yet, Chris, attentive, could not help but feel a tightening in his chest upon realizing that Master Zephyr's guest was the Earl of Oni City. He discreetly noted the nobleman's retreating figure. "Well then, resilient young man, we meet again," the master said, a hint of warmth in his voice. "Please, take a seat, and do not feel overly constrained." Master Zephyr showed no airs of superiority, settling onto the sofa as he gestured for Chris to do likewise. "Your Grace, I am honored," Chris replied, adopting an attitude of utmost humility, recognizing the gravity of the situation, elevating the master to a divine pedestal in his mind. Master Zephyr smiled, scrutinizing Chris from head to toe before suddenly exclaiming, "Ah!" He stood in surprise, swiftly approaching Chris and placing his right index finger against his forehead, commanding, "Do not move or speak. I must assess your condition." Immediately, Chris felt a gentle coolness at his brow, soothing like a damp cloth on a sweltering summer's day. "Strange, truly strange. Young man, what is your name? Pray, tell me about your past 3 days," the master inquired, a blend of urgency and excitement in his tone. As Chris's peculiar circumstances piqued the innate curiosity and thirst for knowledge inherent in a mage, my name is Chris. My lord, I shall begin from the day I left the sewer. Though Chris was not particularly eloquent. Recounting a tale posed no challenge, especially one drawn from his own experiences. He spoke in detail, even revealing some of his internal thoughts. Master Zephyr listened intently, occasionally providing straightforward explanations for some of Chris's experiences. Once your body is tainted by the essence of the underworld, your constitution will gradually align with that of infernal beings, rendering divine healing ineffective. It is fortunate that it has not adversely affected you. He continued. The nightmares are manifestations of that infernal essence encroaching upon your soul. Should you become utterly lost within them, your soul would become a mere plaything for demons, and your body, a soulless husk at their whim. You mentioned dreaming of being sacrificed by monsters. That is a portent, foretelling that your soul is destined to be devoured by Cerberus, the hellish three-headed hound. Experiencing heat and restlessness after consuming an energy potion? Ah, young man, your intentions were commendable, but you have imbibed the wrong elixir. That particular concoction is more suitable for the bedroom, as it would only amplify the activity of that infernal essence. You ran out and were struck by the Earl's carriage, no less. I am uncertain whether to deem you unfortunate or remarkably fortunate. Yet, when the master learned that Chris had lapsed into unconsciousness and was not ensnared by nightmares, but instead found himself in a void, he was taken aback. Please, repeat that. What was that place like? It was empty, an expanse of nothingness, devoid of light and darkness. Yet I could feel my soul. Chris dutifully reiterated, by the gods of knowledge. This is truly astonishing. You inadvertently entered your own sea of mental energy. Master Zephyr's excitement was palpable, his gaze towards Chris ablaze with fervor. Continue. What was your state upon awakening? Everywhere ached, yet upon examination, the internal injuries from the carriage collision had largely healed. Only my skin bore the marks of various bruises. Chris gradually began to comprehend that something momentous had transpired within him. Though he did not grasp the meaning of sea of mental energy, the master's demeanor suggested that it was a positive development, which made him feel a swell of pride. Remarkable, Chris, is it? You survived such reckless behavior and inadvertently exhausted the power carried by the infernal essence invading your body. Truly, you are resilient. I find my previous assessment of you to be incredibly accurate. Could it be that my prophetic spells are on the verge of a breakthrough? The composed mage, Master Zephyr, was now in a state bordering on frenzy. However, as a diviner, he would not suppress his emotions in pursuit of glimpsing the threat of fate. Only in their most natural state, experiencing joy when joyful and sorrow when sorrowful, could they yield more precise prophecies. Chris patiently awaited the mage's return to calmness, then mustered his courage to ask. Master, may I pose a few questions? Speak your mind. Master Zephyr inclined his head, still favorably disposed towards Chris. What precisely is this infernal essence you keep mentioning? How is it related to the dagger that stabbed me? This query had long troubled Chris, and now he finally had the opportunity to discover the answer. Surely you have heard of the Nine Hells. The Lord of the Nine Hells, Asmodeus, has a servant whose true form is a three-headed hound of the underworld, named Cerberus. This Cerberus has been quite active on the Felaman continent in recent centuries, not only expanding its following but also forging a series of ceremonial daggers known as the Cerberus Blades. Intended to collect souls, this dagger possesses three remarkable effects. Firstly, it harvests the souls of those who meet their demise by its blade. Secondly, it serves as a sacrificial vessel to communicate with Cerberus, allowing one to barter through the offering of sacrifices. Thirdly, it creates denizens of hell, akin to the predicament you previously faced. The so-called denizens of hell are but a horde of monsters whose very souls have been thoroughly eroded. They boast a physicality comparable to that of infernal beings, yet they lack any cognitive faculties, driven solely by the instinct to slaughter, thereby sowing chaos and fear within this world. However, not everyone is suited to become a denizen of hell. The blade of Cerberus injects the essence of the underworld into every body it pierces. If the individual possesses a frail vitality, their lifeblood will be swiftly drained by this infernal essence, leading to their demise. Only those endowed with robust vitality may temporarily stave off death after sustaining injury, rendering them worthy of further transformation. Typically, only professionals possess the requisite vitality to endure. Among ordinary folk, only a select few with astonishing strength can achieve this. At this juncture, Zephyr regarded Chris with profound significance. Moreover, there exists another scenario. If a person is inherently capable of adapting to the forces of hell, Such power shall not immediately claim their life, but will instead enact a gradual and profound transformation upon them. Look at yourself. Your thighs are not even as thick as those warriors' arms, and you are not a professional. Do you comprehend your nature? Master, you previously mentioned the sea of mental power. What is it? Upon hearing this, Chris's heart began to race with an inexplicable urgency, sensing that his fate would be irrevocably altered by this very concept. The sea of mental power, Zephyr contemplated, is the crux of whether one can become a mage. Only those who can unlock their own sea of mental power are eligible to further attempt to connect with the magical web. This means Chris stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Zephyr, the mage, answered on his behalf. You already possess the potential to become a mage, and after my assessment, your mental prowess has grown significantly after enduring the trials of nightmares. Surpassing that of the average individual, this aspect also meets the criteria for magehood. However, a sudden twist in the narrative ensued. You are not suited to tread the path of a mage. Chapter 14. Hope unsuitability does not equate to impossibility. Chris. Young people must not lightly abandon their aspirations. Observing Chris's dejected countenance, as though he had plummeted from heaven to hell due to his words, Zephyr felt a pang of compassion and resolved to elucidate further. The power of a mage stems from knowledge. I perceive you do not hail from a prosperous background, and it is likely that you have not received much education, have you? Indeed. Chris numbly nodded, aware that the privilege of acquiring knowledge rested in the hands of the nobility. The wealthy and the clergy, individuals of his humble origins, had little chance to access education. You have already reached an age where starting anew is not impossible, but having surpassed the prime age for learning language and literacy at 10, your studies will be significantly more arduous than for younger children. Furthermore, a competent mage apprentice must at least master the common tongue, the ancient language of Semis, and later, delve into the languages of dragons, elves, demons, runes, and other advanced tongues. Additionally, accumulating knowledge of related spell principles generally requires 3 to 5 years, varying with individual comprehension. Young man, do you possess the resolve to endure 10 years as an apprentice without even casting a simple spell? Zephyr's demeanor grew serious and solemn, his gaze fixed upon Chris as he employed subtle techniques to discern the young man's inner resolve to become a mage. 10 years. Chris's mind wavered. He could sense Zephyr's intention to nurture him, yet he was accustomed to restlessness. Could he endure the monotony of daily immersion in books? But soon, he banished his hesitation. Who was he? A lowly ruffian from the depths of Oni City. A person whose fate could lead to imprisonment or untimely demise in some forsaken corner at any moment. Now, a path to potentially becoming a noble spellcaster lay before him. Perhaps the hope was slim, yet it existed nonetheless. I have it, esteemed master. Please believe me. I possess that conviction. At this moment, Chris's gaze radiated unwavering determination. He was willing to do anything for a chance to soar to greatness. Commendable ambition, Zephyr remarked, sensing the resolve behind Chris's words. Do you know why I agreed to let you seek me out? Why? Chris had indeed pondered this question, yet he could not fathom an answer, believing himself too insignificant for a noble mage to find anything of merit. Thus, he shook his head and replied, I beseech you, Master, enlighten me. In accordance with my initial expectations, after enduring 3 days of nightmarish trials, if you had not devolved into a mindless creature driven solely by slaughter, your physical condition would closely resemble that of a half-infernal being. At that point, you would come to me, and I would cast remove curse to eradicate the lingering essence of the underworld within your body, liberating you from the torment and influence of nightmares, halting your transformation into a fully fledged infernal being. Having conveyed so much, Zephyr felt a thirst arise. He snapped his fingers, and soon a maid appeared with a silver tea tray, first serving her master a fragrant cup of red tea before placing another before Chris. After quenching his throat, the mage continued, half-infernal beings possess attributes akin to those of demons from the underworld, granting them immunity to lower-tier energy damage, such as flames, acid, and corrosion, along with vastly superior recovery and resilience compared to ordinary warriors. If fortune favors them, they may even awaken various spell-like abilities, diversifying their combat methods. My original plan was to cultivate you into such an infernal warrior, a steadfast shield upon which I could rely. However, your current condition, apart from your formidable mental power, renders you physically inadequate. The very power that ought to have transformed your body has been diverted to save your life and mend your wounds. Thus, the mage concluded with a simple summary. So, I lack the innate talent to become an infernal warrior, and if I were to pursue the path of a mage, it would also be a faint hope. Correct. Chris was not incensed by Zephyr's premature determination of his future. Rather, he lamented the loss of his qualification to be the mage's follower. To become a mage's apprentice was infinitely more desirable than merely becoming a servant to Ryder in the future. Indeed, that is the case. However, I have just contemplated another path that may prove more suited to your current situation. Would you care to hear about it? Zephyr smiled enigmatically. I am eager to learn. Spellcasters are divided into two major branches. One is the mage, while the other is the warlock. Warlocks possess innate spellcasting abilities without the need for study. Their use of spells is as natural as breathing. Their power derives from the strange elements intertwined within their bloodlines, perhaps from dragons, perhaps from elves, or perhaps even from a deity who once walked among mortals. In essence, they are born with the capacity to wield magic. Zephyr, relishing the suspense, continued only after witnessing Chris's rapt expression. However, unlike mages, whose advancement hinges on mental power and accumulated knowledge, the growth of warlocks is entirely dependent on the purity of their bloodline and constrained by the stature of their ancestors. This means that certain warlocks with diluted bloodlines may only ever cast a simple magic missile throughout their lives, while others with less powerful ancestry may never ascend to higher ranks. I share this with you because I suspect that a trace of the already exceedingly thin infernal bloodline flows within you, which explains why your body can endure the erosion of the essence of hell. However, this holds little practical significance, as given your age, having yet to awaken as a warlock, it is evident how tenuous it is. Yet, you are fortunate. The power emanating from the three-headed hound Cerberus will not only mend your body, but will also purify your bloodline. Do not underestimate Cerberus, for though it is but a dog beneath the dominion of the Lord of the Ninth Circle of Hell, its strength, derived from Asmodeus, can genuinely be regarded as the purest essence of infernal power. The quality of your bloodline will undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. However, the precise nature of this quality and the potential it holds for the future will necessitate my extraction of a sample of your blood for analysis. Zephyr concluded casually, resuming his tea drinking, while Chris clearly required time to digest this wealth of information. After a considerable interval, Chris finally managed to sort through Zephyr's numerous revelations in his mind, realizing that he had gained an entirely new path named Warlock, regardless of the circumstances. The prospect of becoming a professional and shedding the identity of a lowly person was more than enough to elate him. Then how might I become a warlock? I humbly seek your guidance. Master, how does one become a sorcerer? Most sorcerers awaken their powers naturally. Perhaps if you were to return home and take a night's rest, you might awaken the next day as one. Of course. It is also possible that one may never awaken to become a sorcerer throughout their lifetime. The second avenue involves ancestral intervention, if your forebears still exist. You may offer sacrifices and conduct special ritualistic spells to enlist their aid in unlocking the power of your bloodline. However, this method is typically reserved for long-established families of sorcerers, and the intricacies of such rituals are often kept within their ranks. The third option entails studying the bloodline awakening techniques passed down from the era of the Chinese Empire, which delineate methods for stimulating the awakening of various bloodlines among sorcerer descendants. Fortunately, I possess a backup of such documents. Would you be interested? Absolutely, Chris exclaimed impulsively, but he quickly recognized that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And knowledge is often regarded as priceless. What right did he have to obtain such invaluable ancient research from a mage when he had nothing to offer in return? Master, what must I do in exchange? Upon hearing this, Mage Shishir finally smiled, a look that suggested he found Chris amusingly naive. Considering the value of the documents, acquiring them in the market would typically cost around 1,000 gold coins. And I am well aware that you lack funds. I have devised a strategy for you. With that, he brushed his left hand across a gray, dusty ring, producing a glass vial capable of holding 100 milliliters of liquid. He handed the vial to Chris and said, "You shall provide me with a vial of your blood each week. After 20 offerings, I shall absolve you of your debt regarding the study of the bloodline awakening techniques. Should you be willing to offer 30 vials, I will arrange for my maid, Lillian, who just entered to serve tea, to teach you literacy for a year. During this period, you shall also gain free access to the small library on the first floor." The mage's terms were not harsh. 20 vials of blood, equivalent to 2 liters, could offset the price of 1,000 gold coins, a sum comparable to that of the blood from rare high-grade magical beasts. For a young man, losing 100 milliliters of blood weekly would have little adverse effect on his health, as he would soon recover. The latter option was even more advantageous for Chris. Not only would he gain a means to acquire knowledge, But he would also have the fortune of studying under a mage of considerable caliber and access to a library. Jashir found Chris likable and saw potential in him, hence the generous offer. Chris was no fool. He promptly chose the latter option. After all, what was a little blood? He often emerged from fights bloodied and wounded. Simultaneously, he was astonished at the value of his own blood. One small vial could be exchanged for 50 gold coins. 50. That was enough to purchase 2 cows. I trust you lack the audacity to default on this agreement. So we shall forego signing a contract. That will save us a piece of parchment. Go to the kitchen shortly and borrow a knife from Lillian. Fill this vial, and I shall test the quality of your bloodline. The results should be available by tonight. You may stay in the estate until tomorrow. And Lillian will prepare your meals and accommodations. After issuing these instructions, Jashir displayed signs of fatigue and rose to leave the sitting room. Chapter 15. Bloodline Assessment. The kitchen was not difficult to locate. Guided by his keen sense of smell, Chris swiftly found Lillian, who was busy preparing dinner in a large kitchen on the west side of the first floor. At that moment, the lovely young woman had changed out of her maid's attire and donned a pristine white chef's outfit. Her hair neatly pinned into a high, barrel-shaped hat to prevent it from absorbing the sense of cooking. She appeared to have received instructions from the mage, as she did not seem surprised by Chris's arrival. Setting down the onion she was slicing, she wiped her hands and retrieved a gleaming kitchen knife from a lower cabinet, then handed it to Chris. Use this. It's quite sharp. Do not worry about the wound being too large. I will employ a healing spell to mend it. Lillian's tone was cool, for the new responsibilities assigned to her by the mage would consume much of her time, impeding her own studies in magic. She was not merely Jashir Navia's maid. She was also his magical apprentice. Finding time to train while attending to Jashir was already a challenge, and now she had been tasked with instructing a man who could barely read. Chris did not dwell on her demeanor. He took the knife and deftly made a small incision on his wrist. The pain was trivial to him, and he quickly positioned the glass vial beneath the wound, filling it completely before applying pressure to stem the bleeding. Could you please use your healing spell on me? He requested of Lillian. Healing was a second-level spell that could activate the recipient's cellular vitality, accelerating the healing process. This was an entirely different system from divine healing spells and would prove effective regardless of one's physical constitution. In fact, due to the inherent resilience of infernal beings, it would yield even greater results. Lillian, clearly a woman of action, had already begun preparing her healing spell while Chris was drawing blood. As soon as the vial was filled, the magical radiance enveloped her right hand. She placed her hand on Chris's wrist, and a gentle green light shimmered at the point of contact. Before long, she retracted her hand and coldly stated, "All done. You may leave now, but if there is nothing else, you can wait in the library on the first floor. I will come to fetch you for dinner, after which you will meet the master in his study." With that implicit dismissal, Chris left the kitchen. Somewhat disheartened, he sensed Lillian's aloofness, but he dismissed it. After all, they had no bond, and as a penniless vagabond, what chance did he have of earning the favor of a beautiful woman? After circling the rooms on the first floor, Chris finally discovered a room marked with a sign indicating it was a library. There was also a line of text he could not decipher, but he assumed it was correct. The library door was unlocked. Upon opening it, Chris was greeted by a small round table woven from floral vines, atop which lay an open book and a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. He later learned that this was where Lillian often read. Beyond that, he beheld row upon row of bookshelves, each spaced closely together. When it came to books, Chris had likely seen the most copies of the holy texts carried by priests throughout his life. But since he had not sincerely worshipped any deity and had attended sermons sparingly, his encounters with sacred texts had been limited. Now, he could confidently assert that the sheer number of books on a single shelf eclipsed all he had seen combined in his previous years. And here, there were over a dozen shelves. Good heavens, how many books could there possibly be? Chris was utterly astonished. If he recalled correctly, the thinnest knights and princess novels in the bookstores of Oni City cost 2 gold coins each. While here, every book was nearly 3 fingers thick. Just imagine the cost of acquiring all the tomes in this library. Though he could not read, it did not diminish Chris's curiosity. He greedily stood before each shelf, occasionally picking up a book to estimate its value, and then another that he could not put down. He lost track of time as he eagerly perused, and soon the sun began to set. Is he truly so enamored with reading? As Chris continued to devour each book, the voice of the maid, Lillian, pierced through the air, laced with a hint of mockery. Ahem. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chris returned the book to its place and turned to face Lillian. "I apologize. I have not handled books much before, and my curiosity got the better of me. You will have ample opportunities to read in the future. Now, follow me. It is time for dinner." The master has new instructions for you after your meal. He wishes you to meet him in his study. If the earlier remarks had been a taunt regarding Chris's lack of education, this time they were tinged with jealousy over his apparent luck. Lillian had just returned from delivering dinner to Jushier, who was presently evaluating Chris's blood. The surprise on his face suggested that this young man was destined for something significant. Jushier summoned her once more. Chris felt a surge of joy. It seemed the assessment of his bloodline had yielded results. Whether he could embark on the path to becoming a sorcerer, and how far he could go, depended entirely on this evaluation. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he hardly noticed the meal Lillian had prepared for him, a hearty stew of potatoes, onions, and beef paired with buttered bread. Toa popper, this would be a delectable feast. Yet to Chris, it bore little flavor as he devoured it hungrily, eager to finish and rush to the mage. Watching him voraciously consume the meal she had painstakingly prepared, Lillian furrowed her brow and couldn't help but remark, "Could you display some decorum while eating? Just so you know, the master has a habit of enjoying tea after dinner, so he will not be available for at least an hour. What are you in such a hurry for? Didn't you say that after eating, I would meet the mage?" Certainly. Chris refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that he would need to follow this individual to learn the intricacies of language and literature. For the time being, he dared not express any dissatisfaction towards Lillian. Thus, he suppressed the overwhelming desire to dart into the study and instead focused on patiently savoring the food before him. The bread was sweet, and the meat was tenderly cooked, yet to Chris, it lacked any flavor. Time dragged on interminably until Lillian, delicately finishing her portion, granted him a reprieve. "Stop bothering me here. Go upstairs. You should know where the study is." With a whoosh, Chris nearly leapt from his seat and rushed out, stirring a breeze in the kitchen. Fortunately, it appeared that apart from Master Zephyr and maid Lillian, there was no one else in the villa, so Chris's hasty departure would not startle anyone. However, as he neared the study, he forced himself to rein in his impulsive excitement, slowing his pace to avoid disturbing Master Zephyr. "Come in." Master Zephyr's voice resonated clearly through the door. "Good evening, Master," Chris said, respectfully bowing after closing the door behind him. "Have a seat." Zephyr gestured toward a chair in front of the desk, indicating that Chris should sit down. He then picked up a vial from the table, its once vivid crimson hue now darkening to a deep violet, and addressed Chris. "The situation is promising. Your lineage stems from the highest echelon of demons in hell, the fiends. While not among the renowned archdemons, it is still quite impressive. With the aid of Kerbalotha's power, your previously feeble and long-dormant fiendish bloodline has now become remarkably active, its purity elevated to a level comparable to those sorcerers who have only mixed blood for 3 or 4 generations. As Zephyr spoke, his excitement became increasingly difficult to conceal. That in his over 30 years of being a mage, he had conducted numerous experiments and dissected various creatures, even participating in studies of subspecies dragons. Yet, he had never encountered the opportunity to work with a fiend capable of dominating in hell. After all, at only level 7, he was considered a master among ordinary folk, but in comparison to legendary fiends, he was as weak as an ant. Now, however, he had a descendant of fiends, a continuous source of research material, with remarkably high bloodline purity, truly an unparalleled opportunity. Even if the eventual results of his research did not benefit him directly, they could be traded with those mages who relished dealings with demons. Currently, he found himself worried about guiding Chris down the path of sorcery. What if Chris grew too rapidly, and he lost control? "Master, what are my chances of becoming a sorcerer?" Chris, having no knowledge of bloodline matters, was unaware of the implications of Zephyr's reference to sorcerers of mixed blood from 3 to 4 generations, hence his question. "What are your chances?" Zephyr scrutinized Chris from head to toe several times before finally deciding to be candid with him. "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, if you practice that sorcerous bloodline awakening technique, you should see results in 10 days to half a month." Delight surged through Chris, who could no longer restrain his joy. Ignoring Master Zephyr's presence, he began to dance with exuberance. Master Zephyr bore no ill will. On the contrary, he felt reassured by Chris's display of innocence. Had Chris remained stoic and appeared to be a cunning individual, Zephyr would have had to consider establishing a magical contract to enhance his control. "All right, stop jumping around. You're about to bring down my study," Zephyr finally interjected after some time. Chris halted his movements, deeply bowing to Master Zephyr, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Zephyr. I will forever remember your kindness and will strive to repay you." "Yes, your words convey sincerity, and it pleases me to see this earnestness. Henceforth, on the first day of each week, I grant you permission to receive my teachings, just like Lillian. Remember, the path of the mage is not obstructed by your potential to become a sorcerer. Rather, through mutual learning, it can lead you even further. Now, Apprentice Chris, go downstairs and find Lillian to learn your letters, and let her explain that sorceress bloodline awakening technique to you. In that moment, the needle of Chris's fate finally paused. Pointing towards a winding yet expansive road. It was a long journey, with no knowledge of where it might lead. Chapter 16. Visualization Technique. Upon returning to the small library on the first floor, Chris found Lillian indeed present. As he pushed the door open, she was engrossed in the book from the small round table, occasionally jotting down notes. The faint breeze from the open door prompted Lillian to instinctively look up. Her gaze meeting Chris's. You're here. How did it go? The girl, of a similar age to Chris, no longer bore a mask of indifference, but instead wore a hint of curiosity. Well, it's all right. Master Zephyr said my lineage comes from the fiends of hell, and as for the purity of my bloodline, he mentioned it's comparable to that of sorcerers of mixed blood from 3 to 4 generations. Chris replied candidly. Although he could tell that Master Zephyr was pleased, he truly did not comprehend the rarity and strength of his bloodline. Ultimately, becoming a sorcerer was his greatest aspiration. What fiendish bloodline? And at the level of mixed blood from 3 or 4 generations? Lillian's face displayed astonishment, even dropping her quill without noticing. Chris, unaware of the significance of his bloodline, could not fathom what it meant. Lillian, having been an apprentice to Master Zephyr for 5 to 6 years, certainly understood its implications. Could you explain it to me? Chris asked, flashing a naive smile. You know, I'm just a poor kid from Oni City and have never encountered such knowledge. This is all new to me. Lillian did not refuse. She gestured for Chris to come in and sit down, then swiftly made her way to a shelf further back, retrieving a book with a black cover with ease. Had Chris been literate, he would have recognized the embossed golden letters on the cover as the very sorceress bloodline awakening technique he needed. Returning to her spot, Lillian quickly flipped to a page that contained extensive textual descriptions along with an illustration of a humanoid creature adorned with enormous crimson wings and a long, powerful tail. Fiends, legendary infernal beings, evolved from either the tormentors or the chimeras, typically standing between 3 and 4 meters tall and weighing over 1,000 pounds. They possess fiery red wings and boast incredible flying speed. They are natural masters of fire control, preferring to inhabit areas engulfed in flames. Fiends represent the backbone of Hell's forces. They not only possess formidable close combat abilities, capable of shredding enemies with their sharp claws and fangs, but also wield various potent quasi-magical abilities. Furthermore, they are highly intelligent, adept at strategy and contracts, often appointed as commanders of infernal legions. Only the most powerful mortal spellcasters are qualified to summon fiends from hell. Yet even these legendary summoners find it challenging to truly suppress and control them. Mastery of contracts allows fiends to exploit various loopholes to escape the constraints of summoning spells, harvesting souls on the mortal plane before returning to hell at their leisure. After reading through the descriptions, Lillian pushed the book toward Chris, pointing at the illustration on the page. Look, this is the normal form of a fiend. Do you grasp the concept of a legendary being? A straightforward example would be an adult dragon. The power of a fiend can easily rival that of the mightiest red dragon among the chromatic dragons. They can effortlessly lay waste to an entire city. As for your question about mixed blood from 3 to 4 generations, let me put it this way. Such individuals typically have about 1/10 of a legendary being's blood flowing through their veins. Don't underestimate that. Barring those born with severe deficiencies, almost none fail to become sorcerers. Even the simplest among them could casually unleash a few fireballs. Lillian proved to be an excellent teacher. Her explanations clear, and her examples vivid and relatable. Chris quickly understood, and he was soon awestruck by the realization of his bloodline's significance. While he had little knowledge of fiends, he had heard countless tales of dragons. A quick comparison left him acutely aware of his extraordinary fortune. Had he been a typical 3 or 4 generation mixed blood sorcerer, he could have openly claimed that his great-grandfather was a certain fiend. After a brief moment of astonishment, he recalled Master Zephyr's instructions. By the way, Miss Lillian, Master hopes you can teach me to read tonight, along with that training method. Reading? Tonight? The warmth that had just thawed from Lillian's expression instantly froze again. She had not yet completed her daily tasks. How could she find time to teach him from scratch? However, the method for cultivating the bloodline of a warlock is not overly complex. It suffices to provide him with a straightforward explanation of its execution, which will not consume much time. In any case, let us first navigate through tonight. Chris, I understand your eagerness. You yearn to master reading and writing immediately. I empathize with this sentiment, as I too felt the same when I first became a master's apprentice. However, learning to recognize characters is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single leap. It necessitates a considerable investment of time for memorization and accumulation before one can truly grasp it. Even if you were to dedicate all your time to studying this tonight, you would at best only learn to recognize the basic characters that compose written language. Perhaps it would be more prudent to focus on the Warlock bloodline awakening method for now. This is relatively simple to learn, and you should be able to practice it before bedtime. Lillian deliberately slowed her speech, making it clear to Chris that she did not wish to teach him reading tonight. Forcing her to teach would not only result in a lack of effort, but could also sour their relationship, which would be detrimental to future learning. Thus, let us first delve into that cultivation method. Who knows, perhaps with tonight as practice, you may awaken and become a warlock by tomorrow. After a brief contemplation, Chris weighed the pros and cons and nodded in agreement. Very well, then please teach me that warlock cultivation method first. After all, learning to read will take at least a year. We can take our time. I must admit, I am rather slow-witted and do not grasp things quickly, so I hope you will not hold it against me later. Indeed. Very well then, you must listen attentively to my instruction. Lillian was quite pleased with Chris's understanding, and she proceeded to take the book, turning to the next page to begin a meticulous explanation. Pure demon blood often possesses nearly 1,000 degrees of high temperature, akin to flowing magma, which the human body simply cannot withstand. It is nearly impossible for them to have direct offspring with humans. Typically, it is other types of demons from hell that interbreed with demon blood. And only after several generations of mixing with other species can there be a possibility of normal reproduction with humans. While this approach prevents the direct erosion and harm of the offspring by the demon blood, it also increases the difficulty of awakening this powerful bloodline. The legendary archmage of the Zeni's empire, Mocario, who also possessed the demon bloodline, conducted over a century of research on himself and his kin, ultimately formulating a safe and viable cultivation method, which was made public in the year 3577 of the Zeni's calendar. The essence of this method is an improvement on meditation techniques, evolving into a visualization technique. By envisioning various scenes from hell in one's mind, combined with corresponding movements, incantations, and potions, one can stimulate their own purgatorial bloodline to gradually awaken and become active. Upon reaching this point, Lillian temporarily set the book down. Rising to walk to the empty space behind the door, and with Chris's puzzled gaze upon her, she extended her fair hands outward. I will first teach you the accompanying gestures for the visualization technique. They are quite easy to learn, consisting of only 3 movements. Pay close attention. With that, Lillian began to demonstrate the 3 gestures recorded in the book for Chris. First, she performed an initial stance by crossing her arms over her chest, then extended her arms wide as if embracing the sun, and finally, she drew a large circle with her hands, returning to her chest to complete the cycle. This series of movements is primarily designed to help you eliminate distractions, focus your mind, and facilitate a quicker entry into the visualization state. It is exceptionally important, concerned that Chris might underestimate the significance of these 3 simple steps. Lillian emphasized their importance once more. Yes, I remember. Chris nodded repeatedly. Now, I will teach you the corresponding incantation. As for the potions, those are meant for individuals with diluted bloodlines, so you need not worry about that. This incantation is somewhat lengthy, consisting of 45 syllables, so you must concentrate on memorizing it. This incantation is of great significance, as it can help you resist the insidious influences of the hellish thoughts lurking within your bloodline. The learning of this incantation consumed a full half-hour, not due to Chris's lack of intelligence, but because Lillian was exceedingly strict, requiring not only flawless pronunciation but also perfect intonation, applying the same rigorous standards expected of a mage learning spells. Lillian, may I ask, does this incantation qualify as a spell? Finally, after mastering the incantation, Chris posed a question that had been troubling him. He pondered that since this incantation possesses such wondrous effects, it must surely be a spell. Yet, he was not even an apprentice mage. How could he wield a spell merely by reciting an incantation? Wouldn't that be contradictory? Upon hearing this, Lillian found herself ensnared in a similar line of reasoning. Recognizing that it indeed bore the qualities of a spell, yet it contradicted her understanding that spells require the establishment of a magical model rather than relying solely on incantations. However, having just assumed the role of a teacher, she could not bring herself to admit ignorance, opting instead to respond vaguely. This question is still too complex for you to comprehend. Once you have built a solid foundation, I will explain it to you. If Chris had been paying attention to anything other than the incantation at that moment, he would have certainly noticed the charming blush that had begun to bloom on Lillian's cheeks. She had silently resolved to inquire about the answer during her next class with the master to prevent any future discrepancies from being revealed at AS for Chris, after pondering Lillian's words. He felt they were quite valid. Spells are such marvelous phenomena, undoubtedly intricate and difficult to comprehend. It is perfectly normal for him, with no foundation whatsoever, to find it hard to understand now. It would be best to set it aside for the time being. Ahem, let us continue. Now that you have become familiar with the incantation, I shall begin teaching you the most critical aspect of the visualization technique. Lillian deliberately cleared her throat to ease her embarrassment, then flipped the book to the next page, resuming her lesson. The so-called visualization technique involves, in a state of mental clarity, using one's spirit to imagine a certain object and vividly depict it in one's mind. This is akin to a mage's foundational practice of meditation, yet there are distinctions. No matter how vividly and intricately you visualize, it remains an illusion, incapable of influencing the surrounding world. Conversely, when a mage opens their mental sea, what they think and perceive is no longer an illusion. It is a genuine manifestation crafted with the brushstrokes of their mental power. If the content depicted holds meaning and resonates with the magical web, it may then be expressed in the physical realm. At this juncture, Lillian was no longer merely reciting from the text. She infused some of her own understanding into the explanation. Having practiced meditation for over 5 years, she was exceedingly familiar with this subject. The daily task of constructing magical models occurs within the depths of her mental sea, once a model is successfully constructed and recognized by the magical web. It is akin to successfully memorizing a spell. Subsequently, one merely needs to combine it with the appropriate gestures, incantations, or other materials to invoke the spell. What you must do now is closely observe and contemplate the depictions of hell illustrated on these pages. When you return to your room to sleep, practice the movements a few times and recite the incantation several times until your mind is completely devoid of distractions. Then, concentrate your spirit on visualizing the scenes of hell. According to the text, once you can successfully visualize it, the demon blood within you will respond, typically manifesting as an acceleration of blood flow, heating your body and inducing sweating, accompanied by the emergence of sinister thoughts from the depths of your heart, which may either provoke your desires or transform you into a frenzied killer, among other manifestations that in any case. It will interfere with your continued visualization. At this point, you must silently recite the incantation without faltering, exerting your utmost effort to maintain the visualization state. The longer you sustain this state, the more likely you are to awaken your demon blood and become a warlock. By the way, your bedroom tonight is the 6th room to the right of the kitchen. Be careful not to get lost. After imparting this information, Lillian pushed the book toward Chris, allowing him to examine the various depictions of hell illustrated within. She then returned her focus to her unfinished tasks, realizing that if she did not hasten, she might not complete them before the midnight bell tolled. Chapter 17. The first attempt in life. One often encounters fortuitous events that render existence all the more intriguing. Indeed, after Chris perused the illustrations of various hellish scenes in the book, he was astonished to discover that these were precisely the landscapes he had traversed in a nightmare just days prior. The dim sky, the smoky wasteland, and the rivers of flowing magma. However, the illustrations depicted a rich variety of demons inhabiting the scorched earth, including the 3-headed hellhound and gnome-like creatures he had encountered in his dream, along with an assortment of other demons of diverse forms. Yet, the most striking among them were undoubtedly the imposing, fire-winged demons, exuding an aura of tremendous presence. They stood as the focal point in each illustration, at times wielding blazing swords while engaged in fierce combat with other demons, at times seated regally upon thrones forged of black iron, and at times deep in thought on the battlefield. In reality, hell is divided into 9 layers, each with its own distinct scenery, some resembling the frigid abyss, others shrouded in darkness. However, the demons prefer to dwell in the first layer of scorched earth hell, filled with boiling magma. Thus, the book predominantly illustrated the landscapes of this infernal realm. The 3-headed hellhound, an indigenous inhabitant of this infernal realm, was birthed from the very soil of hell. Chris's nightmare chose the backdrop of the scorched earth of this underworld precisely because of this. Immersed in such a vivid experience, Chris quickly committed to memory all the scenes illustrated in the book, after which he closed it and returned it to Lillian, eagerly rushing off to the bedroom she had prepared for him. The bedroom was not difficult to locate. Relying on his memory, Chris first found the kitchen, then counted through the rooms one by one, effortlessly discovering his quarters for the night. The room was spacious, accommodating not only a generous double bed measuring 1.5 meters wide, but also a set of wooden tables and chairs beneath the windowsill. What astonished Chris the most was the stack of books he found on the desk, accompanied by a sheaf of unused parchment, a sealed bottle of ink, and a pristine white quill. These were undoubtedly prepared by Lillian. The books served as introductory reading materials for literacy, while the paper, ink, and quill were intended for Chris's future writing practice. She was averse to inconvenience and would never procrastinate on preparations. However, these valuable books and supplies only captured his attention momentarily, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to that evening. Soon, Chris lay upon the bed, enveloping himself in the soft woolen blanket. After recalling the movements and incantations associated with the visualization technique, he embarked on his first awakening exercise of the sorcerer's lineage. Whether it was the effectiveness of the technique or Chris's innate talent, after merely 7 cycles of repetition, he dispelled the clutter of thoughts in his mind, and his spirit began to drift freely. Ethereally. In a moment of dizzying detachment, he felt as though he had traversed an invisible barrier, and then, as if doused in icy spring water, he abruptly emerged from his daze, only to find himself in a place both strange and familiar. In the chaotic void of this nebulous space, Chris recalled that this should be his sea of mental power, the most mysterious realm of the human body as described by the wizard Zexier. His previous visit had been a matter of chance, but how had he entered this time? And how was he to exit? Could he practice the visualization technique here? A cascade of questions flooded Chris's mind. The reason he could return lay in the technique itself. Firstly, it had been derived from the meditative arts, and secondly, the gateway to the sea of mental power was now open to him. As long as his spirit lingered nearby, it would inevitably be drawn in. What did it matter? It was all within his mind. Where one visualizes made little difference. In the absence of any fruitful exploration on how to leave this place, Chris reluctantly chose to attempt his inaugural visualization within his sea of mental power. He first envisioned the vast scorched earth of hell, as this scene was monochromatic and uncomplicated. Yet he failed. After half a day of idle imagining, the void of his mental sea remained unchanged, still presenting its primal chaotic hue. What had gone wrong? Visualizing the alluring forms of beautiful waitresses in his mind had always been effortless. Chris paused his attempts, delving into deep contemplation, visualization, meditation, mental power, sketching. Suddenly, he recalled portions of Lillian's teachings. Once a wizard opens their sea of mental power, their thoughts and musings are no longer mere phantasms, but a genuine act of sketching with the quill of mental power. Yes, sketching with mental power. Grasping this key insight, Chris promptly dismissed all distractions, focusing his spirit and imagining his mental power extending from his body into the surrounding void, transforming into a slender silver quill. Before long, he sensed a shift in the void. Although the changes were not visible, he could perceive subtle ripples in the small area of emptiness beneath the tip of his mental quill. Finally, he selected a point in the void, no longer hesitating, and pressed down firmly with his mental quill, forcefully sketching a straight line that shimmered with silver light. At that moment, a thunderous sound seemed to resonate within the ocean of mental power, akin to lightning cleaving through dark clouds, dispelling the gloom. The once chaotic expanse began to transform under the influence of this silver streak. What did a clear starry night over the vast wilderness resemble? In that instant, Chris sighed. His sea of mental power erupted in a burst of silvery brilliance, countless luminous points trailing long tails as they sped into the infinite void, ultimately hanging above and illuminating the emptiness of the sea with their cool glow. Faintly, he perceived that behind these starry lights, intricate threads intertwined, infinitely complex, rendering him dizzy. However, this phenomenon lasted but a fleeting moment. As he regained his composure and focused again, he could only see simple lines connecting a few scattered star points. The intricate webs having vanished from sight, had he just accomplished something remarkable? Chris surveyed the now illuminated sea of mental power. If Zexier or Lillian had shared more about the sea of mental power with him, he would have realized that he had inadvertently activated this mental space, tearing open the barrier that separated the magical web from the sea of mental power, successfully linking them. The sparse and simple network he now observed was merely the outermost layer of the magical web. Typically, wizard apprentices would spend a month or two accumulating power after first opening their sea of mental power, gradually refining their mental energy within the void until they amassed enough strength to breach the barrier and connect with the magical web. Yet Chris, having undergone the baptism of his nightmares, wielded formidable mental power that allowed him to bypass this accumulation phase and directly connect with the magical web. After a brief exploration of his revitalized sea of mental power, Chris did not forget his primary objective and prepared to visualize the scenes of hell once more. This time, his endeavor proceeded smoothly. His mental quill truly felt like a brush in his hand, each stroke leaving either deep or shallow imprints in the space, and erasing them was effortless. Simply a gentle thought would return the area to its original state. Thus, he began to depict the visions of hell based on his memories. First, he broadly rendered a vast expanse of dark red, then made slight adjustments, creating a desolate wasteland stretching into the distance. He shifted to a yellowish hue, splattering clouds suspended in the air, along with the smoke that pervaded the scorched land of hell. Ultimately, he vividly recreated a scene from his memory of hell within the space of his sea of mental power. However, it seemed to still lack something. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chris suddenly recalled that he had yet to depict the demon of the abyss. Every illustration in the book centered around the demon's essence to simplify matters. He directly sketched a flying demon with outstretched wings dancing above the empty wasteland, devoid of impressive castles or battlefields to serve as a backdrop. Yet even so, as he completed his drawing, an extraordinary phenomenon immediately occurred. The demon he had conjured began to move. It appeared to have just awakened from a deep slumber, stretching its massive form before casting its gaze upon the only living creature in this space. Chris.at the moment their eyes met, Chris felt his heart race several beats faster, a profound sense of dread coursing through him as his blood surged. This was the inherent pressure of a legendary being. Chris couldn't help but recall the first time he had fallen into a nightmare and encountered the towering three-headed hellhound. The sensation was strikingly similar. However, this time, Chris did not succumb to panic or fear. After all, he had created this entity. Though he was still astonished by its palpable and overwhelming aura, such a presence would not easily intimidate him. Moreover, he was prepared. The incantation he had memorized over the past half hour was precisely intended for such situations. He even felt a twinge of eagerness, recalling Lillian's words. Under the interference of malevolent thoughts, the longer one resisted, the greater the chance of awakening as a sorcerer. Chapter 18. Awakening the demon of the abyss read disdain in Chris's eyes. A feeble ant dared to show contempt towards a hellish demon. This was utterly intolerable. It let out a furious roar, its claws swiftly shaking in the air, and from thin air, it conjured a fireball the size of a human head, which it hurled towards Chris with deadly intent, determined to reduce this wretched mortal to ashes. However, as Chris gazed at the fireball hurtling towards him, he felt no fear in his heart. Calmly, he employed his mental prowess to create a silver barrier that stood resolutely between the demon and himself. He reasoned that since both were conjured by his mental energy, if the demon's magical assault proved effective, there was no reason for his protective barrier to falter. The fireball swiftly struck the barrier with a magnificent tail of flame. And in that moment, Chris held his breath. Fortunately, the outcome aligned with his expectations. The fireball was successfully repelled, though he sensed a portion of his mental energy rapidly dissipating upon impact. The efficacy of his defense was indeed a boon. After estimating his remaining mental reserves, he concluded that he could withstand such fireball attacks at least 10 or 8 more times. With that reassurance, Chris fully relaxed and began to intently recite the only spell he had mastered. The demon, naturally discontented with this result, perceived the formidable strength of the silver barrier, recognizing it as exceedingly difficult to breach through conventional means. Consequently, it commenced chanting a spell of its own, and the incantation it wielded was undoubtedly of a high caliber. As an extraordinary phenomenon began to materialize in its hands, a bolt of lightning imbued with a potent aura of destruction, the 6th-level spell, Chain Lightning, was rapidly completed by the demon, while Chris had only just progressed through the latter half of his incantation. In a flash, the arc of electricity leapt from the demon's hand, hurtling towards the silver barrier. Crackling and popping, the lightning danced upon the barrier, swiftly depleting Chris's mental energy, while the demon, having executed its spell, initiated another action. It effortlessly summoned a horde of grotesque creatures of varying forms, commanding them to charge fearlessly at the barrier. Faced with the demon's relentless barrage of tactics, Chris felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that his remaining mental energy would last at most another 5 or 6 seconds, provided the demon did not escalate its attacks. Yet the efficacy of his completed incantation remained uncertain. At this moment, due to the considerable drain on his mental reserves, a realization dawned upon him. The moment his mental energy was fully exhausted would signify his inability to sustain his visualization, thereby forcing him to depart this peculiar mental realm. The demon, adept at discerning human emotions, immediately recognized that Chris's demeanor had shifted, indicating a less than favorable situation. Seizing the opportunity, It cackled wickedly as it brandished an enormous, terrifying executioner's sword, gripping it with both hands and soaring above the barrier with its wings, poised to deliver a final blow. In a flash of inspiration, Chris suddenly dispelled the silver barrier. This maneuver was executed flawlessly, timing it to perfection as the demon's strike fell into the void. Meanwhile, the chain lightning flickered weakly before vanishing entirely, leaving the swarm of creatures to surge past the former boundary, now becoming his greatest predicament. He had to keep up. Under the immense pressure, Chris felt his latent potential being unearthed, accelerating the speed of his incantation at last. Just as the swiftest wolf-like creature lunged toward him, he completed the spell designed to guard against the encroachment of malevolent thoughts. The spell's effect was remarkable, almost astonishingly so, as a suit of armor composed of golden radiance enveloped his body. When the vicious creatures attacked, they not only failed to breach this layer of defense, but were also gradually melted away like wax by the armor's glowing light. Seeing the spell's success, Chris couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart, and he continued to recite the incantation without pause. He had no faith that this luminous armor would persist indefinitely, nor that its strength would withstand the assaults of the creatures. His judgment proved astute. While the armor offered commendable protection, its strength was limited and paled in comparison to the silver barrier he had conjured with his mental energy. Yet its advantages were evident. As long as he could pronounce the incantation correctly, it demanded little mental energy. The demon regarded the golden armor with mild surprise before erupting into laughter with a flick of its finger. It summoned yet another wave of lesser creatures to join the assault on Chris, and it discreetly employed an even more effective means of attack. Suddenly, Chris felt an overwhelming itch enveloping his entire body, an unbearable sensation that interrupted his incantation. This was not a direct assault on his spiritual form by the demon, but rather an attack aimed squarely at his physical body. The effect was evidently potent. His incantation faltered, and the strength of his golden armor began to wane. Whether through mental or physical torment, hellish demons were undoubtedly experts, and the demon understood precisely how to shatter a person's will. It capitalized on Chris's moment of vulnerability to intensify its assault. Without any visible action from the demon, Chris observed peculiar transformations within his mental landscape. First, the starry sky above him faded into obscurity, followed by the desaturated expanse of the scorched earth he had created, which morphed into the common yellow earth of Kasasham. Gradually, blurred phantoms began to twist and take shape, revealing many familiar figures. There were long-deceased family members, their images frozen in the moment of their helpless demise, the bullies who often tormented him, cornering him with a flurry of kicks and punches, amicable neighbors, suddenly beset by intruders who robbed and slaughtered them. And even Kelly, the girl who had set Chris's heart racing, was being pursued by a group of nefarious individuals. And then, Chris felt an inferno of fury igniting within him, a flame so intense that it seemed insatiable. He yearned to intervene and save Kelly from her tormentors, to rend them to pieces. The demon, observing his emotional turmoil with keen interest, swiftly discerned who was most precious to Chris at this moment. It then dissipated the images of all others, leaving only the horrifying scene of Kelly's violation, amplifying the grotesque details with chilling precision. Everything unfolded as if it were occurring in real time. His beloved's face was etched with despair, humiliation, and struggle. Chris knew it to be an illusion, yet he could not restrain himself from charging forward, desperate to slay the villains. Yet, his efforts were futile. His fist passed right through the phantoms, and Kelly continued to cry out in agony beneath her assailants. The demon relished the spectacle, delighting in Chris's futile thrashing. However, the time had come to conclude this charade. The protective golden armor had quietly eroded, and the creatures, mouths agape, surged toward their delectable prey. The immense pain inflicted by their gnashing teeth momentarily rekindled some clarity within Chris. But what could he do now? He smiled bitterly, mocking his own helplessness, his lack of power, and the fact that all could trample upon him without consequence. Though he recognized Kelly's plight as mere illusion, he pondered the grim reality. If such a fate were to come to pass, would he possess the strength to shield her from harm? Unwillingness, rage. Chris had never felt such an overwhelming desire for power. I crave strength, strength that would allow me to stand tall before anyone. All the negativity weighing upon his heart erupted forth with a mighty roar. The power of a sorcerer is derived from bloodlines, as the world knows. After Chris released all his pent-up negativity, a serene calm enveloped him, and he heard the call of his bloodline. He beheld the flames fiercely burning within his pulsating heart and felt the boundless power coursing through his veins. No guidance was required. It was as instinctual as breathing. He deftly summoned the power residing within his bloodline, manifested in the sea of his mental energy, enveloping his entire being in flames, with a tremendous roar. The flames surged forth as an endless wave of heat, radiating in all directions. In the dead of night at the Nevia Manor, the slumbering Master Zephyr and his maid Lillian were abruptly awakened by a resounding explosion from the first floor. Instantly, they thought of Chris, who was staying overnight. However, by the time they donned their garments and rushed downstairs, the first floor was engulfed in thick smoke, indicating a fire had broken out. Master Zephyr hastily chanted incantations, conjuring a gust of wind to disperse the smoke, and swiftly summoned 2 medium-sized water elementals, directing them towards the source of the blaze. Chris's bedroom at AS for Lillian, the apprentice maid. She was so flustered that she could not manage to cast a single spell, prompting her master and mentor to shake his head in dismay. Ultimately, Zephyr had to bestow upon her a protective spell against fire damage before they could proceed to investigate the scene of the incident together. When they finally reached Chris's bedroom, the flames had already been extinguished by the water elementals, leaving only a charred room and the sight of Chris lying on the floor, his body exposed. As for the bed and furniture, they had long been reduced to ashes in the wake of Chris's fiery outburst. Master, what has happened to him? Could it be that he encountered some mishap while practicing that visualization technique? Lillian inquired, gazing at Chris, who was engulfed in excruciating pain. Master Zephyr did not respond immediately, pondering for a moment before finally saying, he is likely in the process of awakening the power of his sorceress bloodline. It cannot exactly be classified as a mistake. It is merely that, in comparison to the usual circumstances, it has become somewhat chaotic. Somewhat chaotic? Lillian's delicate heart raced uncontrollably, and the entire estate nearly caught fire. Yet it is merely termed somewhat chaotic? Moreover, he is in the midst of awakening. Will it not trigger other calamities? In fact, Zexier himself harbored concerns about this matter. Interrupting Chris's awakening process was certainly out of the question, nor could there be any interference. However, allowing him to linger in the estate posed a significant risk of greater destruction, unless he remained vigilantly by his side to manage the unforeseen variables. Yet, the thought of enduring sleepless nights. Master, look, he is ablaze. Just as Zexier was torn between staying to guard Chris until his awakening was complete or daring to send a golem to carry him outside the estate, Lillian's anxious voice reached his ears. Ablaze, Zexier hurriedly turned to look, and indeed, as Lillian had said, flames over a foot high danced upon Chris's skin, and the intensity of the fire appeared to be escalating. This is bad. Zexier's heart raced wildly. And instinctively he activated the spell stored within his minor spell nullification ring, pulling Lillian close to his side. Sure enough, as the flames on Chris's body surged to 3 feet high, they suddenly contracted. Followed by an explosive shockwave, the sound echoed like an explosion of a fireball, reverberating throughout the estate. That was close. Zexier the mage felt a surge of fear. Had he not activated the minor spell nullification barrier to shield himself from the flames and shockwave? Relying solely on his mage armor and fire-resistance spells would not have been sufficient to ensure his safety. Master, what should we do now? Lillian, shaken by the fright, spoke with a quiver in her voice. After all, she was merely a girl who had never experienced battle. At this moment, she wished to flee far away from Chris, who could erupt at any moment. What else can we do? We must stay here and guard. Zexier the mage replied curtly, casting a fierce glare at Chris, wishing he could kick him out of the Nevia estate. Chapter 19. Chris's spells. Chris remained engulfed in flames until dawn, during which he erupted twice more, keeping Zexier and Lillian, the master and servant duo, in a state of heightened tension. Yet, the cause of all this turmoil, Chris, was blissfully asleep, enveloped in flames that made him feel as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Warm and secure. Ultimately, it was a watermelon-sized water balloon that awakened Chris, thrown by a weary Lillian after a sleepless night, an action that received Zexier the mage's approval, startled awake by the cold water. Chris wiped his face and was astonished to find both the master of the Nevia estate and the maid standing beside him, gazing at him with unfriendly expressions. It was only when he noticed that the walls, once pristine white, had turned pitch black, resembling the aftermath of a great fire, that he realized he might have landed himself in trouble. May I ask, Master, what has transpired here? Could it possibly be related to me? Although he already understood that the chaos in his bedroom was undeniably linked to him, Chris chose to feign ignorance, fearing that he might owe a considerable amount of compensation. Related to you? Do you have any idea that you nearly reduced the Nevia estate to ashes? if it weren't for the master extinguishing the flames in time. Humph. Lillian glared at Chris, her beautiful eyes filled with frustration, as if she wished to devour him whole. Hee. Chris awkwardly smiled, at a loss for how to respond, and could only look at the master of the Nevia estate with an expression of deep remorse. Hoping for forgiveness, Zexier the mage first snorted, causing Chris to tremble with fear, before finally speaking slowly. You must have awakened as a sorcerer. Quite impressive. He did not even mention the unintentional destruction of my bedroom. He even praised me. Chris felt as though he were dreaming. And he said I am now a sorcerer. Oh yes, I am a sorcerer now. Elation surged through Chris, and he erupted into a frenzied laugh, flailing about in joy. Hey, stop right there. Quickly find some clothes to put on. Do you not realize how repulsive you look right now? Lillian observed Chris, who had overnight transformed into a sorcerer, and her heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. Repulsive? Only then did Chris become aware of his nakedness, hastily covering himself with his hands, wishing he could sink into the ground that it was not, until Zexier the mage handed him a gray robe that he was finally relieved of his embarrassment. This is a robe I seldom wear. It is imbued with temperature regulation and dust-repelling spells. Consider it a gift for your ascension to sorcerer. Zexier the mage maintained a calm demeanor, as if presenting an inconsequential gift. This is a robe? Chris was utterly astonished. Humph, what did you expect? This was crafted for the master, but now it is yours, Lillian interjected, her tone brimming with pride. Enchantment is a challenging art. Although she could only imbue a few basic spells, she felt a sense of pride nonetheless. What is it worth? However, Chris was more concerned about the robe's value, knowing it was a magical item and surely worth a pretty penny. You won't sell it, will you? Lillian astutely guessed Chris's intentions. Ahem. I am merely curious, just curious. Chris futilely attempted to conceal his true motives. Lillian huffed again, turning her face away, uninterested in further engaging with Chris. Zexier the mage, finding the exchange entertaining, provided Chris with an answer. Typically, low-tier robes available on the market only carry a single basic spell and sell for around 100 gold coins. However, this one crafted by Lillian, made from high-quality fabric and adorned with intricate patterns, along with an additional spell, should fetch about 300 gold coins. But I believe you should wear it well. After all, you are now a sorcerer and must present yourself as such. 300 gold coins. Chris gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. He had never encountered such a sum in his life. Now, he was wearing a robe worth 300 gold coins. Everything felt surreal, like a dream. All right, enough with the touching. Once you return, you will have plenty of time to examine the robe. For now, follow me to the courtyard. I wish to test the spells you have awakened. Zexier the mage smiled at Chris, who was like a child enamored with his new attire. What he was most curious about was the spell Chris had grasped upon awakening as a sorcerer. Okay, I truly, deeply appreciate it. Chris was overwhelmed with excitement. He was eager to discover what spells he had acquired. However, after having burned down someone's bedroom, he felt too embarrassed to ask Zexier the mage directly. The invitation was incredibly thoughtful. Lillian, equally curious about the list of spells this newly ascended sorcerer had awakened, followed the two of them to a spacious courtyard behind the villa. There lay a designated area for spell practice, approximately 500 square meters, with wooden dummies set up in the center and around the perimeter. Typically, only Lillian would come here to practice spells, resulting in a rather desolate atmosphere. Chris positioned himself in the center of the practice area under Zexier the mage's guidance. Facing him, the gentle breeze rustled the hem of his robe. Chris indeed began to exude the aura of a spellcaster. His already handsome features took on an air of refinement, resembling a young scholar immersed in the world of books. Begin. Unleash all the spells you can summon. Zexier the mage cautiously cast elemental damage absorption and force field deflection as protective measures before addressing Chris. Here I go. Chris nodded, closing his eyes and focusing intently on the peculiar luminous orbs of natural energy forming within his heart. Based on the size and intensity of the light orbs, Chris categorized them into two groups, then selected a particular green spell model from the smaller group and activated it with his mental energy. Afterward, he opened his eyes, extended his right hand naturally, and watched as specks of green light began to materialize in his palm, coalescing into a vibrant green water sphere. Go. The moment the green sphere fully formed, Chris hurled it towards Zexier the mage, sending it soaring through the air in a graceful arc. Oh, an acid bolt, a rare targeting attack spell among cantrips. Quite impressive. Zexier the mage did not move, allowing Chris's spell to strike against a transparent barrier before watching it slowly veer off to the side, ultimately landing on the grass and corroding a patch of weeds. Continue, by the way. How many spells do you have left? Master, just a moment. Let me count. 6 more? 6 more. The mage Zephyr was taken aback by this number. It shouldn't be possible, even for a sorcerer with exceptional talent who awakened directly as a level 1. The total count of cantrips and level 1 spells should range between 4 to 6. How could he possess 7? Furthermore, Lillian, upon hearing this, was even more astonished. As a level 2 mage, even with her 2 level 2 spell slots, she could only cast 7 spells, 1 level 2 spell slot, 2 level 1 spell slots, and 4 0-level cantrips. How could he, upon becoming a sorcerer, cast 7 spells? By the gods, this was utterly unfair. Indeed, there were 6 more. Chris dutifully repeated, but quickly corrected himself. No, there are 7. The spells just used have replenished. Both Mage Zephyr and Lillian exclaimed in unison. How is this possible? You can use Acid Splash twice a day. To validate his claim, Chris promptly cast Acid Splash once more. However, this time, after the spell was cast, the orb representing Acid Splash dimmed completely, losing its previous vibrancy. It was indeed true. 2 uses of Acid Splash per day was nothing short of extraordinary. Gazing at the green orb hurtling through the air, Zephyr could not help but marvel. Chris, please continue. If there are any spells you can use twice, let them be known. Certainly. Chris immediately activated another spell. But this time, the spell did not manifest outwardly. It merely caused a grayish hue to appear at his fingertips, as if covered in dust, imparting a feeling of lethargy and fatigue. Fatiguing touch. A 0-level cantrip that requires physical contact to take effect. Was quite practical, Zephyr assessed at a glance. Recalling the precedent set by Acid Splash, he couldn't help but inquire, "Can you use this spell again?" Yes. Chris dispelled Fatiguing Touch and, in an instant, cast it once more. The speed of his spellcasting was truly enviable. Zephyr, having interacted with many sorcerers, still felt a twinge of envy every time he witnessed the effortless casting of spells. Of course, mages had their own advantages. Limitless potential for advancement. A diverse array of spells, attributes that sorcerers could not compare to. Next, Chris activated another spell, but this time, there was no visible phenomenon. He merely sensed, almost instinctively, that his arm had extended, allowing him to reach for an object afar. He attempted to grasp a stone on the ground and succeeded. The stone floated in midair. Mage Hand, the most commonly used cantrip. How many times? Zephyr inquired succinctly. Once. Chris did not observe the glow representing Mage Hand light up again. Then proceed. Zephyr finally found some equilibrium. If Chris exceeded 1 use for each spell, he would be consumed with jealousy towards this fortunate lad. Chris then unleashed a dazzling orb of light, momentarily blinding everyone before it quickly dissipated. With the usage count remaining at 1, that was light. Now, only 3 larger orbs of light remained in Chris's heart, and with some understanding of spellcasting, he could surmise that these 3 larger orbs represented spells of a higher tier than 0-level cantrips. Filled with anticipation, he activated the most vibrant orb, radiating a blazing red hue. Suddenly, a ring of flames erupted around him, circling and dancing under his command, darting back and forth like a fiery serpent within a half-meter radius. Flame Shield. Zephyr tentatively proposed. It resembled the level 4 spell Flame Shield, yet the intensity of the magical aura and the heat emitted by the fire serpent suggested it was merely a level 1 spell, leaving him perplexed. However, considering that sorcerers often possessed 1 or 2 unique spells, he soon reconciled this, dubbing Chris's diminished version of Flame Shield a Lesser Flame Shield, magnificent and versatile in both offense and defense. Chris was utterly enamored with this spell. Alas, the Lesser Flame Shield could only be used once per day, yet he still had 2 spells left to identify, prompting him to eagerly activate one of the mysterious purple orbs. In that moment of activation, Chris felt a surge of enigmatic power coursing through his veins, culminating at his eyes. To onlookers, his eyes glimmered with a resplendent purple hue, exuding mystery while irresistibly drawing others in. Zephyr, being a level 7 mage with high willpower, quickly shook off the effects of Chris's spell. However, Lillian, captivated, found herself uncontrollably drawn toward Chris, as if rushing to her beloved. Enough, dispel the spell. This is Charm Person. Many with weak wills cannot resist its allure. Zephyr observed his devoted apprentice Lillian, enraptured and approaching Chris, and helplessly gestured for her to stop. Spells like Charm Person, laden with psychological suggestion, could profoundly alter one's feelings toward the caster if experienced for too long. He certainly did not wish for his beautiful maid, whom he had nurtured, to develop feelings for a young lad. Initially, Chris was merely curious as to why Lillian approached him with a dazed expression. He realized it was the spell's effect. After dispelling the spell, he couldn't help but ponder. If he wished to woo a beautiful woman in the future, all he had to do was cast this spell. Would that not make it effortless? Upon regaining her senses, Lillian caught sight of Chris wearing a mischievous grin and exclaimed, "What have you done to me?" Ahem, Lillian, you fell under the influence of charm. How could you not recognize this spell, given my teachings? Zephyr reproached her. Oh, so it was charm. Lillian, realizing her misstep, dared not retort and mumbled softly, "Master, I have one final spell. May I cast it now?" Eager to discover what other spell he possessed, Chris interjected, effectively diverting attention from Lillian. However, Mage Zephyr was not inclined to let Lillian off so easily, pointing at Chris as he addressed her. "You will identify the next spell. If you err, you shall transcribe the entire spell list 10 times. But Master, what if? What if the next spell is a unique sorcerer spell?" Faced with the prospect of punishment, Lillian mustered her courage to respond. Even high-level sorcerers usually possess only 2 or 3 unique spells. Surely you haven't forgotten this common knowledge. Chris is merely a level 1 sorcerer. Could he possibly awaken 2 unique spells at this stage? Very well. Understanding her master's resolve, Lillian nodded in acquiescence. However, the underperforming maid, having struggled since the previous night, was destined to face punishment for her failure to identify spells. That Chris's next spell manifested as a peculiar black missile that shot toward Mage Zephyr, effortlessly penetrating his dual layers of protection until a milky white light shimmered from his form, finally nullifying the attack. It disregarded both the force field and elemental barriers. It even triggered the sacred pendant upon me. Could it be necromantic in nature? Yet it fell off somehow. It bore little of the expected negative energy. What manner of spell is this? Zephyr, momentarily at a loss, realized that further research today was futile. Chris's spell could be used only once per day, and he would have to wait until tomorrow for further validation. As for Lillian, her face fell in despair. If her master could not discern the spell, she had no hope of understanding at either point. 10 transcriptions of the spell list awaited her, and all her grievances manifested into a fierce glare directed at the innocent-seeming Chris. Chapter 20. The missing Kelly. After concluding the spell test, Mage Zephyr did not retain Chris. Although he was deeply intrigued by the secrets of the sorcerer's bloodline, he considered his own time constraints and instructed Chris to return the following Monday. Just 3 days hence, he could see that Chris was eager to leave. The young man's desire to announce his newfound status as a sorcerer to everyone was palpable. Chris was quite pleased with this arrangement. As Mage Zephyr had surmised, he was indeed eager to return to the city of Oni, to proclaim to all, both acquaintances and strangers alike, that he had become a sorcerer. He had even decided to celebrate at the Beauty and Wine establishment, where he intended to indulge in revelry and intoxication. Yet, above all, he yearned to see Kelly, the kind-hearted girl who had come to occupy an important place in his heart. He anticipated her astonished expression. If he were to boldly confess his feelings, would this girl, who had never been confessed to, embrace him with excitement, or would she flee, thinking he was jesting? After confessing, should he press forward to claim her affections? Or should he first enjoy himself at Beauty and Wine? Throughout the journey, Chris indulged in a multitude of delightful fantasies, his mouth hardly closing and occasionally drooling in excitement. The joyful path was effortlessly traversed, and before noon struck, Chris found himself back in the beloved city of Oni. As usual, the streets were bustling with people. Vendors hawked vegetables, others sold fruits balanced atop their baskets, and some displayed furs for sale. Yet, most numerous were the passers-by with coins jingling in their pockets. Chris moved along with the crowd, his hands itching with temptation. No, he was now a distinguished sorcerer, a noble spellcaster, and he could no longer engage in the unscrupulous antics of his past. He had to continually reassure himself in his mind to suppress the thieving habits he had cultivated during his days as a ruffian. Nevertheless, his eyes could not help but wander over the rotund bellies of the wealthy, from their bulging coin purses to the shimmering gold and silver adornments they wore. This internal struggle left him little inclination to greet familiar faces passing by, to boast of his newfound fortunes, while they, too, seemed oblivious to the fact that the elegantly robed young man before them was none other than their erstwhile acquaintance, the petty criminal Chris. Thus, he swiftly made his way back to Neckbreaker Street. As he walked through the familiar, dimly lit alley, an inexplicable tension welled up within him, causing his steps to slow. This was not the anxiety of being caught after misdeeds, nor was it the alertness born of sensing danger. Rather, it was a deep-seated apprehension stemming from the anticipation of seeing his beloved. He couldn't help but glance down at his attire, the robe that signified his status as a sorcerer. Indeed, it was worthy of its enchantment of dust removal. After a long morning's journey outside the city, it remained spotless. This realization rekindled a flicker of confidence within him, allowing him to regain some composure after adjusting his robe. He finally strode purposefully toward the dilapidated old house at the end of Neckbreaker Street, where the girl he cherished resided. He was eager to be the first to share the news of his ascendance to sorcererhood with Kelly. He wished to prove to her that he was no longer the scoundrel of Oni. He longed to show her that he had the ability to bring happiness to her and her sister, to offer them a life of comfort and prosperity. However, as he neared Kelly's home, he unexpectedly heard intermittent sobbing through the wall. That voice? Was it not Irina's? What could have happened? Had she been wronged? In an instant, fury surged within Chris, who dared to bully Kelly's sister. He rushed through the door, only to find no trace of any wrongdoers. The moss-covered floor of the house was empty save for Irina, who sat there weeping inconsolably, her sister Kelly nowhere to be found. Irina, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Chris hurriedly approached the little girl, embracing her and wiping away her tears, anxious to know what had transpired. Irina lifted her tear-streaked face, resembling a helpless kitten, and through her sobs managed to reply. Brother Chris, you're finally back? My sister, Kelly? Chris thought to himself, sensing an ominous turn of events. Irina, don't panic. Take your time and tell me what happened to your sister. My sister. She, sniff, since yesterday afternoon when she went to Uncle Tom's tailor shop to help. She still hasn't returned. Woo, don't cry, my dear Irina. Kelly is surely fine. I will go find her right away. Perhaps Uncle Tom simply had too much work and kept her to help through the night. She must be all right. Chris feigned calmness, despite his own doubts, trying to soothe Irina's distress. After all, Kelly had never before stayed out all night. Her sister was her heart and soul, her only concern. No matter how busy she was, she always returned before dark to care for Irina. If nothing had happened, how could she abandon her sister? At that moment, Chris reminded himself not to panic. The more frantic one became, the less one could resolve the issue. Moreover, with Irina relying on him as her pillar of strength, he needed to appear composed and instill confidence in her that they would safely find Kelly. Perhaps Chris's calm demeanor had an effect. Or perhaps Irina herself found a momentary strength. Her sobs gradually subsided, and with her puffy eyes filled with hope, she gently said, Brother Chris, you must find my sister. Rest assured, Irina, I will go out to search for her. And while you're here alone, make sure to lock the door. No one should enter except me, understand? Chris felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and search for Kelly, yet he was equally concerned about leaving Irina. A 10-year-old girl, alone at home. Irina nodded earnestly, replying, Brother, I understand. Go on, but you must bring back my sister, okay? I believe in you. You're such a good girl. Irina, wait for my good news. Chris tousled the little girl's disheveled hair, which had become messy from a night without sleep, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. After leaving Kelly's house, Chris first returned to his own home to gather all his savings. To gather information, he knew that without money, he could not pry open certain lips, and in the unfortunate event that Kelly had indeed gone missing, he would need to report it to the constable, which would necessitate some bribes to secure official assistance. Once prepared, Chris headed to the tailor shop where Kelly often worked. Uncle Tom was busy crafting a luxurious fur-collared coat for a lady. Given Chris's current attire, a mage's robe valued at 300 gold coins, he looked anything but the ruffian from the city, so Uncle Tom did not immediately recognize him and instead assumed he was a distinguished guest. He set aside his work, bowing and rubbing his hands in welcome. My lord, how may I assist you? Tom is at your service. Clearing his throat, Chris felt awkward at Uncle Tom's enthusiasm. He understood that the man mistook him for a high-profile client. Uncle Tom, it's me, Chris. Chris. Uncle Tom looked up in disbelief, scrutinizing the well-mannered young man before him. It truly was Chris. What brings you here? Have you struck it rich? Let me see. This robe. It's made from the finest linen produced in Helram. And this pattern. Good heavens, this is a mage's robe. Uncle Tom, being a skilled tailor, quickly recognized the value of Chris's attire. As he expressed his astonishment, he subtly tugged at Chris's sleeve, pulling him closer to ask, Tell me honestly, where did you acquire this? Are you here to have me dispose of it? What are you talking about? Chris realized the misunderstanding and quickly explained, Uncle, I did not steal this to sell to you. You won't believe it. but I had the fortune to be taken under the wing of a mage from outside the city. He recognized my potential and took me on as his apprentice, giving me this robe. This was indeed the truth. Master Zephyr had accepted him as an apprentice after assessing his lineage. Chris's explanation also carried a hint of wanting to leverage the mage's name for his upcoming endeavors. Really? If Uncle Tom had been merely surprised before, he was now utterly astonished. The once petty criminal had transformed into a mage's apprentice. Good heavens, what incredible luck had befallen him. Truly, Chris affirmed with a nod before swiftly shifting to his purpose for visiting. Uncle Tom, when did Kelly leave your shop yesterday? Her sister is worried sick and said she hasn't returned. What? Kelly hasn't come back. She finished her work yesterday evening, and I even had my wife pack 2 freshly baked loaves of bread for her to take home to Irina. Upon hearing that Kelly had not returned all night, Uncle Tom grew anxious. He and his wife had grown fond of Kelly, appreciating her skilled needlework and industrious nature. Chris was inclined to trust him. Uncle Tom was known for his honesty in business, and the neighbors recognized his integrity. Moreover, Kelly was plain-looking and posed no threat of inciting any ill intentions, leading Chris to conclude that the issue must have arisen on her way home. With a heart ablaze with concern, Chris rushed out of the tailor's shop. Already plagued by dire suspicions, he was well aware of the dark underbelly of Oni City. Even before nightfall, the probability of a young girl encountering nefarious characters on her way home was alarmingly high, be it drunken men lacking reason, gamblers seeking to vent their frustrations, or scoundrels intent on trafficking women and children. What if they had malicious designs against Kelly, and in their panic, took drastic measures to silence her, knowing Kelly's cautious nature? She would never take the dark, perilous shortcuts. Thus, her route home could only follow the main street to the intersection of Granton Street, then veer onto Granton Street, continuing straight to Neckbreaker Street, where she lived. In the evening, the main street is undoubtedly bustling with people, all hurrying home from various districts. It is unlikely that any incident occurred there. As for the street known as Broken Neck, that seems implausible as well. The residents are familiar neighbors. Even if a few disreputable drunks may be present, they would not dare to harm Kelly, for she has often lent a helping hand to many in the community. The unfortunate event must have more likely originated from Glanton Street. Glanton Street. Chris could not help but feel a wave of anxiety wash over him. It is home to 3 taverns and a brothel, a place where vices converge, frequented by patrons, drunks, and thieves alike. Oh, my Kelly, I sincerely hope you are unharmed. Chapter 21. Clue. The Tavern Beauty and Ale is considered an old establishment on Glanton Street, renowned for its inexpensive yet undiluted ale and its vivacious waitresses, drawing in numerous patrons, Chris among them. However, today his purpose for visiting differs from his usual indulgence. The time is just past noon, and the tavern is not particularly crowded. With only a few regulars scattered about, the proprietor, the white-bearded old man Homan, is propped up on his elbow, dozing off at the counter. Chris strikes the counter with a silver coin, the crisp sound jolting Homan awake. Swiftly, he sweeps the 5 scattered silver coins into the drawer beneath the counter, and, only just noticing Chris, raises his head and asks in a groggy voice, "What can I get you? We're out of food." Only drinks available. Naturally, the proprietor does not recall infrequent visitors like Chris, who is not particularly generous, so his tone lacks warmth, especially since he must conserve energy for the tavern's bustling evening hours. "No, I do not desire drink or food. I have come to inquire if there were any reports of a girl being abducted or harmed in this vicinity just yesterday. I am searching for my sister Kelly. She passes by here every evening, yet she has not returned home. I fear she may have encountered a nefarious individual nearby." Chris then carefully describes Kelly's appearance to the proprietor. Another inquiry for information? Homan muses, resting his chin in his hand, brow furrowed as he strains to recall. After all, Glanton Street is rife with various rumors daily, both good and ill. Indeed, Chris's inquiry about a girl going missing nearby rings true. And there are not just 1 or 2 cases. After contemplating for a while, as it is challenging to match Kelly's description with any known cases, he reluctantly raises his hands in a gesture of uncertainty, replying, "If it was yesterday, there were indeed some reports, but whether it pertains to your sister is hard to say. To be honest, it has been peculiar lately. Such cases of missing girls, which used to occur once every 10 days or so, have been happening daily. According to some of the streetwalkers, they claim to have seen a shadowy figure lurking in an alley yesterday, and when a girl passed by, in the blink of an eye, both the girl and the shadow vanished. As for the girl's appearance, they could not provide details, as the prostitutes primarily focus on men. Last night, Another individual with a similar predicament approached me, searching for his missing daughter. Ah, lately, the streets have been plagued with missing girls. Even the prostitutes have begun to express fears of venturing out. At this point, Holman could not help but chuckle disdainfully. They are merely being overly cautious. I have heard of girls going missing, but never of a prostitute being abducted. Holman's voice boomed without restraint, drawing laughter from the other patrons who were eager for such discussions. Once one person initiated the banter, the rest joined in, dispelling the afternoon's quiet boredom. Chris stifled his rising anxiety and strained to listen closely to their conversations, hoping for some useful leads. However, their stories mirrored Holman's. A shadowy figure suddenly emerged and whisked away a living person, leaving no trace behind. Realizing that lingering here would yield no further clues, Chris nodded to the proprietor and departed from the Beauty and Ale, a place he once frequented with abandon. Who could have abducted Kelly and the other girls? Chris pondered. To snatch a living being with such swiftness, if it were indeed human, the perpetrator must be a skilled professional, likely a thief. The thought of a thief reminded Chris of the female pickpocket who had stabbed him in the sewers, instantly recalling the peculiar dagger she wielded. What was it that Master Zeziel had called it? The Blade of Cerberus. Yes, that was it. Chris excitedly patted his scalp. Now he remembered fully, even recalling the three functions of the dagger. One of them, the ability to summon hellish minions, he had experienced firsthand. This seemed unrelated to the missing girls. The second, the ability to reap the souls of the deceased, would not necessitate targeting young girls. Murder would suffice. But the final function, to offer sacrifices to commune with the three-headed hound Cerberus for trade. Chris felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Sacrifices, using girls as offerings? This notion sent a chill down his spine. He had experienced the dreadful sensation of being offered as a sacrifice to Cerberus in a nightmare. That feeling, he would never wish to endure again. No, it cannot be so. Chris attempted to cast aside this terrifying thought. His Kelly must be safe. Perhaps she had merely found herself ensnared in a minor predicament. Yet, once the thought led to demons, he could not help but wonder, was that formidable female thief apprehended in the end? Given that both Master Zeziel and Knight Eric had intervened simultaneously, Chris believed the thief had little chance of escape. If she had been captured or slain on the spot, would the dagger not return to its rightful owner, the Count? Could it be that the Count was using it? Was he secretly abducting girls for some nefarious purpose? As his thoughts deepened, Chris found himself unnerved by his own speculations. Yet, one thing was certain. The Count and that dagger were undoubtedly intertwined. Otherwise, how could he possess such an evil dagger from the far eastern lands of Felman? To validate his suspicions, Chris resolved to seek out the older brother Rhett, whom he had met in the sewers, despite being merely a bastard of the Henry family, living daily within the Count's castle. He surely knew more than an ordinary person would. Thus, Chris hastened towards the Henry castle located in the northern part of the city, feeling an instinctual connection between Kelly's disappearance and the prominent figures within that castle. However, gaining entry to the Lord's castle was no simple feat. Upon arriving breathlessly before the towering Henry castle, he was promptly halted by the castle's guard knights. It was fortunate that he was dressed decently. Otherwise, he would have been unceremoniously cast aside. Chris quickly realized the recklessness of his actions. This was the castle of Count Henry, and how could an ordinary peasant like him gain access so easily? Good sirs, I am an apprentice of Master Zeziel from the Nevia estate. I have some acquaintance with young Master Rhett who resides within. I have come specifically to seek him. I would greatly appreciate it if you could convey my message. As he spoke, Chris rummaged through his coin pouch, producing a handful of silver coins, approximately 20 or 30, and pressed them into the hands of the knight who appeared to be the leader. Rhett? Young master? The lead knight slowly repeated the name, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Brothers, is there a young Master Rhett in the castle? Is there? I've never heard of such a person. There is a filthy bastard named Rhett. Though, haha. Indeed, it seems the only one in the castle is a bastard named Rhett. That must be our young master. The other knights immediately joined in, bursting into laughter as if they had heard the grandest of jokes. Chris's face turned a deep shade of crimson, taken aback that the noble's illegitimate son was so poorly regarded in his own home. He had only heard tales of bastards being bullied by their legitimate siblings. He never imagined even the gatekeepers would mock him so brazenly. However, this was simply Chris's ignorance of the intricacies of noble society. The status of a bastard varies according to their father's favor. Yet their lack of recognition is an undeniable truth. Moreover, the castle's guard knights were often the second sons of lesser nobility, possessing pure noble blood. How could they possibly respect a bastard young master? Eager to see Rhett, Chris realized that debating with them would yield no results, so he simply acquiesced. The very Red I seek is the illegitimate son of the Count, Red. The knights, having had their fill of amusement, ceased to trouble Chris any further. The leader weighed the silver coins in his hand, waved dismissively at his subordinates blocking the entrance, and addressed Chris. Since you are the apprentice of Master Zephyr, you may enter directly. However, do not venture into the main fortress, nor wander aimlessly. That little brat, Rid, resides in a small house near the stables. Once inside, simply follow the scent to your right. Chris felt a sense of disorientation at how swiftly he was granted entry. He had anticipated a cumbersome wait for them to inform Rid and secure permission for his entry. Was it truly the name of Master Zephyr that facilitated his passage? His speculation was indeed accurate. It was the renown of Zephyr that smoothed his way into the castle. Master Zephyr was the only level 7 mage in the entire city of Oni, and even the Count himself had to personally visit to seek his assistance. The weight of his reputation and influence was considerable, though such knowledge was typically reserved for those within the upper echelons of society. Chris, clearly unaware of the significance of being the apprentice of Master Zephyr, had unwittingly wielded a powerful card. Had he not invoked Zephyr's name and donned the garb reminiscent of a mage's apprentice, he would have surely needed to bribe those arrogant guards with no less than 10 gold coins. As for entering freely, Rit faced mockery from the guards each time he returned to the castle. How could a nameless commoner like Chris expect different, merely avoiding being treated as a suspect and kicked out? Or worse, imprisoned in the dungeon, would have been a stroke of luck, a fortunate encounter with guards in a good mood. Chapter 22. The mysterious disappearance of the young girl. The Henry Castle was vast. Even the outer courtyard of the main fortress boasted numerous functional yards. The stables were not difficult to locate, as Chris followed the pungent scent of dung in the air, accompanied by the faint sounds of neighing horses. He successfully found the small house where Rit resided. Passing by the stables, Chris spotted 2 familiar white warhorses, the very culprits that had nearly trampled him on that fateful day. The saying goes that enemies are particularly fierce upon meeting. Had there not been 2 stable boys busily tending to the horses, Chris might have taken the opportunity to cause them some discomfort as for outright vengeance. He decided against it. After all, one must consider their owner. Chris resolved to let them be for now, promising himself that when he grew stronger and deemed the Count insignificant, he would have his revenge, perhaps even cooking them for a meal. Rit was just there, practicing his cleaving strikes with a 2-handed sword in the open space before the small house. From a distance, Chris called out, "Hey, brother Rit, it's Chris. I've come to see you." Chris. Rit halted, turning around, puzzled by Chris's presence in Henry Castle. However, upon recognizing him as the young rogue who had fought alongside him in the sewers and taken a blow for him, Rit's expression shifted to one of delight. "Chris, what brings you here? And how's your injury?" "My injury? It's long healed," Chris replied, thumping his chest to indicate his recovery. By then, they had closed the distance between them and embraced each other heartily, as if they were long-lost comrades. "I knew you were tough. You would be fine. But how did you manage to get in?" "It's quite difficult for outsiders to enter Henry Castle without an invitation," Rit inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. Clearly astonished. "Haha, you may find it hard to believe, but do you remember the mage Zephyr we encountered in the sewers? He invited me to the Navia Manor. Guess what happened next? I bet you can't guess." Chris teased, drawing out the suspense. Despite Rit's burly appearance, his mind was sharp. Glancing at Chris's fresh mage attire, it dawned on him. "You caught his eye and became his apprentice." "Not just that," Chris replied, mysteriously wagging his finger. "Oh, do tell. Let me share in your joy." Rit's astonishment deepened. He could hardly conceive of anything more thrilling than being the apprentice of a high-level mage. Hee. "What if I told you that not only have I become a mage's apprentice, but I am also now a level 1 sorcerer? Would you believe that?" Chris's lips curled into a proud smile, his face alight with self-satisfaction. Indeed, it was a moment of great pride. If only the troubling matter of Kelly's disappearance did not overshadow this day. How splendid it would have been to share the joy with her, to celebrate together. However, as that thought crossed his mind, Chris's expression darkened. Rit, oblivious to Chris's sudden change in demeanor, was still reeling from the news. Just a few days apart, and Chris had transformed from an ordinary individual into a sorcerer. Is this really true? Rit could hardly believe it, or perhaps he simply did not want to accept it. He had witnessed talent before. Eric, the morning knight of Oni, had become a level 1 knight at the tender age of 10, yet none of that compared to the surprise he felt now. Chris nodded and raised his hand, eager to demonstrate a spell to prove his status as a spellcaster, only to realize he had exhausted all his spell slots for the day. Consequently, nothing happened. Under Rit's skeptical gaze, he could only offer an awkward smile and explain, "I'm sorry, I've used up all my spells today, but I truly am a level 1 sorcerer. Master Zephyr personally verified it." "Really? Hee, I believe you. Come, let us go out for a drink to celebrate your ascension as a sorcerer and an apprentice to a mage. Tonight, I shall reserve an entire tavern for you. Let everyone know that my brother Chris has become a noble spellcaster." Rit clapped Chris on the shoulder, signifying his trust and generously offering to treat him. Although Rit was merely an illegitimate son of uncertain status, he could still afford to rent a private room in an ordinary tavern for a few dozen gold coins. Ah, Chris sighed deeply. Rit was left bewildered. Despite the joyous occasion, why did Chris appear so glum? "Brother, is there something else troubling you? You can tell me. I may not have much to offer, but if anyone dares bully you, I'll make sure they regret it." The conversation finally shifted to more serious matters, and Chris's expression grew solemn. "Brother Rit, to be frank, I have come to you because some unfortunate events have transpired at home. My sister Kelly went missing on her way home last night. That I know you have extensive connections and information. I came to seek your assistance in uncovering her whereabouts." He concealed the true nature of his relationship with Kelly, referring to her as his sister, just as he had done while inquiring for information at the tavern previously. After all, they had yet to establish a romantic relationship, and this phrasing would facilitate matters. "Your sister is missing? Recently, I have indeed heard whispers of such occurrences." Rit, uncertain of the veracity of his information, nonetheless rushed to share upon seeing Chris's anxious demeanor that I heard it from Sheriff John. "The day after we left the sewers, he came to the castle to report a matter to the Count and happened to encounter me on his way out. He mentioned that there have been multiple incidents of young girls being abducted by bandits outside the city. Yesterday, I ran into him while drinking and brought up the topic. I asked if he had tracked down the bandits, but he said there was no trace of them. The number of missing girls continues to rise. And now even within the city, there have been over 10 similar cases. The culprits remain elusive, and rumors abound that a devil has appeared in Oni City, preying specifically on young girls. If not for the Count's prohibition on spreading such news, the populace would surely be in a state of panic. Rit's words fell like a cold shower on Chris's heart. Clearly, Kelly had been taken, just like the other innocent girls. Whether the rumors of a devil were true was uncertain. But Chris preferred to believe that someone was orchestrating these events from the shadows. "Brother, I know these words may weigh heavily on you, but do your best to remain calm. This situation is shrouded in mystery." And even Sheriff John hesitates to investigate further for fear of attracting trouble. To my knowledge, the Count is not particularly concerned. He has not ordered a thorough investigation, but merely allocated some funds for John to post a quest at the Adventurers Guild to search for the missing girls, after which he has taken no further action. Rit, fearing Chris would lose hope in his search for his sister, hastily offered words of comfort. As he had said, the entire situation reeked of the bizarre. It was evident that the waters ran deep, and to plunge in recklessly would likely lead to peril. Chris understood this simplistic truth all too well that he appreciated Rit's warning. Yet could he simply let go? Pretend it was merely an unfortunate accident? This was Kelly. If he could not find her, how would he face the heartbroken Irina? And how could he face himself in the future? Could he just act as if she were dead and do nothing? No. Chris could no longer suppress the tumultuous emotions that surged within him. He shouted loudly, and then pushed past Ritter, racing madly towards the castle's exit. He was determined to find Kelly and rescue her. Even if all he could discover in the end was her lifeless body, he had to find her. Ritter attempted to stop him, but upon witnessing his resolute demeanor, could only sigh and allow him to depart. There were still words left unspoken, words that pertained to certain family secrets of the Hanire clan. Even as a somewhat estranged, illegitimate child, he was hesitant to take actions that might directly harm the family's interests. If those secrets were to be revealed and discovered by the church, it would lead to significant trouble, potentially shaking the very foundation of the family, an unfavorable situation for someone like him, who thrived in the shade of the family tree. Chapter 23. Accepting a task. As Chris left the Hanire castle, the hour was late, and the sun had begun its descent towards the west. The elongated shadows cast upon the street appeared so lonely and desolate, mirroring Chris's profound despair. The information he had gleaned from Ritter undoubtedly corroborated his earlier suspicions. The disappearance of the Count and the young girl was intricately connected. Otherwise, why would he remain inactive, allowing events to unfold unchecked? Those were dozens of young girls, citizens of his territory. How could he so casually offer a bounty to adventurers to investigate? If he dispatched several elite cavalry units to conduct a sweeping search across the wilderness outside Oni City, What bandit would dare to roam freely across the plains, abducting innocents? If he were to apply even half the effort he used to deal with that dagger-stealing female thief, who would dare to perpetrate such atrocities against innocent girls within the city? Perhaps he was orchestrating something sinister behind the scenes for some unspeakable secret. Alas, if the Count were indeed the one instigating all of this, could Chris truly rely on his own strength to locate Kelly? A sense of desolation washed over him. Despite possessing magical abilities he had once only dreamed of, the weight of Hanire Count loomed large over him like an insurmountable mountain. Nevertheless, Ritter had also revealed a glimmer of hope. The number of missing girls was significant, suggesting that the perpetrator required many victims. If this was indeed for a devilish sacrifice, it was likely that a certain number of offerings would need to be gathered before the ritual could commence. Until then, there was still a chance that Kelly might be alive. He still had an opportunity to find and rescue her, albeit one that felt exceedingly slim. Lost in heavy thoughts, Chris scarcely noticed his path, nearly drifting along with the crowd until he accidentally collided with someone clad in leather armor, jolting him back to reality. He hastily apologized and looked up to assess the individual he had bumped into. An adventurer. The myriad scars from blades on the leather armor immediately revealed the identity of the person before him. Moreover, this was a seasoned adventurer, brimming with combat experience. Chris internally lamented his misfortune. Such adventurers were typically formidable fighters, and having collided with one could spell trouble for him. Would he be grabbed by the throat and thrown out, or perhaps receive a thorough beating? However, he momentarily forgot that he was no longer a mere ruffian, but a respected spellcaster. Except for the brutish sorts who acted without thought, who would bear animosity toward a noble spellcaster over a trivial matter. Thus, Chris was not assaulted. Instead, the other party kindly inquired, "Are you all right, esteemed mage?" Mage? Did he mean me? Chris was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his identity had changed. He was no longer the easily bullied thug. Naturally, he refrained from correcting the adventurer, who had mistaken him for a wizard. As many could not distinguish between a sorcerer and a mage. "I am fine. My apologies. I was lost in thought and accidentally bumped into you." The adventurer expressed goodwill, and Chris certainly had no intention of responding harshly, especially since it was indeed his fault for not paying attention to his surroundings. "No problem, but I must head to the guild to submit a quest, so I shall take my leave. I look forward to our paths crossing again." The adventurer clearly had urgent matters, hurriedly stating this before weaving through the crowd and heading towards a towering dome-shaped building nearly 10 meters high. Isn't this the Adventurers Guild of Oni City? I've walked all the way here without realizing it. As a native of Oni City, Chris unmistakably recognized this grand edifice, second only to the Hanire Castle in height. Since he was already here, he might as well step inside to see if anyone had taken on the search for missing girls quest issued by the sheriff, for someone as lost as Chris regarding Kelly's situation. The Adventurers Guild piqued his interest. Perhaps he would stumble upon unexpected discoveries that would illuminate his path. Gray was the predominant color of the Adventurers Guild, serving as a reminder to all adventurers to remain calm and composed in the face of challenges, never allowing emotions to dictate their actions, for life is singular and irreplaceable. Consequently, both the walls and floors were painted in this color. However, within the bustling hall of the Adventurers Guild, an environment even more lively than a tavern and noisier than a marketplace. Who could maintain their composure? Tasks were always fewer than the adventurers, and if one did not compete or seize opportunities, by the time they had carefully analyzed the risks and feasibility of a task, it would already have been claimed by those quicker to act. From the moment Chris entered the hall until he squeezed into the vicinity of the task board, he encountered 3 groups vehemently arguing over a quest. 2 drawing swords at one another, and a pair already grappling on the ground. The atmosphere palpably explosive. The minor squabbles in taverns paled in comparison to these altercations. Yet, those matters were of no concern to him. His focus remained on the search for missing girls quest associated with Kelly. However, upon finally reaching the board and gazing at the multitude of task notices plastered upon it, he found himself utterly taken aback. Apart from the monetary rewards indicated in the bottom corner of each notice, he could hardly decipher what was written on the papers themselves. But who could he blame, having become an orphan at a young age and too impoverished even to afford meals? How could he have had the means to pursue education and literacy, even now, as he found himself fortunate enough to receive guidance from Lillian? Time was not on his side. The events surrounding Kelly had transpired far too abruptly and unexpectedly. After a moment of awkwardness, Chris scanned the surroundings, hoping to find a kind soul willing to assist him in locating the search for missing girls quest. Finally, after surveying a dozen adventurers, each bearing either a weathered or fierce demeanor. He spotted a suitable target, a young paladin of Tyr, the god of justice. Anyone familiar with the paladin class would instinctively find them somewhat irksome, for these individuals adhered rigidly to their dogma and lacked flexibility. Regardless of whether you were a friend, relative, or even their own father, should they witness you engaging in any malevolent conduct, they would not hesitate to administer their justice. However, at times, the public held them in high regard. These earnest paladins would typically offer their assistance to anyone not malevolent, provided the request did not conflict with their divine tenets and did not interfere with their existing duties. Having identified the paladin, Chris exerted considerable effort to navigate through the throngs of people, ultimately confirming that the badge adorning the paladin's chest belonged to Tyr. He approached the young paladin, who appeared to be in his early 20s, and greeted him warmly. "Esteemed paladin, please allow me to express my respect for Tyr, the god of justice. Greetings, mage. How may I assist you?" The paladin cast a casual glance at Chris, already surmising that he sought something. For why else would a spellcaster engage with someone from the church? The conflict between their factions had persisted, both overtly and covertly, for nearly a millennium. At this juncture, Chris dared not continue pretending to be a mage. After all, it would be ludicrous for a scholarly mage to be illiterate, would it not? He quickly corrected himself. "No, I am a sorcerer. Oh, then, sorcerer, do you have a matter to discuss with me?" The paladin inquired without any sign of annoyance. "Ahem, I must admit, I struggle with reading. So, I was hoping you might assist me in finding out if there is a quest titled Search for Missing Girls among those notices. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chris felt his face flush. It was embarrassing for a spellcaster to be illiterate, an affront to the entire community of spellcasters. The paladin, upon hearing this, looked genuinely astonished. An illiterate spellcaster, while sorcerers relied entirely on innate talent for their magic. Encountering someone illiterate was indeed rare. This was the first time he had come across such a case. Do not feel embarrassed. Tyr teaches us not to mock the shortcomings of others. That I will help you. Coincidentally, I am also searching for that quest. Perhaps we may have the opportunity to tackle it together. The paladin spoke earnestly, showing no hint of amusement. This statement not only alleviated Chris's embarrassment but also filled him with immense joy. He had not anticipated that his inquiry would lead him to someone preparing to investigate the case of the missing girls, and a paladin renowned for their noble character at that. Since he expressed a desire to undertake the quest, Chris felt assured that he would pursue it diligently, undeterred by any obstacles, and would undoubtedly be an invaluable ally in his search for Kelly. Chapter 24. The paladin. When a profession is bestowed with a sacred name by the world, it not only becomes resplendent, but also begins to bear an unimaginable burden of responsibility. The paladin embodies such a vocation. Upon accepting this glorious title, one must hold steadfastly to their unwavering devotion to their deity, forsaking all else. No marriage, no progeny, no possessions, and no titles. Their words and deeds must strictly adhere to doctrine. They must not falter in the face of evil, they must be eager to assist the weak, and they must champion justice for the downtrodden. They exist as mere puppets, executing the divine commands without desires of their own. Traversing the world to combat malevolence, only to perish in some battle, ultimately having their souls ascend to the realms of the gods, despite the blandness of a paladin's existence and the multitude of restrictions placed upon them. Many righteous souls still aspire to join their ranks, among whom is Vero. To become a paladin requires enduring rigorous training and trials, followed by a 3-year period of practical experience during which they must not engage in any actions contrary to their tenets and must rectify every injustice they encounter. Vired is one such paladin of Tyr still undergoing his practical training. He embarked from the southern principality of Rhine, journeying northward, and now, in the 3rd year of his odyssey, he is on the verge of completing his training and earning the silver insignia of the Hand of Justice. However, the final leg of his journey is fated to be tumultuous. Just the day before yesterday, while traversing the outskirts of Oni City, he witnessed a band of brigands abducting a shepherdess. He exerted himself in pursuit. Yet the brigands, mounted on steeds, swiftly outpaced him, under the broad daylight. Such a brazen act of kidnapping could not go unchallenged by a paladin of the god of justice. He continued to investigate and sought the counsel of various villages dotting the area, ultimately discovering that dozens of maidens had recently been taken by these marauders. This was undoubtedly a well-organized and disciplined gang of thieves. No longer the naive novice, Viret resolved to act decisively. Although Tyr imparts that one must pursue justice even at the cost of their own life, it does not imply that paladins should recklessly throw themselves into danger. Vired understood that confronting a highly organized band of brigands alone was unfeasible. Thus, he ventured into Oni City, hoping to enlist the aid of the local church. Unfortunately, there was no temple of Tyr in Oni, and the churches of other deities were unlikely to dispatch elite forces to assist an outsider paladin of Tyr. After finding no assistance, he sought an audience with the local lord. Although he was eventually received by Count Hanner, he was met with the response, "I have already sent someone to the Adventurers Guild to post a quest. You should be able to find companions there." Consequently, Viret made his way to the Adventurers Guild in Oni City, where he fortuitously encountered Chris, a rare illiterate sorcerer, in front of the quest board. The task of finding the missing maidens was prominently displayed at the top of the board. Its bounty of 2,000 gold coins strikingly alluring, practically impossible to overlook. However, the daunting nature of such a task was evident. It required the adventurer to locate and rescue the missing maidens within a week. This was undoubtedly a high-difficulty quest, for if the captured maidens had already met a gruesome fate, a mere flicker of flame would render them irretrievable. Moreover, those audacious enough to commit such heinous acts were unlikely to be easily dealt with. Nearly every adventurer who glimpsed the task shook their heads, expressing no intention to accept it. Rumors of man-eating demons circulated throughout the city, known to anyone with even a modicum of information. They understood the complex circumstances surrounding this matter. Thus, they preferred to pursue mundane tasks with minimal rewards rather than risk their lives on a mission fraught with peril. "Will you take this task?" Vired inquired directly after detailing the quest to Chris. "I will." Chris replied succinctly and resolutely. Sensing the unwavering determination emanating from Chris, Vired extended his hand, allowing his previously stern demeanor to dissolve into a broad smile. Revealing his pearly whites as he said, "I am Vired von Hain. It is a pleasure to undertake this task alongside you. I am Chris, a nameless commoner. I am delighted to fight alongside a noble paladin." Chris smiled back, shaking Vired's hand. Yet these two newly allied companions, brimming with spirit, encountered a minor complication while registering for the quest. Neither was a registered adventurer at the guild. Vired had it easier. With his identification from the Church of Justice, he merely needed to navigate some additional procedures to register the task in the name of the church, a process he had completed before at other guilds. However, Chris needed to start from scratch, a cumbersome process requiring him to acquire a registration form, fill out personal details, and undergo a review by the guild officials before he could officially become an adventurer and accept the quest. "Let us do it this way. You take the task, and we'll work together. Who knows how long the registration will take?" Chris pragmatically proposed. He was acutely aware that even if they succeeded, he would receive no compensation, yet he cared not for riches. Finding a capable ally in his search for Kelly was reward enough. "Would you mind sharing your reasons with me, my companion?" Viret marveled for the second time today at Chris. "My beloved Kelly went missing yesterday." Before a companion with whom he was about to share life and death revealed the truth, Chris poured forth his heartfelt sentiments for Kelly. After quietly listening to Chris, the paladin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "I can understand your feelings, but I believe you could use a drink right now. Indeed, I should indulge in a bit of intoxication." Chris feigned strength with a smile, extending an invitation. His emotions had oscillated throughout the day, and he truly required the solace of alcohol. Paladins do not abstain from wine. Tyr teaches us that moderate drinking can awaken the courage within. "Then please, follow me. I know where to procure some potent spirits, but it would be best to take them back to my home. It is dark, and Kelly's sister is alone there, which weighs heavily on my mind. You are aware, of course, that the girls in the city and surrounding areas are in peril." Chris certainly did not forget that Irina awaited news of him at home, as he had mentioned. Under the cloak of night, girls were shrouded in unknown dangers, and he could not bear to leave her alone. With pleasure, Viret readily agreed, his approval deepened by Chris's concern for Kelly's family. Chapter 25. The discussion. Chris chose to purchase the wine at Beauty and Wine on Granton Street. Considering that he genuinely needed to drink to excess, and given Viret's robust physique, it was apparent he could handle a considerable amount of alcohol. Therefore, he simply procured an entire barrel of ale, amounting to a hefty 10 liters, and also bought a variety of meats and bread to take along. As they passed a pastry shop, Chris thought of Irina. The little girl would surely enjoy some sweets. So he entered and spent a silver coin to buy her a cake topped with a bright red strawberry. They soon arrived at Kelly's doorstep, and Chris knocked, calling out, "Irina, it's me, open the door." With a loud clatter, the door swung open, revealing Irina, who had been eagerly awaiting outside. However, Upon seeing only Chris and an unfamiliar man, her heart sank, and tears began to well in her eyes, seeing her distress. Chris rushed forward to embrace her, hastily reassuring, "Irina, do not cry just yet. Although I have not yet found your sister, today was not without its rewards. At the very least, I have garnered some leads. And I have also found a formidable ally at the Adventurers Guild, this handsome paladin beside me. With his assistance, we will surely locate Kelly soon. Please, no more tears, all right? Indeed, little one, we have leads regarding your sister's disappearance. Tomorrow, we shall commence our search, and I believe we will have results within a few days," Violet chimed in, supporting Chris's words. Really? Irina's eyes sparkled with hope. She yearned to believe in their words, but until she saw her sister return safely, how could she truly relax? Chris and Violet exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in unison. Absolutely. Irina's tears finally ceased, and at that moment, she noticed the barrel of wine standing at Chris's feet, along with a package emitting a delightful aroma of food. Her little stomach, having gone an entire day without sustenance, audibly protested, causing her to blush and shy away from meeting anyone's gaze. Chris, not one to dawdle, swiftly retrieved the strawberry cake he had purchased specifically for her, presenting it with a sense of pride. "Here, I thought you would enjoy this Dada cake." As Chris had anticipated, Irina took great delight in sweets. The instant she accepted the cake, she joyfully leaped up, planting an unexpected sweet kiss on Chris's cheek. After all, she was merely the daughter of a poor family, and apart from on her birthday, she had seldom had the opportunity to indulge in such extravagant treats. Irina's joy was infectious, momentarily dispelling the clouds of worry hovering over Chris's mind. He couldn't help but fantasize about what would transpire once they rescued Kelly. With his current abilities, whether as an adventurer undertaking tasks for coin or serving as a guard for the city's nobles or wealthy merchants, earning dozens of gold coins a month would be a trivial endeavor. At that point, buying her cakes daily would be but a small feat, and acquiring a grand house along with a servant would also fall within the realm of possibility. However, if the mage Jishir, who had guided Chris toward the path of sorcery, were to hear such fantasies, he would undoubtedly deliver a stern reprimand. Given Chris's innate talent and lineage, with diligent practice, he could potentially ascend to the rank of a high-level sorcerer within a decade. How could he dare to dream of merely serving as a guard? Such aspirations would undoubtedly bring shame upon spellcasters. Yet, human dreams are invariably constrained by one's perspective. As Chris ascends and broadens his horizons, he will one day find amusement in his current fantasies. For now, however, living a comfortable life akin to that of the city's middle class remains his aspiration. "Come on, brother, we have a whole barrel of ale to get through." Violet gently tapped the lid of the barrel, rousing Chris from his reverie. The paladin, having journeyed tirelessly through the wilderness for several days, had long been deprived of drink and felt his stomach growl in anticipation. "Ha! Look at me, leaving the guest outside. Hurry, come in. I'll set the table and arrange everything." Chris chastised himself, feeling remorseful for having been so inconsiderate, focusing solely on his own delight while neglecting Violet, who was his greatest ally in the quest for Kelly. "I'll help too." Irina, still savoring her cake, quickly set it down and hopped over to assist Chris. Their combined efforts naturally proved more efficient, and in no time, an array of meats had been sliced, arranged on plates, and bread placed in a wicker basket. With a resounding clink, their wooden cups brimming with ale met, producing a dull thud. Without hesitation, both Chris and Violet drained their cups in unison, the fiery sensation coursing from their tongues straight to their stomachs. "Violet, to be honest, I was on the brink of despair today. Had I not encountered you, I wouldn't have known whether I had the courage to continue my search." After a few more toasts, emboldened by the alcohol, Chris finally began to articulate the thoughts he had kept hidden in his heart. He had to admit that while he cared deeply for Kelly and vowed to find her at all costs, he could not guarantee that he would succeed. Fear of power is a fundamental human trait. Perhaps just a fleeting thought of cowardice could deflate the courageous resolve within him like a punctured balloon. Despite their brief acquaintance, Violet sensed that Chris was not the kind of person to give up upon facing adversity. After a moment of silence following Chris's disheartened words, he downed another cup of ale before asking, "Brother, have you uncovered anything?" Sigh. Chris sighed deeply, setting down his cup. "It's not exactly a discovery. It's more of a deduction based on the information I possessed. I wonder if you would believe me, but I suspect that Count Hainier from Oni City is behind this." "Count Hainier? Isn't he the local lord?" Violet, though an outsider, was aware of the ruler of Oni City, especially since he had visited the Count that very day. "Yes, the lord of Oni City. Chris asserted firmly, instinctively glancing around. Speaking ill of the city's ruler could lead to imprisonment or even execution if overheard. Could you elaborate? The paladin felt a sense of urgency, sensing that Chris's words might hold the key to completing their mission. Chris took another drink before slowly recounting his recent experiences, from entering the sewers in pursuit of the female thief to his conversation with Root today. He omitted no detail concerning the blade, Cerberus, and concluded with his suspicions that it seems this matter is indeed linked to the Count. Virot had previously pondered why banditry thrived outside Oni City without any intervention, but after hearing Chris's account, everything clicked into place. If the Count were indeed involved, or if he had dispatched people disguised as bandits, it all made sense. However, if this deduction were true, the nature of the situation escalated. It was no longer merely a case of a missing girl, but rather a conspiracy involving the noble lord and demonic forces. At any time, should there be irrefutable evidence linking someone to the devil, that individual would become an enemy of all divine faiths in Kasasham, marked as a heretic to be judged. What should we do next? Chris recognized his own limited perspective in this matter. Entangled as it was with the city's lord, he hoped Virot would devise a thorough and feasible plan. What to do? Virot pondered. As a paladin, he would never cower before authority or be hindered by the fact that the other party was a Count. He was a teal paladin, born to uphold justice. Yet, could he boldly enter the Count's castle with sword in hand to seek evidence? The Count was the sovereign of Oni City. Any misstep on their part could entangle many innocent lives. Thus, he needed to tread carefully. Chris understood that Virot was deep in thought and refrained from rushing him, sipping his ale while contemplating the best course of action. Let us do it this way. Virot finally spoke again. For now, our focus should remain on directly capturing the culprits. I suspect they will continue their activities for the next few days. If we can apprehend one or two of them, we will surely discover where they are hiding the missing girls, and there, we will undoubtedly find direct evidence of the Count's collusion with the devil. So you mean to temporarily bypass the Count and investigate around him? Yes, the paladin nodded. But only temporarily. If we fail to capture the direct culprits in the next few days, we will have no choice but to confront him directly. Should we begin our search outside the city or within? Outside, Virot replied. During the daytime, they should be operating outside the city. Just the other day, I encountered them in the outskirts, but alas, I had no horse to pursue them and could only watch helplessly as they abducted a shepherd girl. As he spoke, Virot slammed the table in frustration. Hey, now that there are two of us, I'm not without my own skills. I am also a sorcerer capable of casting a few spells. I have a ranged attack spell called Acid Dart that should come in handy. Chris proudly patted his chest, brimming with confidence in his abilities. Oh, besides that spell, do you have any other spells at your disposal? Virot's face lit up. If Chris possessed powerful ranged spells, their chances of success would increase significantly. Well, I have 3 first-level spells: Charm Person, Shield of Fire, and another projectile spell whose effects even Master Jashir outside the city could not identify. As for 0-level spells, I have a few more, including Acid Dart, Touch of Fatigue, Dazzle, and Mage Hand, with the first 2 being usable twice. Chris provided an honest account, realizing Virot was formulating a battle plan tailored for both of them. Wonderful. I didn't expect you to have so many spells at your disposal, though Virot was not a spellcaster. He understood that a first-level sorcerer typically possessed a few usable spells. The sheer number of spells Chris had, each with practical applications, was indeed exceptional. Let me share my capabilities and preferred combat style. You see, I am a paladin, and my forte lies in direct combat, engaging enemies in fierce melee. In this regard, my skills are roughly on par with those of a level 4 warrior. However, I am a devout follower of the God of Justice, Tyr, who has graciously bestowed upon me the ability to wield divine spells of up to the 3rd level. This allows me to enhance my shield, sharpen my sword, and confront non-spellcasting adversaries of around level 5. Moreover, I possess the ability to heal minor wounds. Vellet gradually began to reveal his own circumstances. It is only through mutual understanding that 2 individuals can work in harmony when faced with foes. Truly impressive. Vellet, you are exceptionally formidable, Chris exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. He had not anticipated that the paladin he had fortuitously met at the Adventurers Guild would be so powerful, rivaling that of a level 5 professional. Could it be that his own capabilities were akin to those of a rogue lurking in the sewers? Oh, it's all right. I'm merely a paladin in training, Vellet humbly replied, maintaining an air of modesty. In training? Indeed, to become a paladin of Tyr's Church, one must not only meet the requisite strength, but also undergo 3 years of training. Only by adhering to the tenets of the faith throughout this period is one granted the silver badge of protection from the God of justice. I am now in my final year, and I must express gratitude for the growth I have achieved over the past 2 years. Goodness, becoming a paladin is no simple feat if it were me. I doubt I could endure even a single day. Here, let me raise a toast to you, honoring the noble qualities of a paladin, Chris proclaimed, lifting his cup and rising to his feet, and may we have success in our endeavors tomorrow. Velot also stood, raising his own cup and proclaiming loudly, "Here's to our success tomorrow. Cheers, cheers." Chapter 26. Commencing the mission the following day, at dawn, Chris, stifling yawns, struggled to rise from the floor of Kelly's home. Meanwhile, another inebriate awakened, stretching lazily and causing a cacophony of sounds, surprisingly still clad in his armor. As for Irina, the sole occupant of the house who had not partaken in the revelry, she swiftly threw off her covers and leapt from her bed. Not even pausing to don her shoes before darting out. "Brother Chris, are you leaving already?" Irina grasped Chris's arm, her eyes reflecting reluctance and concern. From their conversations the previous evening, the girl had gleaned the depth of her sister's troubles and understood the formidable enemy the two men had pledged to confront, the Count of Hannery. For a girl who had never ventured beyond the confines of Oni City, the Count was as great an entity as a deity. Chris discerned the girl's apprehension, gently tousling her hair and crouching down to meet her crystal blue gaze. In the softest of tones, he reassured her, "Irina, there is no need for concern. Your brother has become a powerful sorcerer and will surely vanquish those evildoers to rescue Kelly. Do you remember our promise? I shall buy a grand house for you and Kelly to live in together in joy. I certainly remember. But, Irina hesitated. But the enemy is the Count of Oni City, is he not? Chris helped her voice her fears. Yes, the girl replied softly. Fear not, my brave little Nana. A hero does not necessarily have to slay a dragon to rescue a princess. Just wait patiently at home for our good news. Chris smiled mysteriously, ruffling her hair, and then turned to gather the essentials for their journey. In truth, the items he needed were few. He stuffed a few pieces of bread and smoked meat into his pocket and filled his water skin. After which he had nothing more. He possessed neither sword nor armor, as any metallic gear would hinder his spellcasting. Meanwhile, Velot, fully equipped, observed Chris's simple attire and pondered for a moment before removing his own satchel. He rummaged through it and finally produced a small dagger, offering it to Chris. Here, take this for protection. Chris accepted it without hesitation, recognizing the necessity of a weapon for self-defense during encounters after his spells had been exhausted. A dagger or a light crossbow was indeed the preferred choice for spellcasters, as they were lightweight, compact, and minimally composed of metal, thus causing little interference with spellcasting. Without further words, Velot discerned that it was time to depart. Nodding towards the door, Chris embraced Irina one last time, reiterating his request for her to remain indoors, before joining Velot and stepping outside. The dominion of Oni City spanned an area of over 50 miles, dotted with nearly 100 villages. With such an expanse, it was impractical for Chris and Velot to conduct a thorough search unless they had a small army at their disposal. They would have to rely on fortune instead. I propose we visit a nearby village. We might uncover some leads regarding the bandits, Chris suggested as he leaned against a large tree, sipping water after a fruitless morning of wandering. To him, such aimless searching was not a sound strategy. Unless Lady Motera took a particular interest in them, it was unlikely they would encounter those wretched bandits who preyed upon young maidens, as they had just days prior. Furthermore, given the numerous abductions of young girls, even the most oblivious of villagers should have developed a certain level of vigilance, at least until the uproar had subsided, thus preventing their daughters from venturing out recklessly. If the bandits were indeed targeting maidens, and could not find solitary victims in the wilderness, they would likely resort to raiding the villages directly. Velot also took a sip from his water skin and, after careful consideration of Chris's proposal, nodded in agreement. Very well, let us rest for a few more minutes before setting out. There is a village not far ahead. We shall head there first. Yet, fate is not something mere mortals can fully comprehend. Shortly after Chris and Velot had resolved to abandon their reliance on luck, a sudden and thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distance. The two, having been resting, immediately sprang to their feet, alert, and turned to face the source of the noise. Cavalry? Due to a cloud of dust obscuring their view, Chris could not see clearly, but the frequency of the hoofbeats suggested there were nearly 10 riders. Not necessarily. The paladin's expression grew serious as he pulled Chris aside, swiftly leading him to a thicket behind a large bush, ensuring they remained concealed before continuing. It could also be that group of bandits. So many. Chris was startled by this possibility. Do not forget, they might very well be regular cavalry. Just then, the cavalry drew nearer, prompting Velot to silence Chris, both of them holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. It was only after the troop had thundered past that they dared to peek out and observe. Now I can confidently assert that they're undoubtedly the cavalry of Oni City. Although the riders were not clad in standard armor, nor bearing the banner of the Henry family, Chris recognized the horses they rode. These horses had distinctive features, predominantly brown in color, yet each bore a patch of white fur along their backs. This was due to their lineage, being a crossbreed of the white war horses imported from the northern kingdom of Helrun and the local brown ponies, specifically bred for the cavalry of Oni City. Come, Chris, let us follow them and see what they are up to. Thus, the two trailed the hoof prints left in the earth, both harboring a premonition that the bandits were likely planning to attack the nearby village. Upon reaching the village, their suspicions proved correct. Chaos reigned within, with the cries of women and children mingling with the shouts of men defending themselves, and the harsh commands of the bandits echoing throughout the uproar. What should we do? Velot, shall we engage? Chris had counted the adversaries. There were precisely 10, all skilled riders who had undergone formal training, and judging by their adeptness in battle, they were likely the elite cavalry of Oni City. Perhaps even reaching the level of seasoned professionals. Could he and Velot truly contend with such formidable foes? Of course. Let us charge. The paladin let out a mighty roar, drawing forth a sharp longsword, and charged fearlessly ahead. Chris, with little time for contemplation, hastened to follow, focusing his mind and preparing to unleash spells in support. The bandits were also on high alert, almost immediately spotting Chris and Virot, recognizing them as formidable professionals. However, their reaction was peculiar. They hastily seized several bound young maidens without hesitation and galloped away from the village, rather than consolidating their efforts to engage in battle, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage. Although Chris and Virot were baffled by their cowardice, they could not simply allow them to escape. Without needing the paladin's reminder, Chris raised his palm, conjuring a large mass of green acidic liquid, targeting the back of the last bandit and launching it with precision. Chapter 27. The spell's triumph. The charge is the most formidable attack of cavalry, as the tremendous momentum gained from their galloping horses allows their longswords to easily tear through the skin of their foes, while their lances can even pierce several centimeters of plate armor. Moreover, when the number of cavalry becomes substantial, their charge becomes a veritable nightmare for any adversary. Though 10 riders may seem few and the village terrain insufficiently spacious, if their fighting spirit remains high, they could launch a coordinated assault in pairs, making it exceedingly difficult for even Virot, a level 4 warrior with enhanced defenses, to escape unscathed. As for Chris, his slight frame would only allow him to hide. Yet their objective was not victory, but rather to capture a sufficient number of maidens to report back to their superiors. With the advantage of horseback, they could easily shake off any bothersome opposition, rendering a life-and-death struggle unnecessary. This presented an opportunity for Chris. The sorcerer cast his spell swiftly, targeting the horse of the chosen bandit just as it turned to flee, kicking its belly to spur it on. However, before it could gallop away, the acidic projectile struck, leaving no time for evasion, forcing the bandit to endure the brunt of the magical assault. Although the spell successfully hit its mark, the acidic projectile was merely a 0-level spell. It might inflict fatal harm on an ordinary person, but for one clad in leather armor and likely a professional, it merely caused him to stagger, with the acid corroding a portion of his armor. The splattered acid, however, landed on the horse's flanks, causing it to rear in panic, thereby delaying the bandit's retreat. At that moment, Virot finally reached the bandit, leaping high and crashing onto him, knocking him off his horse. The paladin's strength was not to be underestimated. He offered no chance for the foe to struggle or resist, swiftly subduing and rendering him unconscious. Witnessing a companion's capture, the 9 bandits who had already fled promptly turned their mounts around and regrouped. They still held the advantage and were not afraid to engage Chris and Virot in combat. Their earlier reluctance stemmed merely from a desire to conserve time and energy. Chris, be wary, they are about to charge. Find a place to hide and wait for the right moment to strike, Virot instructed as he tossed the unconscious bandit aside into an unoccupied house, then called out to the surrounding villagers. Everyone, quickly find a place to take cover and get as far away as possible. This area is perilous. The paladin, a symbol of goodness and righteousness, was quickly recognized by the villagers. They silently thanked the heavens for sending help and obediently dispersed. Adults clutching children, and women assisting the elderly, all retreating from the impending battlefield. Meanwhile, Chris, having just achieved his first success, was the first to seek shelter. This was a habit formed during his days as a rogue. Upon sensing danger, he instinctively sought to preserve himself. Virod's warning merely provided him the justification to act openly, to evade the bandits' charge, and remain poised to support the battlefield. Chris cleverly maneuvered behind a nearby house. Stealthily climbing onto the roof and lowering his body to avoid detection at this moment, the bandits had dismounted the bound maidens and formed two lines, except for one imposing figure at the front, wearing a distinctive horned leather helm and marching alone. The remainder paired up, an inexorable fighting spirit surged among the 9 bandits, an iron-blooded aura forged on the battlefield. Far from the ordinary bravado of common thieves, Virod, locked in their sights, emanated a powerful aura of his own, escalating to a level that could contend with the 9 bandits. As their formation solidified, the bandits began to quicken their pace, the sound of hooves transitioning from slow to swift, from sparse to dense. Their long swords were drawn, and the leader, relinquishing the reins, gripped the sword's hilt with both hands, preparing for a formidable strike. Virod's expression was grave. He swiftly cast his most familiar divine spell, Shield of Protection, then raised his long sword emblazoned with the holy symbol of Tyr, also invoking sharp weapon, causing the blade to shimmer with a transient glow, significantly enhancing its cutting edge. "May my lord grant me strength," the paladin silently recited his prayers, adopting a stance to confront the charging bandits head-on. Arrogance. That was the bandits' assessment of the paladin. While they acknowledged his prowess, recognizing him as at least a level 4 professional, they deemed it folly to confront a cavalry charge directly. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Now was the moment. With the bandits entirely focused on Virod, Chris seized the opportunity from his perch atop the roof, targeting the horse of the foremost bandit with his second and final acidic projectile of the day. His previous experience had taught him that directly attacking the bandits was unlikely to yield substantial damage unless he struck an unprotected face. Instead, it would be more effective to target their horses, as startled mounts would surely disrupt their formation. The leading bandit, taken aback by the sorcerer's position atop the roof, remained unconcerned upon seeing the familiar green, foul-smelling spell. "What of it if it strikes me?" he scoffed, presuming the caster was likely of a low level, even possibly below level 1. Otherwise, he would have unleashed a more powerful spell, such as a magic missile or fireball. However, his smirk quickly faltered as the acidic projectile veered not towards him, but rather towards his steed. Tasked with maintaining his grip on the sword with both hands, he could not pull the reins to steer the horse away. Left with no choice, the bandit leader channeled all his strength into a slash with his longsword, hoping to keep the charge intact. Even if he could not attack this round, he reasoned that the paladin would soon be overwhelmed by his comrades. Virod, observing this, couldn't help but smile. Chris's timely support had significantly increased his chances of weathering the charge. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the hidden sorcerer unleashed yet another spell, a peculiar gray projectile. Once again aimed at the horse's head. How could he cast another spell so swiftly? The bandits pondered, speculating whether he had employed a scroll. Yet there was no time for deliberation. The enigmatic projectile, the effects of which even Chris could not predict, struck its target. There was no explosion, no flash of light, nor any discernible force. The projectile simply vanished into the horse's head. Did it have no effect? Chris was momentarily stunned, but soon transformed into elation as the horse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Devoid of any wounds, as if its very essence had been siphoned away, the leader of the bandits fared no better. Although he leaped from the horse at the first opportunity, he landed awkwardly, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. The others, too, frantically tugged at their reins in an attempt to regain control of their mounts, resulting in a complete collapse of their formation. The paladin, understanding that he was not one to wait idly for his opponents to regain their composure, seized the moment to strike. Virod charged forward, swiftly dispatching 2 bandits who had been caught too closely together to react. Regarding those vile individuals who dared to commit robbery under the broad daylight, he harbored not a shred of compassion. Yearning fervently for them to face the judgment of Teal immediately, the situation had taken a disconcerting turn. The once confident bandit leader suddenly wore a grim expression, witnessing one of his own knocked unconscious and 2 others slain. With only 7 men remaining against an opponent who appeared utterly unscathed, save for the depletion of that insidious spellcaster's few spell slots, he found himself at a loss regarding Chris's level. That flying dart was exceedingly peculiar. Was it a 1st level, 2nd level, or perhaps a 3rd level? If that individual were indeed a 3rd level or higher spellcaster, he would undoubtedly possess many more spell slots. No, passively enduring this onslaught would spell doom for his comrades. The bandit leader hesitated no longer. Seizing his long sword to hurl it toward the mage perched atop the roof, the blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Snapping Chris from his reverie, instinctively he recoiled, disregarding the peril of tumbling from the rooftop, while hastily invoking his unique first-level spell, Shield of Flame. Although the serpentine flames that erupted from within him successfully devoured the incoming blade, melting it into a pool of molten iron, Chris found himself in a precarious position as he inevitably plummeted from the rooftop with a heavy thud. Moreover, his shield of flame inadvertently ignited further troubles, for the village's structures were predominantly wooden. Chapter 28. Interrogation. The infernal bloodline endowed Chris with formidable resistance to fire and intense heat. Nevertheless, the smoke generated by burning wood and hay was excruciatingly suffocating. As he stumbled from the inferno, he was already covered in soot and grime. Fortunately, the duration of his shield of flame had yet to expire. Any mundane flames that approached were consumed by the surrounding fire serpents, preserving his robe, which was worth 300 gold pieces, a loss he could scarcely bear. The battle on Violet's front was manageable. Dismounted cavalry were not particularly formidable foes. Even the leader, after losing his weapon of choice, posed little threat, as the sheer number of adversaries forced him to focus solely on defense, making it difficult to secure a decisive victory. However, he had allies. The bandits also noticed Chris emerging from the inferno, observing that he bore no injuries and appeared to possess considerable stamina, which instilled a sense of trepidation among them. The world fears spellcasters due to the myriad of inexplicable wonders they embody. How could he possibly be unscathed by fire? And what was that crimson serpent coiling about him? Boss, we should retreat. Under the pressure formed by Chris and Violet's alliance, one bandit could no longer contain his anxiety and urged their leader. The leader, not oblivious to the unfolding situation, resignedly agreed to his subordinate's suggestion. Very well. Let us withdraw. We must aim to take as many maidens as possible. Otherwise, our return will be futile. Understood. The remaining bandits responded in unison. None wished to face death, and regarding their comrade who had been rendered unconscious. No one had the heart to concern themselves any longer, as they hurriedly made for their steeds, racing out of the village now engulfed in flames. Violet, they still intend to abduct those maidens. You must hasten to their rescue. Chris, having overheard their conversation, urgently beckoned the paladin to save the bound girls. He lacked any effective means to deter the bandits from fleeing. Yet, despite Violet's swift reflexes, he could not rescue every maiden. He repelled 3 bandits, but the remaining ones successfully whisked away 1 girl each. Fleeing without a backward glance, he contemplated mounting a horse to pursue them, but the village's fire was spreading, and many others required his assistance. When the flames were finally extinguished by Chris, Violet, and the villagers, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, and Chris found himself utterly drained, unable to lift even a finger. Have a drink. Violet offered him a cup of cool water drawn from the well. Thank you, Chris replied weakly. His constitution had deteriorated significantly after suffering 2 life-threatening injuries in quick succession. Now, his efficiency in performing strenuous tasks like fetching water and combating fire paled in comparison to the village's sprightly youths of 14 or 15. Your performance was commendable. Byto. I can scarcely believe this is your first time wielding magic in battle, the paladin praised, patting his shoulder. Indeed, Chris's actions had many commendable aspects, particularly his impeccable timing in slaying the bandit leader's horse, disrupting their charge. However, aside from the resultant inferno that burdened everyone, Chris instinctively recoiled from the blade, which would have allowed him to evade it. Instead, he unnecessarily activated Shield of Flame. Yet they had still allowed 4 maidens to be captured. Chris did not bask in pride from the praise. His thoughts drifted to the girls taken by the bandits, their cries filled with helplessness and heartache. His beloved Kelly must have been in a similar plight. Sigh. The paladin exhaled, recognizing Chris's thoughts of his abducted love, and offered comfort. We have captured a prisoner, do we not? He may yield valuable information. Perhaps we can ascertain the whereabouts of the missing maidens and rescue them. Indeed, I still have hope of saving Kelly. Hope reignited in Chris's eyes, a surge of strength coursing through him, propelling him to his feet. Violet, let us interrogate him at once. Agreed. Violet nodded, supporting Chris as they parted the curious villagers surrounding them. Making their way to the captive bound tightly with ropes at that moment, the bandit had regained consciousness, though he might have preferred to remain so. The villagers, whose daughters had been stolen and homes burned, directed their wrath upon him, resulting in a brutal beating. Had he not possessed remarkable resilience, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness once more. When Chris beheld him, The visible skin was a tapestry of bruises and swelling, with deep, terrifying lacerations marring his neck and face, marks left by the enraged women. Fortunately, the paladin had intervened just in time to quell the villagers' fury, insisting they needed to extract the location of their daughters from him. This intervention temporarily halted the parents' wrath. Do you possess any effective means to interrogate him? I have tried before, and he is quite obstinate. Violet expressed his frustration, acknowledging his limitations as a paladin of Teal. Lacking expertise in interrogation techniques, had it been a follower of the sadistic Levita, he would have likely divulged all the truths by now. As for methods, Chris recalled the only first-level spell he had yet to utilize that day, Charm Person, which possessed the capacity to enchant and control others. He had already tested it the previous day. You must support him upright and direct his gaze into my eyes. The paladin complied immediately. However, the captive was uncooperative, shrewdly deducing that the spellcaster intended to employ a mind-controlling spell against him. He was acutely aware that revealing his recent transgressions and the involvement of the prominent figure from Oni City would seal his fate and that of his family, so he struggled, shaking his head and attempting to close his eyes to evade Chris's gaze. His resistance was futile, as two villagers spontaneously approached, prying his eyes open and compelling him to gaze into Chris's now shimmering violet orbs. His mind began to unravel under the influence of the spell, his defiance waning, until he stared, entranced, into Chris's purple eyes without the need for further coercion. With the aid of magical powers, the interrogation became exceedingly simple. For every question Chris posed, the captive dutifully responded, quickly divulging all the information he possessed. The captive's name was Tucker, and indeed he was a cavalryman from Oni City, belonging to the 1st Squad of the 3rd Cavalry Regiment. Ordered by Sir Laracas, the commander of the 3rd Regiment, to masquerade as bandits and capture pure maidens outside the city. Each day, the captured girls were delivered to a concealed valley west of Oni City. As for the rationale behind capturing pure maidens, he knew not. Whether the captured maidens lived or died, he was unaware. Who orchestrated Sir Laracas' actions remained a mystery to him, as the entire regiment had been strictly forbidden from discussing any matters related to it. After repeatedly confirming the precise location of the valley he mentioned, Chris dispelled the spell and said to Violet, "We must act without delay. Let us go at once." However, the paladin outright rejected his proposal. Although he too was eager to rescue the maidens, he had not lost his rationality. Their strength was nearly depleted. Chris's spell slots were nearly exhausted, and even walking had become a challenge. To rush into a rescue under such circumstances would be tantamount to courting death. Do not be hasty, Chris. I understand your sentiments, but proceeding in this manner is akin to throwing eggs against stone. Listen to me. We must first return to Oni City, and only after regaining our strength and composure can we hope to rescue your Kelly, along with the other young maidens. Moreover, I believe we need to enlist some additional assistance. It would be quite challenging for just the two of us. More helpers. Indeed, now that we have discerned the location where the maidens are being concealed, we can spread the word at the Adventurers Guild. I am certain we will attract adventurers lured by the substantial reward of 2,000 gold coins. Violet is quite confident about this. Who says that paladins possess only courage? Chris smirked knowingly. Very well, let those avaricious adventurers test the waters and see how deep it is. Chapter 29. A chance encounter beneath the nightfall. The hall of the Adventurers Guild was always bustling with activity before dawn. And as night descended, an even greater throng of adventurers gathered. When Chris and Violet arrived at dusk, they were met with a sea of dark figures and a cacophony of noise. Some were there to accept quests, others to gather information, and of course, there were those like the two of them who were intent on disseminating news. Typically, seasoned adventurers would come to understand that the ability to complete a task is secondary to the importance of information. Thus, they would often flock to this place, which was more raucous than a market. Yet, the inexperienced youth would often fail to comprehend this, mistakenly believing that sheer strength could overcome all obstacles, only to learn the hard way after numerous failures to appreciate the value of this chaotic hub. Although Chris had visited this place infrequently and was not well acquainted with its intricacies, he still possessed a few tricks for spreading information. He drew Violet aside, feigning casual conversation, and inquired, "Brother, I heard you apprehended a bandit outside the city today?" "Indeed," Violet replied, puffing out his chest in pride to accentuate the holy emblem of Tyr adorning his attire. As the paladin of the god of justice, dealing with a mere brigand is but child's play. "Ah, indeed, your stature exudes nobility. It is evident you are no ordinary person. Might you divulge the details of this bandit?" I have heard rumors of rampant banditry beyond the city walls. Chris lowered his voice conspiratorially. Curious, are we? Virat teased, deliberately withholding information. Of course. Please enlighten me. As he spoke, Chris attempted to slip Virat a small pouch of coins. Naturally, the paladin refused, for such an act would contravene his principles. Angrily, he pushed Chris away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you wish to see me stripped of my paladin status? Take your money and vanish from my sight, lest I become unpleasant. Calm down, calm down. Look at my head, my hand." Truly deserving of a beating, to play his part convincingly, Chris raised his right hand and slapped his left hand with vigor. This little farce unfolded as they had hoped, drawing attention from onlookers. And many genuinely concerned about the bandit issue had already tuned into their conversation. Some even joined in, urging, "Paladin, do share. Look how sincerely he repents. Surely even his majesty Tyr has forgiven him." Chris seized the moment to plead, "Paladin, have mercy and tell me. The truth is, my sister has also been captured by those bandits, and upon hearing that you caught one, I came to inquire so it was for the sake of his abducted sister." The paladin pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, leading Chris aside. "I can tell you, but the bandit's background is quite complex. I advise you to forget it once you've heard, or it may cost you your life." Under my questioning, the bandit revealed the truth. He is a cavalryman from the city, disguised as a brigand to fulfill orders from above. What orders? Well, never mind. If you truly wish to know, venture 20 miles west of the city tomorrow, where you will find a small valley. You will learn the truth there, but I still advise against going. The paladin's words were cryptic, yet they successfully disclosed the valley's location, which was sufficient. Sensing the moment was ripe, he exchanged a discreet signal with Chris, preparing to slip quietly out of the Adventurers Guild Hall. Now, they merely needed to let the news simmer without further prodding. "I must say, Virat, you possess quite the talent. You played your role remarkably well." Once outside the Adventurers Guild, Chris burst into laughter, showering the paladin with praise, as it was no small feat to have an honest paladin engage in such theatrics. "Cough, cough. Please do not speak so highly of me. I have not uttered falsehoods. Rather, I have simply employed the methods you taught me, selectively conveying the truth. Were I to lie outright, His Majesty Tyr would surely punish me." Virat was not entirely comfortable accepting Chris's flattery. He was determined to be a paragon of virtue as a paladin, were it not for the daunting task of rescuing the maidens from the enemy's lair. He would not have resorted to such tactics. Ha ha. Then let us return and await good news. I imagine Elena is quite anxious by now. We should also swing by beauty and wine once more. I could use another drink. Chris patted his belly, which was yearning for more ale. Virat wholeheartedly agreed with this decision, as he had not yet quenched his thirst the previous night. In his view, a barrel of ale for each of them would be just about right. The two were in perfect accord, draping their arms over each other's shoulders as they set off toward Grandon Street. Along the way, Chris cheerfully began to sing a popular ballad from Oni City. It was a lively tune about a hero who triumphed over many foes and ultimately rescued his beloved maiden. He yearned to emulate that hero and valiantly slay his enemies to reclaim his own Kelly. Perhaps it was due to his lack of melodic prowess. His last attempt at singing in the dungeon had been interrupted by Rhett. And now, halfway through his song, he was once again cut off. From a shadowy alleyway, a strange girl's cry for help suddenly pierced the night. The paladin reacted swiftly. Upon hearing the cry, he drew his sword and dashed into the darkened alley. Chris, however, hesitated, for he had only a few cantrips left at his disposal today in a nearly pitch-black alleyway. He feared he would not only be of no assistance, but might also endanger himself. Yet his concerns were swiftly alleviated by Virat, who summoned a radiant celestial light spell, bathing the dark alley in a soft, holy glow akin to daylight. He finally discerned the scene unfolding within the alley. A figure cloaked in a voluminous black cape, their face obscured by a shroud of mist, was engaged in a struggle with Virat, wielding a peculiar black dagger. Meanwhile, the girl who had called for help was bound and leaning against the wall, struggling helplessly. The situation was all too clear. He and Virat had inadvertently stumbled upon a villain who had been preying upon innocent maidens within Oni City, and it was highly likely that Kelly was among those abducted by this very individual. The mere thought of Kelly ignited a furious blaze within Chris's eyes. He longed to subdue the fiend and extract the whereabouts of Kelly from him. However, with only a few cantrips left, he knew they would not significantly alter the battle's outcome, and haphazard use of them could very well complicate matters for Virat. What to do? Chris could see that Virat was not gaining the upper hand. The fierce battle earlier in the day had drained the paladin's strength considerably. If this skirmish continued, the outcome would be dire. Power. He lacked power to that moment. Chris fervently wished that his spell slots were brimming with energy. Either Shield of Flame or that mysterious missile spell would have been immensely helpful. As for the few spells he still had, Fatigue Touch required physical contact. Dazzling Light needed to be cast at close range to be effective. Mage Hand was only suitable for moving small objects. Inflicting harm on an opponent of level 4 or higher with it was simply out of the question. But the enemy was not so complacent. Upon recognizing Chris's appearance as a spellcaster, he began to panic. Confronting the paladin alone, he felt confident in victory, but the presence of an unknown-level spellcaster made him uneasy, prompting thoughts of retreat. This apprehension grew as Chris remained inactive. The longer the spellcaster took to act, the higher the level of the spell he might be preparing. Failing to capture this maiden was one thing, but there was no need to risk a deadly confrontation with both of them. Thus, he prudently sought an opportunity to break away from Violet, turned, and leaped onto the alley wall, disappearing into the night like a nimble black cat. What just transpired? Chris and Violet exchanged glances, both bewildered by the sudden flight of their adversary. Yet, this was fortuitous. Had the battle continued, both of them would have found themselves in peril. Chapter 30. Ruining others' good fortune. The effect of heavenly light gradually faded, plunging the alley back into darkness, having successfully repelled the nefarious villains. Chris and Violet suddenly remembered the young girl bound hand and foot, in desperate need of rescue. They hurried over, with the paladin cradling her out of the alley before unbinding her restraints. Strangely, this unfortunate girl remained utterly silent throughout, failing to utter so much as a word of thanks. Was she still in shock from her near abduction? Violet, with good intentions, took her hand in his, preparing to offer some words of comfort. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the seemingly frail girl effortlessly shook off the paladin's strong grip and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. To their astonishment, Violet was knocked to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. What tremendous strength must she possess to topple a robust paladin? Though it was primarily due to his unpreparedness, she was undoubtedly no ordinary girl. As Chris stared in disbelief, the girl rose to her feet, rubbing her reddened wrist where the ropes had chafed, and furiously pointed at him and Violet, exclaiming, "Damn it! Why are you two playing the heroes and ruining my plan? Do you have any idea how much effort it took to lure that person here for this act? Playing the hero? An act?" Both Chris and the paladin were utterly confounded, struggling to comprehend her words. Moreover, the girl appeared quite young, with a lovely but still naive visage, yet she referred to herself as I. Even streetwalkers seldom use such coarse language, and she seemed disturbingly comfortable with it. Weren't you the one calling for help? Chris couldn't help but retort, feeling indignant that they risked their lives only to be met with such ingratitude. Are you an idiot? A delicate girl is kidnapped by villains, and if she doesn't scream for help, who would believe her? Just mind your own business, the girl exclaimed in exasperation. Delicate? Chris longed to counter, but the thought of potentially being kicked by the irate girl made him wisely keep his mouth shut. At that moment, he began to grasp the meaning behind her so-called act. It seemed she was also investigating the missing girls, albeit with audacity, masquerading as an ordinary girl to lure attention. Perhaps she intended to be taken directly to the place where the missing girls were held. Once she finished her tirade, Chris inquired, "Are you also on a mission?" "Huh? Oh, you mean that Adventurers Guild mission?" "Yes, I've accepted it." The girl raised her chin, feigning arrogance, before casting a scornful glance at them. "Did you two also take it?" Realizing they had encountered fellow adventurers on the same quest, Chris felt enlightened, glancing over at the paladin, who had regained his footing against the wall. Violet understood the look in Chris's eyes. He recognized the girl's strength and wished to recruit her for their endeavor, as more hands would undoubtedly facilitate their mission. "Miss, we are also undertaking this task. We all aim to rescue the kidnapped girls, so how about we join forces?" Violet suggested. Having sensed Chris's intention. "I'm not in this for the sake of rescuing them. I'm after the generous reward," she retorted. "If you think you can have a share of the reward, forget it. I can handle this task on my own." Upon mentioning the reward, the girl's mood visibly brightened. Her eyes sparkled with ambition, taking pride in her avarice. For the reward, Chris glanced at Violet, seeking his opinion. He himself could forego any payment, so long as they rescued Kelly. Yet, he was uncertain whether Violet desired the reward. Although paladins could not possess wealth, they were certainly capable of earning it, spending it on equipment or sharing it with the needy. Noticing their silent deliberation, the girl turned her head away, allowing them to confer. In truth, she had no intention of departing just yet. She was considering collaborating with them. A paladin and a spellcaster, both with strong senses of justice, made for trustworthy allies. Now, it was merely a matter of how they would divide the reward. She was willing to agree as long as it was no less than 1/3. Violet was undoubtedly a competent paladin, motivated by the desire to rescue the innocent girls and punish those orchestrating this heinous act. As for monetary gain, it was of little consequence to him. Thus, he quickly reached a consensus with Chris, deciding to forego the reward. Miss, regarding the reward of 2,000 gold coins, we have discussed it and are willing to relinquish it entirely to you. However, during our operation, you must fully cooperate with us and heed our commands without acting recklessly. Violet conveyed the outcome of their deliberation. What? All of it for me? The girl could hardly believe her ears and asked again. Are you serious? You two are willing to give me all the bounty after the mission is complete. Paladins performing good deeds without seeking recompense, she could believe, but could a spellcaster truly possess such noble qualities? She harbored doubts about Chris's ulterior motives for being so generous. You heard correctly. He and I are solely here to save lives. To be candid, among the captured girls, one is my beloved, Chris answered earnestly. Ah, now it made sense. The girl acknowledged the power of love. It was no wonder he sought no reward. She couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Chris, wishing to reassess this emotionally invested spellcaster. Allow me to introduce myself, Callie Anlu, 20 years old, level 4 swordsman, skilled in the use of short blades, with a flexible combat style. She said this while producing a blade just slightly longer than a dagger. Showcasing it to them as her weapon. 20 years old, both Chris and Violet couldn't resist staring at her, bewildered by her youthful appearance and slight physique. Could she truly be 20? Callie Anlu, well aware of their scrutiny, immediately crossed her arms over her chest and retorted, What are you looking at? I am 20, and yes, my chest is small. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Cough, cough. Chris quickly averted his gaze. Apologizing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Violet's face flushed crimson as he turned his head aside, unwilling to look further. Humph, hurry up and tell me your names and backgrounds, Callie Anlu demanded, her ire dissipating slightly, lowering her hands from her chest. After all, they were now considered companions, and excessive hostility would hinder cooperation. Violet, 23 years old, level 4 paladin, proficient in defense and longsword, the paladin introduced himself, mimicking her manner of self-presentation. Chris, level 1 sorcerer, Chris followed suit. Though he had yet to master many spells and was uncertain of his specialty, that you're only level 1. Callie Anlu did not conceal her disdain. Her character was such that she spoke her mind without reservation. Chris awkwardly scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, admitting, Indeed, I am level 1, and I only awakened 2 days ago. Can you manage it? How many spell slots do you have? Don't hold us back. Callie Anlu lifted her chin, her habitual condescension toward the weaker members of their party evident. Much like many seasoned adventurers, feeling the sting of being looked down upon was uncomfortable. Chris frowned, but chose not to argue. After all, explanations seldom held as much weight as actions. He would have his opportunity to demonstrate his abilities tomorrow. At that moment, Violet quickly interjected, stepping between the two to mediate. Callie Anlu, don't be so harsh. In many situations, a powerful spell may not be as effective as a well-timed low-level spell. I have fought alongside him before. He possesses considerable talent, especially in timing, surpassing some official mages of level 3 and above that I've encountered. Really? Fine. I won't concern myself with that, Callie Anlu replied, still somewhat skeptical but unwilling to press the issue further. After all, a level 1 spellcaster was rare enough in this day and age. The atmosphere finally relaxed as Chris shrugged and shared the plans for the following day, which he and Violet had devised earlier that afternoon. Callie Anlu, we plan to depart at noon tomorrow, heading to a valley 20 miles west of the city, which should be where they are concealing and imprisoning the captured girls. Why not leave early in the morning? Because the enemy outnumbers us significantly. We are certainly not equipped to face them directly. Therefore, we have released information at the Adventurers Guild, and we believe some bounty hunters will arrive there before us. Chris explained. Callie Anlu wore a look of disdain, ultimately hurling out, What a cunning little sorcerer. However, she remained unaware that it was Velet who first proposed this idea. Chapter 31. Corinlo. When an individual transforms from a novice into a seasoned expert in a particular field and cultivates a network of connections, they may be referred to as a veteran. In the realm of adventurers, once one achieves recognition as an esteemed veteran adventurer, they not only gain a certain level of notoriety, but also enjoy exclusive privileges bestowed by the Adventurers Guild, such as complimentary consultations on various matters. Corinla had registered as an adventurer 5 years ago, although she still maintained a youthful visage, appearing as if she were merely 14 or 15. She was, in fact, a well-versed veteran who had weathered numerous trials and tribulations. For a girl, Embarking on the path of an adventurer carries various risks. A single misstep in battle could lead to grievous injuries that might mar her beauty, transforming her into a woman devoid of prospects. Consequently, female adventurers are rare, and those who persevere to become veterans are even fewer. Thus, Corinlu was quite renowned within the Adventurers Guild in Oni City. Nearly every adventurer, both seasoned and new, had heard of the dancing sword maiden, Corinlu. Her exquisite swordsmanship, akin to a graceful dance, coupled with her youthful appearance, earned her this melodious title. Known only to outsiders like Velet or non-adventurers like Chris, who remained oblivious to this honor. As she entered the Adventurers Hall that night, many greeted her from afar. "Hey, Corinlu, what task are you taking on today? Corinlu, you look splendid today. Have you had some kind of fortunate encounter? Look, she is the illustrious dancing sword maiden." She merely acknowledged a few seasoned adventurers with a nod, refraining from divulging any details about her experiences that evening. It was only when she approached the task submission counter and saw a middle-aged man, donned with gold-rimmed glasses, meticulously studying a parchment behind the counter that she initiated a conversation. "Good evening, Uncle Meyer. It's you, Corinlu. Back so soon. Have you run into some difficulties?" Meyer inquired as he rolled up the parchment. If his memory served him correctly, Corinlu had accepted the search for the missing girl task earlier that morning. It had been less than a day, and he doubted she could complete it alone. Her swift return suggested she must have encountered some challenges and was seeking assistance. Leaning over the counter, she propped herself up with her hands, adopting an enticing posture as she leaned closer to Meyer and said, "Uncle Meyer, while investigating that task today, I happened upon 2 male adventurers who were also pursuing it. Could you help me look into their backgrounds?" Upon hearing this, Meyer instantly understood that she was considering collaborating with others. Given their acquaintance, sharing this information was not a significant issue. However, if he were to provide details before the evening concluded, it would be relatively easy, as few had taken on the task at that time. Yet, since a certain rumor had spread that evening, dozens of adventurers had recently accepted the task, complicating his ability to identify the individuals Corinla mentioned. "What are their characteristics?" she inquired. "Point one is a paladin, and the other a sorcerer. Let me check the records. Please hold on. As paladins undertaking adventurer tasks were quite rare, Mar quickly located Velet's information. However, he found no record of a sorcerer having accepted the task. Thus, he responded, "The paladin you mentioned is named Velet von Hain, hailing from the southern Rhine Duchy. He is a devout follower of the god of justice, Tyr, and is currently in training as a paladin. His abilities should be commendable, and in terms of character, I can scarcely imagine a more reliable companion than a paladin. However, I have no record of any sorcerer taking on the task if he is associated with the paladin. It is possible they accepted the task under the paladin's name and are working together. When did the paladin accept the task?" Corinlu pressed further. "Yesterday evening, even earlier than you," Mar replied, closing the task list. "Could I inquire about a few more matters? I beg of you, Uncle Meyer." Corinla clung to his arm, adopting a playful demeanor. The Meyer had a good rapport with her. He was not inclined to divulge information indiscriminately, as that would compromise the guild's regulations. Thus, he firmly declined. "I can only share this much today. If you wish to gather more information, you will need to return tomorrow. Please," Corinla persisted, shaking his arm and brushing against him with her petite figure. This, Mar felt a wave of embarrassment and almost withdrew his arm, especially with so many eyes upon them. Yet, as an ordinary man who dealt with paperwork daily, he was no match for the strength of a level 4 swordsman. Sensing the moment was ripe, Corinda leaned in closer and whispered in his ear, "Is it true that the missing girls were captured in a valley west of the city? Is this information reliable?" This was her primary objective for coming. "Ah, you've heard the rumors circulating tonight." Mar lowered his voice in response. "Sort of. At least it points me in the right direction, doesn't it?" Corinlu continued along his line of thought. Mar ceased his replies, instead giving 2 light pats on Corinlu's raised backside, a signal between them. The information is trustworthy. Of course, Mar knew the reliability of the news not merely from the hall's gossip, but through internal channels of the Adventurers Guild that had confirmed the target's location in the valley west of the city. Satisfied, Corinla planted a kiss on his cheek and whispered with a playful laugh, "I told you, there's a reason for the sudden influx of adventurers taking on the task. It must be true." Mar remained silent, hastily pushing her away. Although he was a veteran within the guild, he could still face complications if someone reported him. With her goal accomplished, Corinlu no longer lingered, offering Myra a charming smile before heading outside. She had preparations to make for the task ahead the following day. However, she had scarcely stepped out of the Adventurers Guild hall when, upon entering a dimly lit area, Someone tapped her shoulder from behind, calling out to her, "Corinlu, you've taken on that task too. Haven to you. I saw you whispering with Meyer for quite a while." Any inside scoop, Corinlu was initially startled, having been approached silently from behind. However, upon hearing the voice, she relaxed instantly and turned to see her familiar friend. Loaf, adorned with striking red lips and an alluring appearance. "Loaf, you finally returned. I was worried about you these past few days without any news." The woman named Loaf giggled playfully, swaying her slender waist as she stepped closer to Corinlu and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "What's this? Miss me? But sister, I've had a bit of trouble lately and had to lay low for a while before daring to come back. This." Corinlu felt a rush of heat to her cheeks. Much like a girl experiencing her first crush, feeling awkward as she squirmed in Loaf's embrace. "Loaf, please answer my question first. If you make me happy, there will be a reward for you." Loaf provocatively arched her chest, enticing Corinlu to sink deeper into her embrace as she spoke seductively. Corinlu was well aware that Loaf was merely toying with her, leveraging her infatuation to extract the information she desired. Yet, she found herself utterly defenseless, willingly believing and hoping, even knowing that once Loaf got what she wanted, she would swiftly cast her aside. Thus, she divulged everything. Sure enough, after hearing her out, Loaf slowly released her. But this time, she did not leave as she usually would. Instead, she granted her the coveted reward, a kiss so intoxicating it left one breathless. "I'm interested in this task as well. I will quietly follow you tomorrow, so don't let your new companions know." Loaf whispered softly in her ear with a light laugh. Corinna gazed obsessively at Loaf's silhouette as it gradually vanished into the darkness, just as she did every time they parted. Chapter 32. The Valley Shrouded in Dark Fog. Important news always spreads like wildfire. Not long after Velote and Chris deliberately leaked the location of the valley at the Adventurers Guild, a noble carriage drawn by 2 horses hastily departed from the city of Oni, bound for the valley in the west of the town, the very place where the captured girls were held. However, the carriage did not carry any notable figures, merely a messenger, yet upon its arrival at the valley's edge, 2 squads of cavalry were dispatched to greet it, signifying the importance of the matter. The valley was not particularly large, measuring no more than 100 meters in width from east to west, and although it stretched longer from north to south, it extended only about 500 meters. Inside, however, a camp capable of accommodating 300 individuals had been established. Sir Warlock, the camp's commander, awaited the carriage's arrival, meticulously adjusting his armor before approaching respectfully. The messenger, clad in the attire of a steward, sported meticulously groomed long hair slicked back with oil, glistening even in the night. In his right hand, he held a letter sealed with the private crest of Count Hanner, while his left hand carried a modest dark red wooden box. "Good evening, Mr. Winton," Sir Warlock said, showing no hint of disdain for the messenger's commoner status, bowing as if he were meeting a count. "Likewise, Sir Warlock," replied the steward, maintaining an inscrutable tone. "Mr. Winton, what directives does the count have for your visit?" Sir Warlock inquired, but this question earned him a harsh reprimand from the steward. "This is your doing. Do you have any idea that your subordinates have been captured alive? They revealed this place. And now those greedy adventurers at the guild have turned their attention here. It's likely that someone will come to inspect your camp by tomorrow or even tonight." The count was infuriated upon hearing the news and stated that if anything went awry on your watch, you should be prepared to pay with your life. His words were brusque, even pointing a finger at Sir Warlock's nose. Yet the knight dared not show any sign of discontent, instead adopting an expression of trepidation as he carefully defended himself. "Mr. Winton, I truly had no knowledge of this. My subordinates returned today. Indeed, 3 were missing, but the others reported that they fell in battle. Please, allow me to tie up those who dared to conceal the truth and hand them over to you." He then promptly ordered one of his guards to summon the small team involved in the incident earlier that day. Enough, Mr. Winton interjected, raising a hand to halt Sir Warlock's words. "Your handling of this matter is of no use to me. What is crucial now is how to accomplish the Count's tasks. Do you understand? Please enlighten me," the knight said, reluctantly removing the pouch from his waist and presenting it with a forced smile. All the while cursing inwardly. He had dealt with Mr. Winton on multiple occasions, and each time he was extorted. In front of everyone, Mr. Winton weighed the pouch, satisfied with its heft before accepting it with a nonchalant air. He then handed the letter and box to the knight, stating, "The Count has instructed you to follow the directives in the letter." With that, Mr. Winton turned without so much as a glance at the knight, climbed back into the carriage, and ordered the driver to depart the valley as if it were repugnant, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. "Bah! A dog dares to defecate on my head." Once the carriage had moved far away, Sir Rolacus spat on the ground and cursed. It was as simple as handing the Count's letter and items directly to him. Why resort to this charade? Commander, will there be punishments for the first squad? One of the Knights Guards quickly inquired. They're all brothers. What punishment is needed? This is merely for show to that old dog. He spoke these words deliberately loudly, ensuring that the surrounding cavalry could hear, and soon a chorus of praise erupted, commending him for his loyalty and declaring him a trustworthy commander. After calming down, Sir Rolacus finally opened the Count's letter, which largely echoed what Mr. Winton had described. The Count was indeed furious, and Sir Rolacus instinctively skimmed over that portion, focusing instead on the real crux of the matter. The Count certainly did not wish for the adventurers to disrupt his plans. The box brought by the steward contained a statue of a demon gifted by an Eastern entity. Its purpose was to be placed in the center of the camp, where, once appropriate offerings were made, it could conjure a veil of black fog, encompassing the entire valley, with effects comparable to high-level spells, difficult to dispel, with its duration contingent upon the number of offerings made. Moreover, those in his employ could wear peculiar amulets included in the box to shield themselves from the fog's influence. As for the offerings, they consisted of blood and souls. Should a large number of adventurers truly arrive, procuring offerings would be a simple task. Understanding how to position the statue, Sir Rolacus hurriedly carried the small box to the center of the camp, right beside the vast tent where the girls were held. As for the initial offerings, he pondered briefly before summoning his guard again. Go, bring the first squad here. At noon the following day, Chris and Velote appeared at the city gate right on time, accompanied by their new companion, Corinna, who also arrived punctually. She had changed from her ordinary attire of the previous night, which was intended to entice, into a fitted short-sleeved leather armor and a brief black leather skirt that barely covered her rear, exuding both vigor and charm, nearly causing Chris and Velote to fail to recognize her. Let's go, Corinna declared, leading the way. However, the two men quickly overtook her, as their eyes couldn't help but follow the swaying of her skirt, seeking the secrets hidden beneath, causing them to nearly collide as they walked. Overtaken, Corinna smiled triumphantly at the empty space behind her. Although she could not see Loth, she knew she was surely nearby, stealthily following her. Upon reaching the western valley, they found a scattering of adventurers gathered outside. Yet none dared to advance, anxiously pacing as if awaiting something. What is going on? This is nothing like the scene we envisioned. With a crowd engaged in fierce combat within the valley, Chris, Velote, and Corinna were puzzled. And ultimately, it was Corinna, a seasoned adventurer, who approached an acquaintance to inquire, learning that a thick fog has appeared in the valley, obscuring visibility. Moreover, more than 10 adventurers have ventured inside since morning, yet not one has emerged, as if consumed by the fog itself. Are there no spellcasters among them? A gust of wind spell or summoning a few air elementals should be effective, right? Chris asked curiously. Corinna shot him a disapproving glance, rising on her toes to tap his head, exasperated by his lack of knowledge. What do you think spellcasters are? How many adventurer teams do you believe are equipped with them? Sure, there are a couple of low-level spellcasters like you around. But even if there were a dozen, they'd likely tire themselves out without dispelling the fog. Chris found himself at a loss for words, having nearly forgotten that spellcasters were indeed quite rare since becoming a sorcerer. Among spellcasters, those willing to venture out as adventurers to earn a living were even fewer. Despite being merely a level 1 sorcerer, he knew that if he were to register as an adventurer, teams would undoubtedly compete to recruit him. There's no way to proceed. Can't thieves ascertain the situation within the valley? After a moment of silence, Chris stubbornly pressed on, if you're not afraid of losing your life, you can try it yourself. As for the people gathered here, none are willing to take the risk. There were indeed thieves who scouted the valley before the fog descended last night. They reported that it is a military camp, with enemy numbers exceeding 100, Corinna stated matter-of-factly. A military camp. The Count has brazenly brought his troops here, Velote interjected, struggling to comprehend the situation. Did the Count not fear igniting a fire that would consume him as well? The military of Oni City was under his sole command, and securing even a shred of evidence related to demons within the valley would severely compromise him. Chris, in defense of the righteous paladin, explained, the Count can assert that this troop is on a special mission and has been stationed in this valley. Even if we discover issues within, he could easily attribute it to the actions of this very unit. Claiming they acted independently, the church's influence in Oni City, compared to the Count's, is still somewhat weaker. They wouldn't dare to turn against him completely for this reason. Indeed, Chris's words ring true. irrespective of what we might uncover in this secluded valley. As long as that influential figure casts away a pawn to bear the blame, nothing will ultimately fall upon him, unless we can procure evidence from within his fortress, which renders it exceedingly difficult to implicate him otherwise. Corinna concurred, expressing that this situation could work to their advantage, allowing them to regard the regular troops within as genuine brigands, free to dispatch them without concern for their identities. As such bloodthirsty sentiments escaped the lips of the seemingly innocent Corinlo, her companions found themselves breaking into a cold sweat, speculating on the number of lives she must have taken, given the casual ease with which she spoke of murder, as if it were akin to squashing an ant. The sword dance maiden, Corinlu, was certainly no novice. In the line of duty, one inevitably encounters circumstances that can only be resolved through bloodshed, whether the adversary be an enemy or a rival, when it comes to bounties and the lives of others. Her choices were always swift, favoring the former. Violet, that divine spell you cast last night, which illuminated a vast area, will it be effective in the black mist? Chris suddenly recalled a spell Violet had employed the previous night. You mean Light of the Celestial Realm? The paladin pondered for a moment before uncertainly responding. This spell is not of high caliber, merely level 2 in a typical dark environment. It could illuminate an area of about 20 meters. However, the black mist in this valley may be conjured by a formidable magical force. Even if it can penetrate, the range will likely be limited. Eager to rescue Kelly, Chris seized upon this glimmer of hope. Grasping Violet's arm and urging, "Let us give it a try." Standing nearby, Corinlu reflected on the light of the celestial realm she had witnessed the previous night, believing it could prove useful, and nodded in agreement. "Let us first test it at the entrance of the valley. Should it prove effective, I shall gather some acquaintances to increase our chances of success." "Very well," the paladin readily assented, then followed Chris and Corinlu to the valley's entrance. A gourd-shaped opening. The surrounding adventurers, noticing yet another party attempting to breach the valley, gathered around. Among them, a familiar face called out from a distance, "Sword Dance Girl, do you have a plan to dispel the effects of the black mist?" Corinda waved at him, candidly stating, "This paladin intends to cast a divine spell to test its efficacy. If it indeed works, Blood Eye, would you dare to enter with me? A divine spell?" The adventurer known as Blood Eye narrowed his distinctly crimson eyes. "What is there to fear? If a woman dares to venture in, I certainly shan't cower outside like a coward. Then you shall be counted among us." Corinla nodded before turning to the paladin. Violet stood at the entrance, not immediately casting the spell, but wearing a grave expression, his brows furrowed in contemplation. "What troubles you, Violet?" "Have you made a discovery?" Chris asked anxiously. "Indeed, if my senses do not deceive me. This black mist is not a product of magical forces, but rather an exceedingly potent malevolent hellish power." "Hellish power?" "Yes, someone has summoned the forces of demons into the valley, and this black mist is the result." With that, Violet closed his eyes, fervently praying to T-Wire.in due course. A halo of sanctity gathered above Violet's head, and without hesitation, he stepped into the black mist, the light of the celestial realm vanishing with him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and with no sign of light breaking through the black mist, Chris and Corinla grew anxious. Just as they were about to reach for the unseen paladin, the scene before them suddenly brightened. The holy light finally piercing through the mist, revealing Violet's figure once more. "It works," Chris exclaimed, elated. However, the range of light of the celestial realm had indeed diminished significantly, illuminating only about 5 meters around Violet. "Paladin, how long can your spell last?" inquired an impatient adventurer, who had been waiting since dawn to partake in the venture, his anxiety mounting as the black mist obstructed their path. "If I maintain it with all my might." "Perhaps half an hour," Violet estimated. "Half an hour? Splendid. This valley is quite small. We shall reach the central area in mere minutes." Corinlu was more jubilant than anyone else, envisioning 2,000 gold coins beckoning her. Yet, the sudden influx of adventurers left her discontent. The more companions they had, the more the reward would be diluted. "Corinlu, you promised to take me along." Blood Eye quickly approached, ingratiatingly addressing her. "Fine, you may come." Upon witnessing this, others began to emulate Blood Eye, vying for Corinlu's favor, hoping to join the most promising team. A seasoned adventurer, maximizing benefits while ensuring safety was paramount. Corinla glanced at the eager faces of the adventurers. Swiftly naming 3, Douglon, Ryan, and Wolf Fong, "You shall join us." These 3 were also seasoned adventurers, each possessing unique skills. Wolf Fong, with his keen sense of smell, would excel in narrow visibility. Douglon, a reliable shield warrior. stood tall at over 2 meters, while Ryan, an archer, boasted near-perfect accuracy within 200 meters. Coupled with the explosive prowess of Blood-Eye, Corinla was confident that her newly formed team of 7 could accomplish their mission, even against 100 regular troops. As for the bounty, even if divided by headcount, with her additional shares from Chris and Violet, she would still pocket nearly 1,000 gold coins, more than sufficient. Chris and Violet had no objections. The more, the merrier, as they were indifferent to the reward. Thus, the newly formed team quickly arranged themselves and ventured into the depths of the Black Mist. Chapter 33. The Confrontation, Part 1. The foes within the valley swiftly discerned the arrival of this new band of adventurers. Sir Larakas, seated within a military tent overseeing operations, waved dismissively. Dispatching 2 cavalry units totaling 20 men, he believed that with the cover of the Black Mist, a few charges from different directions would suffice to annihilate the audacious adventurers. Just as he had dealt with the previous groups, the sound of hooves in such a confined valley was impossible to conceal, particularly the cacophony of many horses galloping together, a noise that seemed to resonate like 1,000 troops. Chris and his companions were certainly not oblivious. They immediately sensed the cavalry charging towards them and quickly consolidated their formation. Chris and the archer Ryan, as ranged fighters, were shielded in the center. In front stood the shield warrior Duglan, whose towering height, even when crouched with his shield, imparted a sense of reliability. Behind him was Violet, sword in one hand and shield in the other, adopting a defensive stance. Corinlu, Wolf Fong, and Blood-Eye fanned out on either side, each wielding distinctive weapons. Corinlu's petite short sword, Wolf Fong's deadly claws glinting ominously, and Blood-Eye's 2 short spears capable of being joined together. Here they come. Due to the echoes in the valley, the cavalry was only recognized when they burst into the illuminated area of light of the celestial realm, charging towards Corinlu, who stood bravely at the forefront. The cavalry, benefiting from clear sight, opted to breach from the side that appeared most vulnerable. Chris intended to act immediately, aiming to disrupt their formation with a spell, but upon seeing that not only were the enemy fully armored, but their horses were also clad in iron, he quickly abandoned the thought. His acidic bolt would not penetrate iron armor, and he was reluctant to waste his most enigmatic and peculiar missile spells. Thus, he chose to place his trust in his companions. Never underestimate a woman. Corinlu proved this truth through her actions. Like a butterfly dancing through the air, she leaped gracefully, her short sword spinning in a beautiful arc, effortlessly severing an enemy's head amidst their astonished expressions. At that moment, Ryan's support arrived, his arrows struck with uncanny precision, embedding themselves into the eye of a galloping horse, causing its rider to tumble to the ground without a moment's notice. In the blink of an eye, 2 foes had fallen, and their attacking formation was in disarray. While Duglan and Violet remained steadfast, Chris did not move, continuing to guard against potential threats from other directions, while Wolf Fong and Blood-Eye charged into the now chaotic cavalry ranks. Wolf Fong crouched low, slipping beneath the horses, using his claws to tear gaping wounds into the unprotected bellies, spilling forth a torrent of entrails. The combat style of the blood-eyed warriors is rather straightforward. They join 2 short spears into a double-headed long lance adorned with sharp spikes. Leveraging their length advantage, they expertly target the enemy's necks, dispatching one foe with each thrust. Once the cavalry loses their charge advantage against adventurers of significantly higher rank, their efforts appear rather futile. A full squadron of 10 cavalrymen was swiftly annihilated within a mere 2 minutes. Another group of cavalry, initially intending to charge in the direction where Violet was stationed, quickly recognized the peril when they witnessed their comrades being effortlessly detected and slaughtered. They realized that the enemies were unaffected by the Black Mist at such close range. Thus, they decisively abandoned their suicidal advance, sounding the emergency whistle to alert Sir Larakas of the formidable foes. However, they did not remain idle. To thwart the adventurers from penetrating further into the valley, they galloped about in a confusing manner, making it difficult for the opposition to ascertain the direction of their next assault, successfully pinning Chris and his companions in place. Upon hearing the whistle from within his tent, Sir Larakas slammed his fist onto the table and bellowed, "A bunch of useless fools. Take a squad of cavalry and a contingent of crossbowmen to provide support. Ensure you bring them down." Anger alone would not resolve the issue, so after a brief contemplation, he dispatched his most trusted bodyguard and temporarily entrusted a small squad of his prized crossbowmen to his command. After Chris and his party waited for 2 or 3 minutes without the anticipated assault from the enemy, they quickly discerned the adversary's intentions. If heavenly light had no duration constraints, they would not be anxious, able to engage in a slow game of cat and mouse with the enemy, but the paladin's divine magic could only be sustained for half an hour, and they could not afford to waste it. After a brief discussion, Dahlgren took the lead, forging ahead while maintaining a tight formation, cautiously advancing while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic sound of galloping hoofs, a series of sharp, unusual noises pierced the air. Oh no! Crossbow bolts! The adventurers and the paladin immediately recognized the distinctive sound of bolts slicing through the air, yet Chris, having had no prior exposure to such weaponry, remained oblivious. "Chris, get down," the paladin shouted, raising his shield. "Huh?" Chris hesitated for a moment, but immediately complied with Violet's warning. Crouching and concealing himself among his companions, his teammates had no objections, for low-level spellcasters were exceptionally vulnerable. Before acquiring spells like Protective Arrow and Force Field Deflection that could effectively block ranged physical attacks, they primarily relied on the protection of their allies. The others were seasoned veterans, and this volley of crossbow bolts was not particularly dense. A dozen arrows aimed at various targets, some easily dodged with a slight sidestep, while others were intercepted mid-flight, falling limply to the ground. "Charge forward. I'll clear the path." The shield warrior Dahlgren raised his massive tower shield, nearly as tall as himself, and without hesitation, charged ahead. The onslaught of crossbow bolts was certainly not limited to just this round. If the enemy cavalry coordinated their attack, no one on their side could guarantee they would evade every shot flawlessly. Instantly, under Dahlgren's leadership, everyone rushed into the depths of the valley, striving to maintain their formation. "Brothers, charge!" Seizing the moment, the enemy initiated a new wave of assault, while the crossbowmen continued to seek advantageous angles to target Chris and his companions. As Chris and his group moved swiftly, they inevitably presented openings in their defenses for the enemy to exploit. To shield against several bolts shot from behind, Violet fell back. After all, this was a makeshift team, and their coordination was inevitably lacking. Anyone could fall first, but the paladin could not be the first to go down. The heavenly light above him was the crucial support that enabled everyone to navigate through the black mist. Consequently, the pace of their advance slowed, and the most agile among them, Karenlu and the wolf, quickly maneuvered to the rear to assist the paladin in repelling the enemy's entanglements. Yet the enemy's assault was far from over. Suddenly, a squadron of cavalry surged from Chris and his companions' left flank, thundering towards Chris and Ryan in the center of the formation. Trouble. The others were preoccupied, unable to provide immediate support for the two ranged fighters, and could only watch helplessly as the cavalry charged towards them, brandishing their long swords. As archers who relied on agility, they typically mastered several close combat techniques, and Ryan was no stranger to unavoidable melee confrontations. He deftly dodged to the side, evading the enemy's direct assault, then rolled over to Dahlgren's side, finding temporary safety. Chris, however, chose to confront the enemy head-on. Initially, the foremost enemy was pleased, thinking that the spellcaster had been so frightened he could not even attempt to evade, imagining the bloody scene of cleaving his opponent in twain beneath his blade. But in the next instant, as a violet glow emanated from Chris's eyes, everything began to reverse. Chapter 33. The Encounter, Part 2, Without Hesitation. Chris unleashed Charm Human, instantly ensnaring the nearest foe in its magical grip, compelling him to swing his raised sword at his nearby companion, striking him down. In an instant, the caught-off-guard comrade was slashed across the chest, blood spraying into the air as he fell from his steed. What is happening? Has he lost his mind? Why is he aiding the enemy? In the face of this dramatic turn of events, those behind him had no time to comprehend. The enemy, now under Chris's control, turned his horse and charged fearlessly towards them. 1 against 8. In a scenario where individual strengths were comparable, this was undoubtedly a suicidal endeavor. And Chris understood this well. However, as long as he could create chaos among their ranks, and by some time, it would suffice. He was not fighting alone. Within mere seconds, after the enemy dispatched the traitor, Chris's allies arrived to provide support. Starting with Ryan's arrow, followed by the swift-moving Karenlu, while Dahlgren positioned himself in front of Chris to shield him. "Well done, little sorcerer. You indeed have some worth," Karenlu praised as she leapt over Chris, commending his composure and calmness in the face of danger. "Thank you for the compliment." Though it would be false to claim he was not pleased, Chris felt a swell of pride within himself. And at last, he had taken a life. There was no fear or trembling as he had anticipated, only a subtle exhilaration following the harvest of life. He could even sense a faint joy coursing through his veins. His bloodline of demonic origin rendered him entirely devoid of discomfort regarding killing, instead fostering a peculiar fascination, a sort of intoxication. Do not get too carried away. Do you not still have ranged spells? Target the direction from whence the crossbow bolts came and unleash a couple of shots. The enemy is approximately 30 meters away. With her agile movements, Karenla fought amidst the throngs of enemies while seizing the opportunity to remind Chris. Those lurking in the black mist, stealthily launching their surprise attacks, were her greatest concern. Had she not been bound to heavenly light, she would have circled around to personally deal with them. All right, Chris replied, immediately focusing his attention on the concealed crossbowmen. Although their figures were shrouded from view, he could gauge their approximate positions through the bolts they fired. Thus, he extended his hand, summoning a modest yet practical acid bolt spell, and once assured of his aim, he hurled the corrosive liquid. No one had anticipated that Chris would strike a target hidden within the black mist, for the distance was considerable, making precise aiming impossible. Even Karenlu, who had encouraged him to act, merely hoped to disrupt the formation of the crossbowmen, allowing her team a moment to regroup against the metal-clad adversaries before them. Yet, the less one expected, the greater the surprise. A scream echoed from dozens of meters away in response to Chris's attack. And he had indeed hit someone. Even Ryan, who was far from familiar with Chris, could not help but exclaim, "Well done." As an archer himself, he understood the difficulty of blind shooting. This was precisely why he had hesitated to target the crossbowman, as the effort would yield little reward. Preferring to eliminate closer targets he could accurately aim at to ease the burden on his comrades. Seizing the opportunity, Chris launched another acid bolt, perhaps due to the precision of his previous shot. It instilled considerable psychological pressure on the remaining crossbowmen, who immediately scattered in an attempt to evade his spell, unwilling to become the next unfortunate victim. However, fortune smiled upon Chris once more, as one panicking enemy inadvertently collided with his spell. Adding another tally to his achievements, be cautious, crossbowman, spread out further. This mage can see through the black mist. The knight's bodyguard, supervising the battle from horseback, was astonished by Chris's remarkable accuracy, mistakenly believing the black mist had no effect on him. Thus, he ordered the crossbowmen to disperse. Karenlu, too, was taken aback by Chris's prowess. Could it be that she had misjudged him? This level 1 sorcerer truly seemed to be a rare combat genius. She could not help but harbor greater expectations. "Little sorcerer, do you have any more spells? Aim at the one who just issued the command and take him down again." Cough, I was just guessing before. I could hardly see where the enemy was. Though Chris yearned to showcase his prowess once more, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. His previous success had been sheer luck. He lacked the ability to pierce through the murky veil and accurately target the foe. Moreover, his only remaining ranged attack was a level 1 spell, the unknown missile spell, which he wished to conserve for a critical moment rather than squander on a gamble. In that case, you should act according to the situation. Kalenla felt a sense of balance in her heart and decided to disregard him, continuing to combat the enemies before her. Chris cast a profoundly speechless glance at her, having expected her to feel a tinge of disappointment. As for acting according to the situation, he resolutely crouched low and drew closer to the shield warrior. Doglawn. Useless. All of them are useless. In the distance, Sir Ralakas, emerging from the tent, chanced upon the sight of the archers being forced to flee in all directions. And he instantly erupted in furious exclamations. Observing further, he recognized that the adventurers invading the valley were indeed formidable. Each appeared to be at least a level 3 or 4 in skill. This realization silenced his complaints about his subordinates' incompetence. Quickly, 6th, 7th, and 8th squads, you must rush to provide support. Noticing that the 2 cavalry units commanded by his personal guards were nearly exhausted, the knight hastily dispatched another squad to reinforce them. Were it not for the valley's constricted terrain, he would have eagerly sent all remaining 100 or so men to overwhelm the enemy with sheer force. As for casualties, he was indifferent. After all, this batch of informed subordinates would eventually be silenced post-mission completion by the Count. Eliminating a few through the hands of the adventurers would be even better. Naturally, the knight's men were oblivious to the tragic fate that awaited them upon accepting this assignment. Still harboring naive dreams of quick success and promotion, thus, upon receiving orders, they spiritedly mounted their horses and joined the fray. With the enemy numbers doubling, the pressure on Chris's team intensified, and they began to sustain injuries. First was Doglawn, the dedicated defender, who bore the brunt of the assaults, his arms and legs marred by deep gashes, blood streaming profusely, a frightening sight. Yet, he remained undaunted, steadfastly brandishing his tower shield to protect the team from the enemy's onslaught. Next was Kalinlu. Although agile, her stamina inherently lagged behind that of Men. In this high-intensity battle, her reactions, movements, and dodges slowed considerably due to the severe drain on her energy. She was struck in the left arm by an archer concealed in the black mist who seized the opportunity. The others fared somewhat better, particularly the paladin Virat, who, after invoking the divine spell Guardian Shield, stood resolute like a rock amidst the waves. Refusing to budge in the face of relentless enemy attacks, he even managed to spare a moment to cast Cure Light Wounds, aiding Doglon in healing a few of his shallower wounds. We cannot sustain this. We will be drained of our strength. After repelling another wave of attacks, Kalinla raised her voice, now breathless, like the rest of them, save for Chris, who had expended little energy. If they did not alter their tactics or devise a clever strategy to break through, they risked being worn down entirely, but we cannot charge through. It seems they have a continuous influx of reinforcements. Doglon, who had been at the forefront, lamented helplessly. Should we retreat then? The suggestion came from the coyote. Although he was reluctant to abandon the quest halfway, he recognized that survival was paramount. Chris and Virat exchanged glances, but said nothing. After all, these adventurers had differing objectives than their own if the opponents were truly resolute in their intent to withdraw. A few words would hardly sway them. Let us hold our ground a little longer. The corpses left by the enemy here number at least 40. I refuse to believe they can continuously throw themselves at us to their death. Another adventurer, his eyes bloodshot, chimed in, his entire being, from head to toe, stained with the blood of foes and his own, still thirsting for more carnage. As the one who had recruited them, Kalinla naturally wished for unity within the team, regardless of whether they pressed on or retreated. Thus, she turned her gaze towards Chris, Virat, and Ryan, who had yet to voice their opinions. What do you think? Should we stay or withdraw? I have no preference. The archer glanced at the ample supply of arrows in his quiver, shrugging to indicate his indifference. What do you say, Chris? The paladin inquired, sensing that Chris might provide a surprising insight. Chapter 34. Fiery Assault Since Entering the Valley. Chris had pondered a singular question. How could he best unleash the full power of his spells? After employing Charm Person and Acid Missile, his greatest hopes rested upon the two unique level 1 spells, Shield of Fire and Ethereal Missile. Having witnessed their potency the previous day, one capable of silently slaying a horse and the other easily melting a steel sword, he felt they were significantly stronger than typical level 1 spells. Yet he sensed they had not yet reached their full potential, particularly with Shield of Fire. He believed he had been constrained by the name bestowed upon it by the mage Zeziel, viewing it merely as a defensive spell. At times, he felt he ought not to activate it as one would with ordinary spells, but rather in a unique manner, one more attuned to his bloodline, more responsive to his heart's desires. Just as he had awakened as a sorcerer that night, responding to the call of his bloodline and witnessing the flame flickering in his heart, he had instinctively summoned the latent power within him, erupting forth to incinerate the malevolent thoughts that had stirred in the sea of his mental energy. With this realization, Chris grasped the crux. He must first sense the power contained within his bloodline, then rouse it, ultimately bringing it under his control. Thus, he calmed his mind, casting aside all distractions, even disregarding the arrows that might strike him, and at last, he heard the call of his bloodline. He felt a mysterious force emanating from his heart, coursing through every corner of his being. When he once more focused his mind on his heart to examine the spell model representing Shield of Fire, he discovered a remarkable transformation. The spell model appeared infused with new vitality. Blooming like a flower, and nestled within the fiery petals lay the purest seed of flame, quietly resting. Upon it, Chris once again sensed the will to incinerate all born of fire. He quickly reined in his thoughts, returning to reality to prevent inadvertently activating the spell and harming his comrades nearby. Just then, Kalinlu, perceiving the stalemate in the battle, sought to gather everyone's opinions on whether to advance or retreat. When Virat inquired of him, an audacious idea sprang to mind. If executed successfully, it could potentially eliminate a substantial number of enemies, breaking the deadlock and allowing them to press forward. Without hesitation, he voiced his plan. I possess a highly powerful spell, but it requires me to be amidst the enemy ranks for optimal effect. If successful, it will undoubtedly favorably impact the situation. However, there are two issues. First, we do not know where the enemy is clustered within the black mist. Second, I cannot rush in alone. I will need your assistance to hurl me into their midst. Are you certain it will be effective? Kalinlu expressed skepticism, doubting that a recently awakened sorcerer could wield a powerful spell. I am certain. Chris confidently nodded. Kalinlu, of course, hoped Chris was not merely boasting. After all, in the current stalemate, the longer it persisted, the more detrimental it would be for their side. As for the two issues he raised, they were not insurmountable. Coyote, please utilize your skills to locate their temporary position. All right, no problem. Leave it to me. Upon hearing there was still a chance to complete the task, the coyote perked up, carefully lowering himself to the ground to sniff around. The scents of the living and the dead were vastly different, and since the enemy had temporarily ceased their advance, he quickly pinpointed their general hiding spot. Then Virat, you shall hurl me, though Doglon was strong. His accuracy was not reliable. Kalinlu entrusted the second issue to Virat. Certainly, that is manageable. The paladin nodded in agreement, then apprehensively asked Chris, can your body withstand the impact upon landing? And what if the enemy attacks you before you land? I believe they would prefer not to touch me, he said with a mysterious smile. Very well then. Virat chose to place his trust in him. Are you ready? After a brief warm-up, Chris nodded toward the paladin, signaling him to commence. The onlookers then witnessed the paladin exerting all his strength to lift Chris with both hands, summoning his might as he hurled him like a javelin into the densest throng of enemies. As Chris's figure departed the range of heavenly light and plunged into the thick black mist, Karen, who had initially supported Chris's audacious maneuver, couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry and regret. At that moment, the paladin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, uttering, we must have faith in him. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the spot where Chris was destined to land within the darkness. Fully prepared to rush in to rescue him at the first sign of trouble, the enemies, possessing keen vision, quickly spotted Chris soaring through the air and expressed their confusion at what they perceived as a suicidal act. Nonetheless, they instinctively raised their long swords to welcome this ill-fated gift that had been delivered to them. Although Chris was blinded by the black mist and could not see the foes below, the moment he began his descent, he decisively activated the blooming spell modeled as he had anticipated. Merely triggering a fraction of its power engulfed him in roaring flames, granting him the protection of fire. However, his robe was not as fortunate, disintegrating into ashes worth 300 gold coins in the blink of an eye. As for the enemy's swords aimed at him, they were utterly insignificant in the face of the inferno that erupted from hell, melting into pools of molten iron upon contact. In that instant, he grasped the cavalryman who was paralyzed by fear, clinging tightly to him, successfully mitigating most of the impact from his landing through the other's body. Now or never, Chris shouted within his heart. Unleashing the full might of the spell, the furious flames erupted from within him, sweeping through everything in the vicinity. Instantly, not only within the valley but also beyond it, a thunderous explosion resonated like a muffled thunderclap. What transpired within? Could there be higher-level spellcasters involved in the fray? The adventurers outside the valley became increasingly curious. The epicenter of the explosion, where Chris had landed. A scorched earth extended for several meters around him. The nearly 30 cavalrymen who had been resting there were all consumed by the impact of his flames, reduced to charred remains alongside their unfortunate steeds. Ha ha, ha ha, I did it, I did it. Chris erupted with maniacal laughter as he rose from the scorched earth, marveling at the devastation he had wrought. In that moment, no one in the valley was more deserving of laughter than he. Chapter 35. The bitter battle. The power of magic is always awe-inspiring, evoking both fear and longing in the hearts of mortals. After losing nearly 30 subordinates in an instant, Sir Laracas found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the seemingly weakest spellcaster among the adventurers could unleash such formidable power. Yet, he was not easily intimidated. It was merely a larger-scale spell, likely a level 4 or at most a level 5. In his days of service at the Seven Fortress in the north, he had witnessed the sheer force of high-level spells cast by the chief magician, which had truly instilled fear in him, making him feel as insignificant as an ant. However, when had such a powerful spellcaster appeared in the city of Oni? Judging by his casting method, he seemed to be a warlock. Could he be merely passing through, coincidentally taking on the Count's quest to find the missing girl? Sir Laracas shook his head, unwilling to dwell on this matter for now, as there were more pressing concerns. He needed to eliminate these damned adventurers. Otherwise, should they succeed, the furious Count would surely cast him aside as a scapegoat, forcing him to bear the blame. He numbly waved his hand, commanding the 50 cavalrymen standing by to advance. He himself donned his armor, secured his helmet, mounted his steed, and grasped his longsword, ready to assist at a moment's notice. With only a handful of guards remaining to watch over the girls in the camp, he had no other troops at his disposal. Gazing at the suddenly desolate camp, Sir Laracas could not help but think. If another group of adventurers arrived, no, even just a single skilled thief, they might easily slaughter the remaining defenders. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed something was amiss. Why was the camp so eerily quiet? Were there not still some guards? Panic surged within him as he urged his horse back to the camp to investigate, calling out the names of the guards, but received no response. This is bad. An ominous feeling gripped his heart, and instinctively he crouched low against his horse's back. This action saved his life, allowing him to evade a hidden arrow aimed at his back. Cluck, sir, quite nimble you are. No wonder you returned from the Seven Fortress. Truly impressive. A sultry and beguiling woman emerged from the shadows, a small crossbow in hand. It was evident she was the one who had shot the arrow. Who are you? Sir Laracas did not allow himself to relax merely because the assailant was a beautiful woman. Instead, he became even more vigilant. To infiltrate the camp undetected and eliminate the guards required utmost caution. Loth, remember this name well, because you are about to die. As the woman finished speaking, she vanished from sight. Sir Laracas, who had been on high alert for her presence, immediately spurred his horse into a gallop, aiming to escape the camp. Only in an open area could he hope to survive against this female thief. However, he was too slow. The thief named Loth appeared behind him, her feet poised on the horse's back. Moving like a specter, preparing to claim his life with a black, unreflective dagger. If this had happened a few years ago, when he had just returned to Oni City from Seventon, his reaction would have been to fight desperately, determined to retaliate against the ambusher. But now, thoughts of mutual destruction and a fight for survival were overshadowed by a primal fear of death and an unwillingness to part with a life of luxury. Thus, Loth succeeded, plunging her dagger through his back and into his heart, freezing the knight's expression in a moment of sheer terror. TSK, such a worthless fool, calling himself a level 5 knight, after enjoying a few years of comfort. He's no better than a dog, Loth sneered unabashedly as she began to rummage through his belongings. Karen's progress is going well too. Now, there's no one left in the camp to impede my work. My dear, pure little lambs, wait for me. Sister is eager to reunite. Meanwhile, after the power of the spell waned, Virot and the others rushed to join Chris, protecting him in their midst, as the battle was far from over with numerous enemies still present. Little sorcerer, I take back what I said last night. Karen truly acknowledged Chris's strength. Well done, Chris. The paladin did not hold back his praise. This spell's power is impressive. What is its name? At last, I have something to boast about. What level is this spell? It seems even more potent than the level 4 explosive fireball. For the first time, Chris experienced the sensation of being warmly encircled by others. Yet he found his energy nearly depleted from the recent spell casting, struggling to keep up. Moreover, could someone lend me a piece of clothing? Clothing. It was then that everyone noticed his embarrassing state of undress, and laughter erupted among them. Karen, the only woman in the group, unabashedly scrutinized young Chris for a moment before saying, I've seen everything, so it doesn't matter if you wear something or not. Besides, you're not a virgin, are you? I want to be responsible. Chris felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. This woman. Ultimately, Virot tore off the shirt he wore beneath his armor, fashioning it into a makeshift skirt for Chris to modestly cover himself. At this moment, the enemies had regained their composure, and with Sir Laracas having committed all remaining forces, the initial exhilaration of breaking through was soon replaced by overwhelming pressure. Yet, just then, the sharp-eyed Ryan suddenly exclaimed, the black mist is beginning to dissipate. What, is it true? The others, lacking the keen senses of an archer, remained limited by the confines of heavenly light. It's true, the archer confirmed. Wonderful. Once our vision is restored, watch how I eliminate this rabble. Ha ha. You little brats on the other side, just wait for your demise. Chris's morale soared with this good news, and they all recognized the enemies were on their last legs. As long as they endured this final wave, the path ahead would be free of obstacles. It finally coming to an end. Chris gazed joyfully into the impenetrable black mist, yet he knew that Kelly must be there, awaiting him. Indeed, just as Ryan had foretold, the murky shroud gradually dissipated, no longer obscuring their vision entirely. The enemies, realizing the unfavorable turn of events, experienced a swift decline in morale, particularly as the scouts they had dispatched to investigate the situation had yet to return, leading to a spread of various negative sentiments among them. It was uncertain who first cried out, Let us flee. We cannot defeat them. If we delay further, we want to be able to escape when the mist completely vanishes. Such a simple utterance shattered their last vestiges of courage, prompting a chaotic retreat that ha. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. Chris and his companions shouted in exultation at the sight of the enemy's rout. Yet, this elation was swiftly extinguished as they beheld the distant camp engulfed in thick smoke and roaring flames. Chapter 36. The burning campfire may serve to purify evil, yet more often than not, it is wielded to destroy evidence of wrongdoing. At this moment, the black mist within the valley had fully dispersed, and the remaining enemies had fled, but the victors found themselves unable to rejoice. There were no cheers, no exultation, for the camp that had held the innocent girls was now a raging inferno. Clearly, someone had seized the opportunity to ignite the entire encampment. The flames spread rapidly, and by the time they arrived, it had transformed into a sea of fire, as the materials used to construct the camp, canvas and wood, were all highly flammable. Any attempt to rush in was rendered impossible. For the adventurers led by Kalinlu, the inability to rescue even a single missing girl signified a failure of their mission. Blood had been shed in vain, effort expended for naught, aside from perhaps scavenging some armor and weapons from the corpses in the valley to sell. They had gained nothing, only a hollow joy. However, for the paladin and Chris, the former would suffer the pangs of conscience, while the latter would bear the sorrow of losing his beloved. Kelly. Chris collapsed to the ground, helplessly calling out his lover's name, as the flames consumed all his hope and expectations, leaving his heart desolate. He could not fathom why fate would torment him so, presenting him with hope only to snuff it out in the end. He struggled to understand why someone as kind-hearted and gentle as Kelly should meet such a tragic fate. Alas, fate offers no explanations and provides no justifications. Chris, the paladin, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. You have done your utmost. Done my utmost. Yes, I have indeed tried. We all have. But let us mourn and accept our fate, brother. Ha. I have done my best, but what good is it to find an excuse for myself? Kelly is still gone, consumed by the flames. Even her remains may never be found. Chris's laughter turned into a semblance of madness. Kalinlu wished to offer further words of comfort, but she silenced him with a shake of her head, saying, "Let us allow him some peace." Very well. The paladin cast one last glance at Chris, who seemed entranced, endlessly repeating Kelly. It was indeed better to let him find solitude. Kalinlu not only led Velvet away, but also called over several other companions who were cursing around the inferno, ensuring their noise did not disturb Chris. Alas, what a hollow victory. The gold is consumed by this cursed fire, and I must even pay for healing my wounds. Doran, the most injured among them, expressed his frustration. Is that not the truth? My spear is nearly ruined, and I must seek a blacksmith to repair it. Though Blood Eye had suffered little injury, he lamented the damage to his weapon that I was struck by an arrow. Yet I refrained from complaining. You two gentlemen, do you possess no sense of pride? Kalinlu remarked, shaking her bandaged arm, which had stopped bleeding. That I, in truth, she had been seething inside, for her loss of gold was the greatest. She harbored a deep hatred for the one who had set the camp ablaze. However, the most sorrowful one must surely be him. Ryan discreetly pointed towards Chris, who knelt near the fire, racked with anguish. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, compared to the loss of a beloved, any monetary loss or minor injury paled in significance. They were all seasoned adventurers, who had not faced such tragedies before. Fate may seem unjust, yet at times it appears remarkably fair. Shall we disperse then? The usually reticent Wolf suddenly suggested. He could no longer endure the stench of the corpses in the valley, which was an unbearable torment to his keen senses. Very well, the mission has utterly failed. Kalinlu, the organizer of this makeshift team, nodded in agreement. Yet, as she glanced at the pitiful Chris, she felt reluctant to leave him behind. With Wolf leading the way, the other adventurers felt emboldened to bid farewell to Kalinlu. Recognizing that remaining here would only squander time. You should also return. The paladin patted Kalinlu on the shoulder. I will remain here. Then, once he is calmed, please do your best to console him. By the time the great fire was completely extinguished, evening had fallen. Chris's condition had improved somewhat. He struggled to rise from the ground and staggered into the camp, now reduced to ashes. Chris, what are you doing? Velvet, unable to restrain him, followed him inside. In the heart of the camp, where the bones were most densely scattered, Chris halted. He knew this was the spot where the girls had been cruelly burned to death, for every bone here was unmistakably small and bore the characteristics of a female pelvis. Yet all were charred black, and despite his best efforts, Chris could not discern which remains belonged to Kelly. His desire to recover her remains appeared unachievable. Velvet, could you do me a favor? He finally spoke to the paladin. Of course, Velvet readily agreed. Please, dig a large pit for me. I am utterly exhausted. You wish to bury these poor girls? Yes. Chris felt despondent. This was the only foolish means he could conceive to give Kelly a resting place. Not a problem. Watch me. You sit here and rest. I will have it done soon. This request was no great challenge for the robust paladin. Even without proper tools, he excavated a massive pit nearly 5 meters long and wide, and 2 meters deep, sufficient to inter the remains of the dozens of girls within half an hour. Naturally, he took on the bulk of the remaining work, ensuring that all the girls were laid to rest. Kelly, standing before a grave marked only by a charred wooden stake. Chris clasped his hands together and began his farewell. My love. Farewell. Forgive me for not saving you. Forgive me for being unable to identify your remains. Forgive me for placing you in this unfamiliar wilderness. Forgive me for not being able to guard and accompany you forever, that I know you must be worried about Irina. But rest assured, from this day forth, she shall be my sister, and I will care for her with the utmost devotion, just as you did. Your vengeance, believe me, I, Chris, swear to the gods, to hell, to fate, I shall stop at nothing to avenge you. I will send those cruel beings who caused your demise straight to hell, their souls eternally tormented by the fires of purgatory. May you rest in peace. Peleer will surely guide you to his realm. For you are such a lovely and kind girl. Chapter 37. Farewell and consolation. Upon returning to Onyx City, the sky was already studded with stars. Chris knew it was time to part ways with Velvet. For their mission had concluded. Regardless of the outcome, he wished to invite the paladin for a drink, but he needed to remain clear-headed. Once Irina learned of her sister's demise, she would surely be inconsolable. So he dismissed the thought of drinking. Velvet, my brother, I am truly grateful for your assistance. It is what I ought to do. I merely followed the teachings of T-Wire.at. This point, Velvet paused and firmly patted Chris's shoulder. Yet you have shown me the courage to risk everything for love, which has further solidified my own path. Ahem. Though Chris had thick skin, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the paladin's praise. He knew his own character well. He dared not commit great sins, yet had he not engaged in petty theft? Brother, I had hoped to invite you for another drink, but you know my situation. Kelly's sister awaits news of her, so I fear tonight is not possible. By the way, when do you plan to leave Onyx City and continue north? Probably tomorrow. Alas, the paladin sighed, burdened by the guilt of failing to save those innocent maidens. Leaving him with a sense of shame that made it difficult to remain in this place, it was now Chris's turn to pat him on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, do not be disheartened. You have done all you could. I am certain Tyr does not hold you accountable. Your noble actions are undoubtedly worthy of the title of a holy warrior in service to the god of justice. A hearty chuckle escaped Velvet, who, despite his jovial demeanor, did not shy away from the truth. In the heat of battle within the valley, he had felt Tyr's gaze upon him more keenly. Almost as if he could receive new divine spells if he simply focused his thoughts in prayer. This was a manifestation of divine approval for the deeds of a faithful follower. Tomorrow, it seems there will be no opportunity, Chris lamented, feeling somewhat dispirited. Indeed, brother Chris, there is no need to feel despondent. Tyr will surely guide us to meet again. I look forward to our next encounter, where we can stand united against evil. Yes, certainly. If given the chance, I too would hope to fight alongside you against wickedness, Chris replied with a hint of reluctance, for confronting evil often entailed risking one's life. Had it not been for Kelly, he would not have been so reckless with his own life. The paladin discerned his lack of enthusiasm for the cause of justice and chose not to press further. Instead, offering him a firm embrace and blessing, work hard. I believe you will become an exceptional spellcaster. You as well. I have faith you will become a remarkable paladin. After bidding farewell to Velvet, Chris nearly ran back. Yet upon reaching Kelly's doorstep, he hesitated, unable to summon the courage to knock. Fear gripped him at the thought of facing Irina, dreading the sight of the little girl weeping uncontrollably. After a moment of indecision, he finally rapped on the door, knowing he must be strong for Kelly's sake. Irina would eventually have to endure this sorrow too, and become resilient, despite the painful process ahead. Irina, it is I, Chris. As before, Irina was waiting behind the door, and upon hearing Chris's voice, she flung it open and embraced him eagerly. Brother Chris, you have returned. Has my sister been found? Chris remained silent, unable to voice the truth. However, Irina was a perceptive girl. From his demeanor and the sorrow that he could not conceal, She quickly deduced the outcome. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she cried out. No, it cannot be. Wu, you promised you would find her. You are a liar, a liar. Irina. All Chris could do was hold her tightly, providing her a semblance of support. He waited patiently until her sobs subsided, then gently released her, preparing to share the unfortunate news about Kelly. Listen to me, Irina. Your sister, Kelly, she has tragically perished by the time I arrived. She and the other abducted maidens had been reduced to ashes by the flames. I admit, I have failed. I could not fulfill the promise made to you and Kelly. Yet, I urge you to find solace in knowing that Kelly would want you to live happily, carrying her hopes and dreams. As he spoke, Chris could not restrain his own tears, for he too felt profound sorrow and pain. At that moment, a pair of delicate little hands reached out to him, gently wiping away his tears. Chris looked up in surprise at Irina. Brother Chris, Irina knows you did your best. Please do not cry. If you cry, I will be even sadder. Her voice was soft and weary, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Yet it provided Chris with the greatest comfort and encouragement. He lifted Irina into his arms and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Brother will not cry anymore. A man cannot weep. And you, my Irina, must not cry either. Seeing you in tears pains me. Okay. Irina nodded shyly, feeling a flush of embarrassment, as this was the first kiss from another man aside from her late father. Realizing her cheeks were turning red, Chris suddenly recognized how inappropriate his actions had been. Even between siblings, such gestures should be limited to polite pecks. I may have been a bit too exuberant. Irina, you are not upset, are you? No, her response was barely above a whisper. Chris breathed a sigh of relief, for he had vowed to care for Irina as a sister. To treat her lightly would be unthinkable. By the way, Irina, from today onward, why don't you come live with me? Rest assured, your brother is now a sorcerer, and I will ensure your living conditions improve. Live at your home. Irina was undoubtedly willing. For Chris was her sole support. She had often envisioned a life with her sister and Chris, but the thought of leaving her home of many years filled her with unease and reluctance. Yes, this way I can better take care of you. I will treat you as my own sister, Chris quickly asserted, eager to dispel her doubts and fears. Irina sensed his sincerity and determination, and she trusted that he would care for her with the same affection as Kelly had. Thus, she nodded in agreement, saying, Brother Chris, I am willing. I will rely on you from now on, but you must not bully me. Seeing her acceptance, Chris finally smiled. From this day forth, he was no longer alone. He had gained a delightful sister. Chapter 38. A new beginning. The following day, before dawn, Chris found himself unable to sleep and rose from his bed. His mind was filled with a multitude of thoughts, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Firstly, while the matter concerning Kelly had reached a conclusion, the wounds of his heart were not so easily healed. Every time he closed his eyes, her familiar visage would emerge. Secondly, having taken Irina under his wing, the weight of responsibility had increased. Yet, he found himself without a source of income, as he was now an apprentice to the wizard Zephyr, which would require frequent visits to the Nevia estate for lessons in literacy over the next year, making it impossible to continue his previous life as a ruffian or engage in other work to earn money. Thinking ahead to his impending lessons at the Nevia estate, he realized that tomorrow marked the beginning of the week. Given that his robe had been reduced to ashes and his previous garments were far from presentable, he needed to acquire a more suitable long robe, which would incur additional expenses. Moreover, having obtained new clothing for himself, he could hardly neglect Irina's needs. As her brother, it was unacceptable not to present her with a gift. However, the cost of girls' clothing was likely to surpass that of his own robe. Money. Suddenly, he felt overwhelmed by his financial predicament. Though he had always been poor, he had managed to satisfy himself with a full meal and the occasional pocket change. Now, as a sorcerer, his expectations and requirements for life had risen significantly, and he felt that his funds were woefully inadequate. After carefully avoiding noise, he descended from his bed and quietly retrieved his remaining savings. With the moonlight streaming through the window, he sat on the floor and began to count. Over and over again. Alas, after a long while, the amount remained unchanged: 16 gold coins, 120 silver coins, and 343 copper coins, totaling less than 30 gold coins. This was largely due to his recent expenses related to Kelly and the lavish meals shared with Velvet. Considering the prevailing market prices for textiles, a coarse robe would typically cost around 1 gold coin. A more respectable linen robe would require at least 5 gold coins. And even a simple dress suitable for Irina's frame would range between 2 to 3 gold coins. Given the intricate designs that demanded more time and effort from the seamstress, Moreover, during this period without income, both he and Irina would need to eat, even if they subsisted solely on bread and inexpensive wild vegetables. Their daily expenses would near 1 silver coin. Heavens, upon calculating all this, Chris could not help but clutch his head in despair. Even if he and Irina maintained a frugal lifestyle, his savings would only suffice for around 6 months. The only viable solution was to find a way to earn money. But how could he do so? The first idea that came to him was to register as an adventurer, with his status as a level 1 sorcerer. He believed it would not be difficult to find work, especially given the scarcity of spellcasters. However, this would require him to frequently venture away from home, making it impossible to care for Irina and continue his studies. It simply would not do. Irina must be kept under his watchful eye for him to feel at ease. Moreover, the opportunity to learn from Master Zephyr was a precious one, and once lost, it would lead to irrevocable regret. Yet, after dismissing this notion, his mind felt utterly vacant, leaving him at a loss for any means to earn sufficient money without encroaching upon his time. Unless, of course, a bag of gold were to miraculously descend from the heavens. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, burdened by the weight of his financial woes. However, if one were to adopt a broader perspective and consider his situation, they would surely realize that making money was, in fact, rather straightforward. Just by virtue of being an apprentice to Master Zephyr, he could easily find opportunities in the upper circles of Onyx City, where people would eagerly seek his favor and offer him gold at the very least. With his current skills, he could showcase his abilities among the ruffians at the lower echelons of Onyx City. And once word spread of his prowess as a spellcaster, individuals would inevitably approach him for help with their insurmountable problems, thus presenting him with lucrative opportunities. Chris's limited outlook was the root of his troubles, leaving him nearly at his wit's end. When Irina awoke, the sun had risen high in the sky. Being young and in a phase of growth, it was only natural for her to indulge in a bit of slumber. Chris affectionately approached her, tousling her hair, and feigned delight as he said, "Quickly wash your face. After breakfast, we shall visit Uncle Tori's tailor shop to purchase you a new dress as for the dire financial situation at home." He would certainly keep that from Irina to spare her any worries. "What, brother? Are you saying we're going to buy a new dress?" The young girl appeared utterly astonished, hardly able to believe her ears. The last time she had received a new dress was nearly 2 or 3 years ago, so long ago that she could barely recall. "Indeed, I shall buy you a beautiful new gown. Are you happy?" The girl's gleeful surprise served as the finest encouragement for him, reinforcing his resolve to earn a significant amount of money to ensure she could live a comfortable life. Irina was simply overjoyed. With a delighted squeal, she jumped around the room, finally embracing Chris and planting a kiss on his cheek. As he touched the damp mark left by Irina's kiss on his face, Chris felt a sense of euphoria envelop him. Was this what it felt like to have a sister? It was an overwhelming joy. Quietly, he slipped a few more gold coins into his pocket. How could his beautiful and charming sister wear a coarse dress? Even if he didn't buy it himself, he must procure her a soft linen garment that would befit her. Thus, the tailor shop of Uncle Tori welcomed 2 guests, one large and one small, early that morning. "Good morning, Uncle." Chris greeted Tori as he strolled in, guiding Irina by the hand. "Good morning, Chris. And the lovely Irina as well," Tori replied warmly, recalling Chris's urgent visit 2 days prior when he had been in search of Kelly. "Sister," upon hearing her sister's name, Irina's eyes immediately filled with tears, her earlier excitement swiftly replaced by sorrow. Chris gently patted her head, signaling her to hold her tongue, as he wished to spare the little girl any further heartache on what should have been a joyous day. Tori, perceptive as he was, quickly understood the situation from Irina's reaction. Kelly had met with a tragic fate. He hastily changed the subject, asking, "So, are you here today to purchase a dress?" "Indeed, I wish to buy Irina a lovely gown," Chris replied, omitting his own need for a robe, as the 10 gold coins in his possession might not suffice for both purchases. "Welcome, welcome," Tori exclaimed, his business acumen shining through as he donned a warm smile. He knew that Chris was now a spellcaster, which surely made for a respectable transaction. Thus, for the first time, Irina entered the place where her sister often worked, as a customer. "Would you prefer to have a dress tailored specifically for her? Or would you like to choose from the ready-made garments in the shop?" Tori inquired. "I think ready-made would be better, it's cheaper," the young girl replied after a moment of consideration, well aware that custom-made dresses typically cost at least 20 to 30% more. "Very well, shall I recommend some options, or would you like to browse on your own?" Tori continued, his enthusiasm unwavering. Chris glanced at Irina, realizing that as it was for her, What mattered most was her satisfaction. Irina, without hesitation, responded, "Uncle, we'll choose for ourselves, thank you." "Very well, take your time. Once you've made your selection, just bring it to me," Tori said before returning to his workbench to continue with an unfinished garment. The girl appeared to possess an innate passion for selecting clothing. Her enthusiasm undiminished as she sifted through the various garments hanging in the shop. Anything that fit her, Irina would have Chris assist her in retrieving, holding it up and examining it with great delight. As for Chris, after the initial novelty wore off, he soon found the process rather tedious, eventually becoming nearly numb as he complied with Irina's requests, bringing her one dress after another. "Yes, this one," Irina exclaimed. "Brother, what do you think? Will it look good on me?" After what felt like an eternity, having tried nearly every suitable dress in the shop, Chris finally heard the sweet sound of her voice as she held up a long gown for his inspection. "Wait, Irina, do you think this one might be a bit too big?" Chris observed, his keen eyes quickly noting that the dress she had chosen was ill-fitting, likely only becoming appropriate when Irina grew another 10 centimeters. Furthermore, the dress itself was rather simple and lacked any decorative elements. It1TB. "Once we get home, I can alter a few things to shorten the hem, and as I grow taller, I can gradually let out the extra fabric," Irina explained earnestly, demonstrating her newfound sewing skills imparted by Kelly. Realizing the implications of her words, Chris understood that Irina was trying to save him money. "Irina, why don't we look for another dress?" "No, brother, please let us buy this one," Irina insisted, grasping his hand and pleading. "All right, let us go ask Uncle Tori about the price," Chris relented, unable to resist Irina's charm. And indeed, he was feeling the pinch of his finances. Tori, who had been working nearby, glanced up and quoted the price. "The linen long dress is 6 gold coins. This was a reasonable, even somewhat low price. Tori could not overlook Kelly's situation, having suffered such a tragedy, and it was only right that he do something for her sister. 6 gold coins. Chris felt a surge of joy. That meant he would still have 4 gold coins remaining. If he visited a second-hand shop, he could certainly find a used robe, and as for its condition, he was indifferent. He just needed something to wear. "Thank you." After accepting Chris's gold coins, Tori wrapped the long dress in a piece of old cloth and gifted Irina a small ball of thread. "Goodbye, Uncle. Goodbye." With her new dress in hand, Irina was as jubilant as a lark, practically dragging Chris home to try on her brand new gown for him. "Irina, shall we stroll a bit longer together?" Chris suggested, somewhat shyly, hesitant to mention the second-hand shop directly, fearing that Irina might feel burdened about her new dress. Given her thoughtful nature, to gently achieve his goal, he planned to take her through the market first to purchase some ingredients, and then coincidentally pass by the second-hand shop. Having been cooped up at home nearly every day, Irina readily agreed, excited at the prospect of a leisurely outing. Previously, her sister had worked tirelessly, often juggling multiple jobs, leaving no time for such excursions. Thus, before noon, Chris successfully acquired a second-hand white robe in good condition for only 2 gold coins, far below his expectations. Elated, he treated Irina to a piece of cream cake on the way and shared the wonderful news of his upcoming studies in language and writing. "Brother, can I also learn to read and write?" Irina's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In a society where knowledge was monopolized by the elite, nearly every impoverished soul harbored such aspirations deep within Chris understood the sacrifices he had made to be granted the opportunity to study under Lillian. Having given an exorbitant price of 10 vials of blood, valued at 500 gold coins, while he fervently wished for Irina to acquire knowledge, knowing it would greatly benefit her future, he pondered whether Master Zephyr would even accept such a proposition, even if he were willing to pay a greater price. "How about this? Tomorrow, I will take you to Navia Manor, and we shall kindly beseech the benevolent master. If that does not work out, I can teach you gradually once I have learned myself." "All right." Chris found it impossible to refuse Irina's request, so he compromised. "Haha. Brother, you are so wonderful." Irina is overjoyed. Initially harboring little hope, Irina was suddenly elated at the possibility. Even more so than when she purchased a new dress that morning. Chris affectionately pinched the little girl's nose and said, "Let us return to prepare. Tomorrow, you should adorn yourself nicely. Perhaps Lord Zephyr will find you charming and take you on as an apprentice." This was, of course, a jest. Becoming a mage's apprentice is not merely a matter of appearance but rather hinges on one's qualifications. However, he did not anticipate that Mage Zephyr would indeed bestow such a delightful surprise upon him. Chapter 39. Zephyr's generosity. After the sun had risen and set once more, Chris fulfilled his promise and took Irina to the suburban Navia Manor, Lillian opened the door for him, and upon seeing Irina, who was holding Chris's hand, her brow furrowed in disapproval. "Why have you brought an outsider?" Lillian's tone was icy, clearly displeased with Chris's presumptuousness. She is my sister. Lately, there have been numerous reports of girls going missing in and around the city, and I simply cannot bear to leave her home alone. That I hope you can forgive me on the way." He had concocted this excuse, fearing that the cold-hearted maid would outright refuse Irina entry. "I see. Let her in for now, but whether she can stay in the manor is subject to the master's discretion." Lillian was not devoid of compassion. She had indeed heard about the alarming incidents of missing girls, and even Mage Zephyr had advised her to refrain from venturing outside for the time being. Upon hearing that Lillian had cleared the first hurdle, both Chris and Irina breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed her into the manor. Now they had to face Mage Zephyr, and both of them couldn't help but brace themselves for the encounter. In the kitchen on the ground floor, Lillian first led Chris and Irina to this space, where, as before, she retrieved a sharp dining knife and a corked bottle. Without needing to be told, Chris knew what was expected of him. The cost of awakening his Warlock bloodline and learning the script would have to be paid in his own blood. Irina, filled with sympathy, turned her head away until Chris gently reassured her. "It's all right. You can turn back now. Look, my wound has been treated by this lovely sister." He then displayed his wrist, which bore only a faint scar. Lillian, having been flattered, subtly smiled, and her tone softened as she said, "You two wait here. I will take these items to the master and mention this young lady's situation. By the way, there are some leftover sweets from last night in the rightmost drawer. Chris, you may take them to your sister. Thank you so much." Chris quickly grasped Irina's hand and sincerely expressed his gratitude. He had not expected that a single compliment would earn him such special treatment. The desserts of Navia Manor were, of course, incomparable to those found in the impoverished district's bakeries. In terms of both ingredients and craftsmanship, they were of a caliber only found at high-end banquets. Irina, with her weakness for sweets, devoured them almost ravenously, not even pausing to wipe the white remnants from her mouth, prompting Chris to shake his head in amusement. Lillian returned swiftly, bearing good news. "The master has agreed to let her stay for the time being and has requested your presence. He has something to discuss with you. As for this young lady, I will look after her for now. And I almost forgot to ask, where is your robe? The way you are dressed now will surely displease the master." At the mention of this, Lillian's brow furrowed once more. That robe was her most successful creation, and she could not fathom why this little scamp would not even wear it. Coughing awkwardly, Chris's face turned crimson as he sheepishly admitted, "It accidentally burned to ashes." Burned to ashes? Lillian suddenly connected the dots. Could it be that he had once again lost control during his awakening? If that were the case, he would certainly be a dangerous target. Never mind, she decided to let the master worry about that. She waved her hand, signaling him to hasten to the study. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," echoed Mage Zephyr's deep, magnetic voice from behind the door. "Good day, master." Upon entering, Chris bowed deeply, eager to display utmost respect due to his additional request today. "Kid, your life is quite resilient," Zephyr remarked, repeating words he had spoken on 2 previous occasions. "I've heard a bit about your situation," knowing full well it was the Count's doing. "You dared to confront him. Do you wish for me to commend your bravery or to criticize your lack of foresight?" "You already know?" Chris was taken aback. How could Mage Zephyr be aware of events that had only transpired the day before? The mage smiled mysteriously, reaching for a crystal ball resting on his desk. After murmuring a few incantations, astonishingly, images began to materialize within the orb. Chris rubbed his eyes, confirming that what was unfolding within the crystal ball were scenes from the battle in the valley just days prior. "The other day, I was conducting experiments with your blood sample when, suddenly, it exploded, and no matter how I pondered it, I could not comprehend the cause, so I utilized a divination spell to probe your situation, and fortuitously witnessed these events." Zephyr recounted. "I must admit, your warlock lineage is exceptionally remarkable. Now, tell me, how did you invoke that final spell? Judging by its power, it's akin to a level 4 spell, Flame Surge." "A level 4 spell?" Chris was inclined to trust the judgment of a high-level mage, yet he was merely a level 1 warlock. How could he possibly have manifested a level 4 spell? Nevertheless, he decided to set aside this confusion for the moment. Satisfying the mage's curiosity was paramount. He had long wished to share his discovery, so he recounted every detail to Mage Zephyr without omitting anything. "Fascinating. A fixed spell model can indeed transform, and it occurs naturally. If I did not have other subjects to research at present, I would be tempted to collaborate with you on this." Zephyr could not help but clap in admiration. It seems that the explosion of your blood sample was due to your activation of the primal power of your lineage. I never imagined that even from dozens of miles away, there would still be a connection. Then, Master, why is it that I can wield a level 4 spell despite being only level 1? If this question remained unanswered, Chris would feel a lingering itch in his mind. Regarding that, Zephyr began, let me give you an example. A level 1 mage using magic missile can only conjure a single missile, while a level 9 mage using the same spell can summon around 5, with power and effects comparable to the level 4 spell Aiden's Lesser Missile Storm. Are you saying that the caster's level affects the spell's potency? Chris felt he was beginning to grasp something significant, though he struggled to articulate it, merely expressing a rudimentary perspective. Zephyr nodded but refrained from elaborating further, deeming it essential to cultivate an apprentice's ability to think critically. This was an opportune moment to gauge Chris's perceptiveness. Wait a moment, he only indicated that the power of my spell was comparable to a level 4 spell. Does that mean it is fundamentally still a level 1 spell? Chris suddenly realized he had hit upon a critical insight, exclaiming, I was using a level 1 spell. Zephyr nodded once more, finally speaking. Indeed, you remain a warlock capable only of casting level 1 spells. As for why your spell's potency can be so great, it is because you temporarily activated the primal power of your lineage. In other words, at that moment, it was as though your ancestors were casting the spell. A legendary warlock, a natural master of flames, experiences a significant amplification of power when using low-level fire spells. This explanation was thorough, and connecting it with his own experiences while casting spells, Chris quickly understood the situation. It turned out he had greatly benefited from his lineage. The advantage of being a warlock is that with a sufficiently exceptional lineage, astonishing feats can be achieved. In contrast, mages must meticulously accumulate knowledge and delve deeper into the arcane web. Only by enhancing their understanding can they amplify the potency of their spells during casting. Yet, the advantages and disadvantages are often intertwined. Warlocks have their own pitfalls, should one excessively exploit their lineage's power. They may one day lose themselves within it. Chris, you must always remember this. I do not wish for you to become merely a creature governed by instinct. Mage Zephyr's words were heavy with significance, leaving Chris with a solemn expression as he endeavored to commit every word to memory. I will remember. Now, let us put this matter to rest and discuss the young lady you brought along. I know you are not merely concerned about leaving her home alone. The mage Zephyr fixed his piercing gaze upon Chris, as if he had completely discerned his thoughts. Chris, who had been seeking an opportunity to voice his request, seized the moment and earnestly stated, Master, I humbly ask for your permission to allow her to join me in learning the script from Lillian. Is that all? Might I also implore you to assess her qualifications for becoming an apprentice mage? For the sake of Arena's future, Chris mustered all his courage and expressed his desires before Zephyr. This is precisely what you have longed for, isn't it? Indeed, no need for testing. From this day forth, she shall be my apprentice as well. Moreover, to ensure you grasp the script swiftly and build a solid foundation for your apprenticeship, you and she shall not return home, but reside in the estate from now on. Zephyr smiled, articulating a fortunate turn of events that Chris had scarcely dared to imagine. Master, you are truly too kind to both me and Arena. Chris was at a loss for how to express his gratitude to Mage Zephyr. However, I cannot allow you to stay without contributing. You and the girl named Arena will need to assist Lillian with her duties, and occasionally, I may have some errands for you. The principle of one must toil to reap rewards is a truth upheld by nearly all mages. Even though Zephyr held great admiration for Chris and wished to nurture him, he would still adhere to this principle. I am willing to serve, esteemed master. For Chris, the prospect of residing in the Navia estate with Arena, leaving behind the dilapidated dwelling in Oni City, made him more than willing to undertake even the most menial tasks. Besides, this arrangement alleviated concerns regarding their livelihood and provided Arena with a nurturing environment for growth. It was simply an unparalleled blessing. If you truly wish to thank me, then please pay closer attention when learning the script from Lillian later. She is also a mage, and time is precious. As for your attire, well, go ask Lillian for some of my worn garments. After delivering these instructions, Mage Zephyr gestured for Chris to take his leave. Chapter 40. Learning the script upon returning to the kitchen and sharing the delightful surprise he received from Zephyr with Arena. The girl was overwhelmed with joy, bursting into tears and demanding Chris to repeat it thrice before she could truly believe her ears. As for Lillian, upon hearing that she had gained another student, she unexpectedly broke into a smile. She had her own considerations. Teaching two students simultaneously might indeed save time. After all, Irina appeared to be quite the clever girl, and being at the perfect age for learning, she would undoubtedly grasp the script more swiftly than Chris. Once she had mastered it, she could assist Chris with his studies, liberating Lillian for other endeavors. Now that you both will be residing in the estate, your learning schedule can be quite flexible. Each morning from 5 to 7, and in the afternoon from 2 to 4. Does that suit you? Lillian quickly assumed her role, organizing their study timetable. Chris and Irina exchanged glances before responding in unison. No problem. Today is a bit special. We will extend our lessons until 10:30. Lillian, being a woman of action, promptly led Chris and Irina to a small library on the ground floor, where she retrieved the foundational language books along with paper and pens. I will first teach you Sinisian. Although this language is no longer used in daily life, most of the books that mages need to read are written in this ancient tongue, making it essential for you to master. Lillian had prepared thoroughly for today's lesson, deciding to set aside the common tongue and focus on Sinisian directly. Sister, what is Sinisian? The adorable Irina asked, her expression one of confusion, as she had never encountered this unfamiliar language before. Irina, I will only explain this once. You must pay close attention. Lillian, undeterred by the interruption, patiently imparted some historical knowledge. Sinisian was the language spoken and used in the now extinct Sinisian magical empire over 1,000 years ago. Much like the common tongue of today, back then, all the people of Kasashim spoke Sinisian. In fact, there are still places where Sinisian is used, such as the kingdom of Haluan to our north, which was once the heart of the Sinisian Empire. Some ancient families take pride in being the remnants and honorable heirs of Sinis, insisting that their members use Sinisian in daily life. Oh, I see, Irina replied earnestly, nodding her head. Now, I shall continue. Lillian opened the foundational language textbook on the table, pushing it between Chris and Irina before beginning her lecture. Sinisian is far more complex than the common tongue. For instance, it comprises a total of 65 basic letters, while the common tongue contains only 18 simple ones. Do not be daunted. You may not realize it, but in the far eastern land known as Dacia, each character is independent, numbering in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. I cannot even fathom how they learn their script. These 65 basic letters are on this page. I will pronounce each one for you, and you must remember my pronunciation and match it with the letters you see. Do you understand? Chris and Irina nodded in unison. Understood. Thus, their first lesson was spent familiarizing themselves with the 65 basic letters of Sinisian. As Lillian had anticipated, Irina exhibited greater aptitude in this area. By the time 10:30 arrived, she had memorized them all and could accurately pronounce them in order. Chris, on the other hand, lagged behind, having only retained half of them, and his pronunciation was still quite inaccurate. Lillian could only shake her head at this outcome, for he had already surpassed the optimal age for learning. Well, that concludes our morning session. Irina, during lunchtime, you must take the time to help your clumsy brother review the material, or he will fall behind in the afternoon lessons. For now, it's time to prepare lunch. Irina, you will assist me in the kitchen, while Chris, you are to fetch 2 buckets of water from the well in the backyard and then tidy up the front yard. Lillian had learned from Chris about Zephyr's directive for them to share the household chores, and without needing to adjust, she seamlessly transitioned from maid to housekeeper, issuing orders. Chris and Irina, naturally, dared not disobey. This was their due contribution for residing in the Navia estate, and they promptly obeyed Lillian's commands, setting off to carry out their tasks. Fetching water and sweeping the yard were not difficult chores. Even though the yard was quite expansive, Chris completed his work before lunch began. However, he was curious. Did Lillian usually handle all these tasks alone? Thus, while dining in the kitchen, he inquired, Lillian, did you previously manage all the work in the estate by yourself? That must have been quite taxing. Lillian, who was sipping her mushroom soup, looked up at this question, wiped her lips with a napkin, and replied, Usually, it is just me, but every 2 weeks, the master hires a group of people to clean the entire estate. Additionally, when I am truly overwhelmed, I can request to use the estate's golems. Although they are rather clumsy, they can manage the yard work just fine. Golems? This intriguing term piqued both Chris's and Irina's curiosity. Yes, they are magical constructs. Mages proficient in architecture and alchemy enjoy creating them as their guardians and servants. However, they require magic crystals to operate, which can be quite costly. They can also serve as guardians. Are they truly formidable? Indeed, they are powerful. Golems were originally devised for warfare. Their first appearance in history was during the Mid-Cynesian Empire, when the legendary mage Sarenforth crafted 5,000 iron golems and led them to annihilate the once mighty hill giant clan. Giants. Those monsters towering over 5 meters with fists larger than a man. Chris's mouth fell open in astonishment, nearly swallowing an egg whole. Lillian nodded. The entirety of a golem is forged from metal. Although giants possess immense strength, they find it challenging to inflict fatal damage upon them. Lord Sarenforth led this iron torrent and faced almost no effective resistance in exterminating this troublesome race that frequently caused havoc on the Empire's borders. Of course, the giant's leader, the demigod son of Gramer, was personally slain by Lord Sarenforth. While the golems are formidable, they find it difficult to harm legendary beings. This brief exchange painted a vivid picture of a glorious chapter in human history for Chris, compelling him to envision a blood-soaked scene of golems slaying giants in his mind's eye. Well, the story has concluded. Let us eat quickly, for we must resume our studies this afternoon. Lillian tapped a spoon against the silver plate, rousing Chris from his reverie of daydreams, while little Irina remained disinterested in the violent antics at hand, having acquainted herself with the fundamental letters of the Sinese language in the morning. Lillian, after assessing Irina's memory retention in the afternoon, deemed it appropriate to commence lessons in spelling.as for Chris. He was still lagging behind, but for the sake of progress, she decided to let him find time to catch up with Irina on his own. She had no intention of intervening. Much like the study of spells, accumulation was key. The lexicon of the Sinese language comprised approximately 20,000 words, with around 5,000 being frequently used. That I require you to memorize 50 words daily, aiming to master the commonly used vocabulary within 3 months. Now, pick up the parchment and quill on the table. I shall begin by teaching you some of the simplest daily vocabulary. Remember to write small, as paper is quite precious. Thus, Lillian commenced her second lesson. Chapter 41. Foundations of Magic. That evening, Mage Zephyr summoned Lillian to the study, along with Chris and Irina, and Lillian had changed out of her maid attire into the garb befitting a mage. Irina, is it? What a delightful young lady, Zephyr said kindly, offering a warm smile to the girl he had just met. Thank you for the compliment, Irina responded with utmost politeness, curtsying as Lillian had taught her earlier in the day. Zephyr chuckled and continued, you and Chris are now both my apprentices. Every Monday at 8 in the evening is designated for my lessons. You must remember this and arrive punctually. Latecomers will not be permitted entry. However, there is no need to be overly anxious. My teaching method primarily revolves around questions and answers, your inquiries, my responses. Does that not seem a bit more relaxed? His words were amusing, instantly alleviating much of the tension from Chris and Irina. Yet Zephyr's subsequent remark caused their hearts to race once more. Nevertheless, I may occasionally pose questions to you. Failure to answer could result in a punishment. That I believe Lillian understands this well. Do you not? Mage Zephyr turned his gaze towards Lillian. Indeed, I do. Any knowledge imparted must be recalled. For minor infractions, one might be tasked with copying texts or assigned additional chores, while more severe lapses could lead to a suspension of lecture attendance. Lillian replied candidly, precisely. If you are truly suited to become mages, you will gradually come to realize how agonizing it is to feel isolated from knowledge, how unbearable, how distressing it can be. Now, enough of the preamble. Let us commence today's lesson. Chris, Irina, you possess no foundational knowledge as of yet, so you shall sit in as observers. Once Lillian has finished addressing her questions, I will elucidate some of the most elementary principles of magic. As soon as Zephyr finished speaking, Lillian eagerly rose from her seat, eager to voice the confusion she had encountered over the past week, questions regarding the construction of spell models, the derivation of formulas, and a particular query stemming from Chris. Is that incantation used alongside the hell visualization technique considered a spell? Naturally, Chris was also keen to know the answer, gazing expectantly at Mage Zephyr, hanging on every word. Regarding that question, my answer is, it is not a spell. It is merely a sophisticated technique of mental suggestion. Of course, in certain exceptional circumstances, such as when a sorcerer like Chris awakens their demonic bloodline, it can prove more effective than many genuine spells. As long as you firmly believe it can shield you from malevolent thoughts, it will manifest the desired effect. Well then, Lillian, if you have no further questions, you may take your leave. I suspect you would not wish to spend more time revisiting foundational theories. I have none, esteemed teacher. Thank you for your guidance. With that, Lillian rose and departed, leaving Chris and Irina to continue their lesson. Ah, now it is your turn. How are you both faring? Was it arduous to listen just now? Have these monotonous formulas and theories extinguished your interest in magic? Chris scratched his head candidly, replying, a little. Irina responded with a yawn. After nearly 2 hours of explanation from Zephyr to clarify all of Lillian's inquiries, she was already feeling drowsy. It is quite natural to feel this way as newcomers. However, once you are able to wield spells through these seemingly tedious concepts, I trust you will become enamored. Now, perk up, for I am about to impart the fundamentals of magical theory. AS is well known. Spells are cast through the magical web. But what exactly is the magical web? Is it akin to a vast spider's web? You may indeed envision it as such, yet the magical web is incomprehensibly expansive, nearly enveloping every corner of the universe. Furthermore, the magical web cannot be touched by hand. Even though it exists around us at all times, the sole means of perceiving it is through our mental prowess. Chris, you have already unlocked your sea of mental power and established a connection with the magical web. Please describe what mental power is. Mage Zephyr casually tested Chris. I believe mental power is like another pair of invisible hands. Chris answered, somewhat nervously, a rather rudimentary response, but it conveys the essence. Mental power is akin to a pair of intangible hands extending outward, allowing us to reach the magical web. However, merely reaching the magical web does not suffice to invoke spells. It is not like playing a musical instrument where simply plucking a string produces sound. We must also utilize mental power to construct a language and symbols recognizable by the magical web. This is known as the spell model. A spell model consists of three-dimensional patterns formed by various points and lines. Each spell possesses its unique appearance, with more advanced spells exhibiting increasingly complex structures, complexity that escalates nearly tenfold with each level. Therefore, do not naively consider constructing a spell model as mere drawing. Human memory is finite. While simple spell models of levels 0 and 1 may be replicated, what of those that are 1,000 or 10,000 times more intricate? Only by truly comprehending the meaning behind the spell model and understanding how it is derived from a series of formulas can one discern patterns while sketching the spell model, thereby alleviating the burden of memory and reducing the likelihood of error. Chris, do you recall what I mentioned last time? The interrelation between the paths of sorcery and magic will enable you to progress further. Mage Zephyr redirected his attention towards Chris, while the little girl, whose head was drooping and on the verge of slumber, was met with silent disapproval. I remember. I keep it firmly in mind. Excellent on the path of sorcery. You have already taken a step forward, acquiring multiple spells. In your spare time, delve deeply into their spell models, for this will be far more intuitive than studying the patterns in books. Once you can fully memorize a spell model, you may begin to attempt constructing it within your mental sea. Wait, teacher, did you not discourage merely replicating patterns? Chris, attentive in class, interjected. Zephyr displayed a look of exasperation. Chris, you must learn to be adaptable. Adaptable. Do you not wish to enhance your power swiftly? Do you truly want to spend 5 or 6 years mastering but a single trick? Your circumstances far surpass those of the average apprentice. You have already unlocked your sea of mental power, established a connection with the magical web, and possess intuitive spell models as references. Given your mental strength, I estimate you could learn spell models of up to level 3 merely by imitation. Now do you grasp your advantages? I understand. From now on, I shall study spell models whenever possible, striving to become a mage as soon as possible. Chris nodded enthusiastically. But, will this hinder my growth as a sorcerer? It will not. Sorcerers, like dragons, grow stronger through rest, nourishment, and the passage of time. Of course, combat can expedite this process. Do you wish to struggle on the precipice of death daily? I could introduce you to serve as a spellcaster at Saventon Fortress. Absolutely not. Chris shook his head vigorously. He sought a prosperous and fulfilling life and would never recklessly risk his life. Then that is settled. Now, take your slumbering sister home to rest. She need not attend lessons next Monday. Chapter 42. The delivery of a letter. As tranquil days passed one after another, Chris gradually acclimated to life at the Nevia Manor. Each day was filled with learning to read, deciphering spell models, practicing magic, playing with Irina, tidying the courtyard, and fetching water, simple yet fulfilling tasks. Though he often reminisced about his days in Oni City, longing for the robust ale and the buxom waitresses, he understood that life was seldom perfect and that one must learn to be content. However, Nevia Manor was not a place entirely cut off from the world. It maintained regular contact with Oni City, and occasionally, impressive carriages would arrive at the estate, allowing Chris to play the role of a host. escorting these elegantly attired nobles to meet Master Zeser. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed outside the manor, prompting Chris, who was sweeping the courtyard, to hastily set down his broom, position himself at the steps, and tidy his robe in preparation for the guests. Soon, a carriage rolled into the estate. It was a pure black vehicle, devoid of adornments, yet Chris found it more imposing than the previously seen gilded carriages, especially due to the magnificent horse pulling it. Its sleek black coat, robust physique, and powerful limbs unmistakably marked it as a thoroughbred. Descending from the carriage was a young lady clad in a black dress, her face obscured by a black veil, preventing Chris from glimpsing her features. However, judging by her graceful figure, she must have been a beauty. "Good day, Mississippi. Are you here to visit Master Zeser? Do you have an appointment?" This phrase had become second nature to Chris. "Good day. But who are you? Where is Lillian?" The lady in black regarded Chris with a perplexed expression. Her knowledge of Lillian indicated that she was a familiar face at the manor. Chris could not help but respond with heightened courtesy and enthusiasm. "I am Chris, a newly accepted apprentice of Master Zeser Do. You are the new apprentice of my uncle. I am Catherine Nevia, the niece of Master Zeser. You may take me directly to him." Upon revealing her name, Chris was momentarily taken aback. Nevia? Wasn't he this manor named Nevia? Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and promptly led the young lady to the master's study. Upon seeing her, Master Zeser immediately rose with delight, embracing her warmly while inquiring, "Catherine, it has been a long time. It must be 2 months since you last visited your uncle, hasn't he?" Observing this, Chris felt relieved, knowing he had not erred. Typically, guests had to wait at least half an hour in the parlor before being received by the master. When Chris encountered Lillian downstairs, he casually asked, "Does Master Zeser also have a niece?" Of course. The Nevia family is one of the prominent families in Oni City. The master's brother is Baron Nevia, the esteemed judge of Oni City. You must have met Miss Catherine. She is the master's favorite niece, often sent to communicate family matters to him. Lillian, having spent many years at the manor, was quite knowledgeable about such matters that I see. Well, you should stay here in the parlor for now. Miss Catherine usually comes for a reason. The master may have instructions for you. Very well. I shall attend to my tasks. If the master truly has something for me, I may not be able to attend your afternoon lessons on time. Even if you come, you want to keep up, and in the end, you'll still need Irina to tutor you. Lillian, having recently been relieved of many burdens, had become cheerier, and her relationship with Chris had grown closer. As expected, after Miss Catherine departed, Master Zeser summoned Chris into the study to assign him a task. "Chris, I need you to deliver a letter to Count Henry in Oni City. It must be handed to him personally." With that, Master Zeser handed Chris a scroll of parchment sealed with wax. "Count Henry?" Chris repeated the title, as unwelcome memories surged forth in his mind. "Chris," Master Zeser called out sternly, a rare display of severity in his voice. "You must set aside your grievances with him, at least until you possess the means to confront the lord of a city." Reminded, Chris quickly suppressed his thoughts, replying, "I will. I shall do my utmost to conceal any animosity before the Count." Calmness is paramount for a spellcaster. One must never act impulsively in any situation. For instance, if you seek vengeance, first analyze the disparity between you and your adversary. Only act when you are at least 70% certain of success. And ensure you have a meticulous plan in place to guarantee your safe retreat afterward. Taking advantage of the moment, Master Zeser imparted another lesson to Chris. "Thank you, Master. I understand." "Very well, go ahead. You likely want to return before nightfall. Enjoy your time in the city." Oni City remained unchanged. Despite Chris's absence over the past few days, he pondered over Master Zeser's words, realizing that with only a few minor spells at his disposal, he probably could not even defeat a single guard of the Count, let alone seek revenge. Moreover, wealthy individuals possessed numerous magical items for protection, and even if he managed to approach the Count under the pretense of delivering a letter, could he truly catch him off guard? It was clear that he needed to wait until he had gained sufficient strength, a level akin to that of Master Zeser, before considering such actions. With this understanding, he no longer hesitated and made his way directly to Henry Castle. This time, bearing Master Zeser's letter, he was granted unhindered access to the main fortress. However, just as he approached the Count's reception room, he was intercepted by a man who resembled a steward. For some inexplicable reason, Chris felt an immediate aversion to this individual upon their first meeting. "Who are you? What business do you have with the Count?" The steward inquired with a peculiar tone. "Greetings, I am Chris, an apprentice of Master Zeser. Here to deliver a letter, Chris replied, deliberately displaying the wax seal that bore Master Zeser's emblem. Hand it over. I shall deliver it to the Count. The steward said, reaching for the letter. Chris, however, could not allow this. He distinctly remembered his master's instructions. It must be handed directly to the Count. Thus, he lifted his hand, easily evading the steward's grasp. I am afraid not. Master Zeser instructed me to deliver it personally. To his surprise, the steward became visibly agitated, exclaiming, Humph, the Count is quite busy. How could he spare time for an apprentice like you? Hand it over quickly, or you may find yourself waiting all day without accomplishing your task. Oh, then I shall wait as long as necessary, until the Count has time to see me. Chris, uninterested in further dialogue, located an empty bench in the corridor and seated himself. You. The steward was rendered speechless, having been accustomed to the deference shown to him since becoming the trusted right-hand man of the Count. Even the nobility of Oni City treated him with respect, yet this young boy dared to defy him. Yet, faced with such a situation, he felt powerless. Chris was a guest, and he could not summon guards to expel him. If he failed to inform the Count, and something significant were to be delayed, he would not escape blame. Ultimately, after leaving Chris to wait for over an hour, the steward begrudgingly entered the study to announce him. And soon after, the Count agreed to meet with Chris. Upon entering, Chris politely bowed and stated, devoid of any emotional inflection, Master Zeser has commanded me to deliver this letter to you personally. He then extended the letter toward the Lord, coolly scrutinizing the Count, who governed tens of thousands in Oni City. This was his second encounter with the Count, yet the first time he could see his face clearly. To be fair, the Count was a stern-looking elder, exuding an air of authority. Despite the deep lines etched on his face, betraying his age, a single glance or gesture from him radiated a profound sense of pressure, perhaps a testament to the gravitas of one who has long held power. You may return with my regards, the Count said, accepting the letter without immediately opening it, and waved Chris away. That I look forward to our next meeting, my lord. After bowing once more, Chris slowly exited, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yet inside, his heart was ablaze with the searing flames of vengeance. Chapter 43. A delayed celebration. Stepping out of the main fortress, Chris made his way to the stables. How could he visit Henry Castle without paying a visit to Ryder? After all, it was the information he had provided that had helped Chris piece together the events surrounding Kelly. Though Ryder was also a member of the Henry family, Chris did not wish to extend his animosity to this grandson, whom even the Count did not acknowledge, as long as he had not been involved in prior conflicts. Fortuitously, Ryder happened to be present, but in addition to him, there was another young nobleman dressed in lavish attire, and it appeared that an unpleasant exchange was transpiring between the two. As Chris approached, he chanced upon a young man in splendid attire, gripping Arias' collar with both hands, intent on shoving him aside. In this awkward situation, should he make his presence known? While Chris hesitated, REIT had already noticed him, shaking his head and signaling for him to wait. The young nobleman's complexion was ashen, his steps unsteady, clearly indicating a life of debauchery that had drained him of vitality. With such feeble strength, how could he possibly topple the robust and sturdy Ari? His efforts were bound to be futile. Yet, while his physical prowess was lacking, his verbal skills were not. He bellowed insults at Ari. You filthy bastard. If you're so tough, why don't you fight back? Aren't you quite impressive now? UVE become a level 3 knight. Haven to you? Don't think that changes your status as a bastard. Even your father will eventually be driven from the castle by mine, reduced to scavenging like a wild dog. Who was he? How dare he insult Res' father, the Earl's second son? After a moment's contemplation, Chris deduced that this noble youth must be the offspring of the Earl's firstborn. It was not uncommon for noble families to engage in bitter disputes over inheritance rights. So Reit's status as a level 3 knight had been acknowledged by his family. This was indeed delightful news that brought genuine joy to Chris's heart. After all, one's energy is limited, and no one wishes to squander precious moments on dismal affairs. Even the young nobleman, consumed by jealousy and wishing to tear Reit apart, eventually exhausted himself with his tirade and, in a huff, released Ret and stormed off. However, as he passed by Chris, he abruptly halted, pointing at him and demanding, "Who are you? How dare you appear here? Do you not realize this is Hani Rue Castle? Could it be that you are that bastard's friend?" Initially unfazed by the insults directed at him, Ari's demeanor shifted as the young nobleman turned his ire towards Chris. He responded with indignation. "Why, that's enough. He is my friend and an apprentice to the mage seer, so show some respect." Oh, So a bastard has befriended a noble spellcaster? Quite intriguing indeed. The nobleman named Pwai laughed, then sauntered closer to Reit. Well done, Reit. You've truly made something of yourself. Not only have you secretly honed your martial skills to level 3, but you've also learned to cultivate friendships, and with someone from the Zir lineage no less. Tell me, if I were to inform my grandfather, would that not raise suspicions about you and your father? A threat, an unabashed threat. Flames of fury ignited within Reit's chest, and he yearned to rend the smirking Pwai in twain. Yet, rationality prevailed, and he managed to suppress his rage, responding as calmly as he could. Pwai, Chris and I are old acquaintances. This has nothing to do with other matters. TSK, who knows whether there's more to it? Perhaps only you two understand. Very well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall let you off this time. Pwai sneered before departing with an air of disdain, as if swatting away a fly. Reit watched his figure vanish into the grand hall, then clenched his teeth and muttered, Trash. One day, I shall trample you underfoot. Ret, is he your uncle's son? Chris inquired. Indeed, a worthless fool who makes a ruckus all day long. Then why bother with trash, exactly? Does Pwai deserve my attention? Engaging with trash, what does that make me? This simple truth dawned on Reit, and he burst into hearty laughter. Chris, you are absolutely right. Ha ha. It's good that you can let it slide for now. Chris patted Reit's shoulder. Ever since witnessing the castle guards mock and insult the bastard, he had begun to feel sympathy for him, even believing that Reit's life was more liberating than his own. Despite his poverty, come, let us set aside our worries for now and go drink, Reit declared, throwing an arm around Chris's neck as they made their way out of the castle. All right, let us go drinking. Chris readily agreed, as he had no need to return to the Navia estate today. That it was a rare opportunity to visit Oni City. How could he not seize the chance to enjoy himself? Ret, being generous, chose a tavern in the affluent district named the Old Oak, though the name was unassuming and the facade modest. Stepping inside revealed an enchanting atmosphere, unlike the spacious hall of beauties and wine. The Old Oak was divided into intimate, secluded booths adorned with greenery and wisteria, exuding an ineffable elegance. However, to mistake it for a mere tea house for idle chatter would be a grave misjudgment. As soon as Chris and Ret settled into their booth, 5 or 6 women clad in revealing attire, showcasing their exquisite curves, entered with fervor, greeting them enthusiastically. Brother, don't be shy. Choose whichever you fancy. Ret tossed a hefty pouch of coins onto the table with great panache. This immediately elicited gasps of delight from the women, who became even more animated, 2 of them already slithering into Chris's embrace. Attempting to captivate his heart with their bodies, then I shan't hold back. Chris flashed a knowing smile, a look all men understood, then began to scrutinize each of the ladies in the booth. He admired one for her full, inviting figure, another for her innocent visage, slender waist, and long legs, her eyes captivating. Reit, perceiving Chris's indecision, waved his hand grandly and declared to the women, You all stay. And quickly. Bring the drinks. I intend to indulge with my brother, all of us. Chris struggled to divert his gaze from the alluring women, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment as he looked at Reit. He understood that these women, with such beauty, would not come cheaply. They were certainly not the type to be had for a few silver coins as one might at beauties and wine. What's this? When you last visited, I was prepared to book an entire tavern for your celebration, but alas, last time Reit's expression turned wistful as memories of the battle in the valley and the burnt camp flooded back. The tales had already spread throughout the city among the adventurers. Let us not dwell on that. Today, we only wish to think of joyous things. I am a sorcerer now, a spellcaster, and my brother. You two are a level 3 knight. Chris waved his hand, unwilling to discuss Kaylee, forcing a laugh. Indeed, you are a noble spellcaster now, Ra proclaimed. Ladies, let me tell you, this dashing young man before you is a genuine sorcerer. Do you understand what that means? If you strive tonight, there is a significant chance of bearing a child who could be a sorcerer as well. At Res words, the booth erupted with gasps from the women. They had all experienced various encounters and were far from the Navi country girls. They understood well what it meant to share a bed with a sorcerer. If they could indeed bear the child of a sorcerer, their lives would be secured for the rest of their days. This was an irresistible temptation for women who relied on their bodies for livelihood. In an instant, Ari felt neglected as all the women's attention shifted to Chris. He sullenly took a sip of his drink, wickedly pondering whether Chris would be too weak to rise from bed the following day. The enthusiasm of women required a robust physique to be truly enjoyed. As for the slender form of a spellcaster, well, one could only chuckle. He consoled himself and poured another glass. Do not forget, a level 3 knight signifies much. My brother RT is of the Hani Rue lineage. Within a few years, he may be knighted as a noble. Compared to me, a mere sorcerer, does he not deserve your cheers even more? Chris was well aware of his own capabilities. Having 2 fervent ladies was more than sufficient for his enjoyment. If they all engaged, he would indeed need to crawl back home the next day. To preserve the delightful atmosphere, he quickly sought to redirect the ladies' attention back to REIT. Come, let us raise a glass. Brother RT. All right, let us drink. The glasses finally clinked, heralding the commencement of their joyous evening. Chapter 44. A new assignment. After a night of revelry with the women, Chris awoke the following morning feeling achingly sore and utterly drained. Gazing into the mirror, he noted his pallid complexion, devoid of color, resembling a shell of his former self. Enough indulgence. It's time to resume life. Chris slapped his face, striving to appear more alert, due to his weakened legs. He returned to the Nevia estate by midday. To his surprise, he discovered that the pitch-black carriage had returned. Could it be that Miss Catherine had further business? He approached Lillian and Irina, who were enjoying their lunch. To voice his curiosity, has Miss Catherine come again? Indeed, it seems yesterday's matters remain unresolved. Sit down and eat. You may have tasks to attend to this afternoon. Lillian gestured towards the dish that had already been prepared at the end of the dining table and remarked that, considering the time, she believed Chris would make it for lunch. Thus she had also prepared a portion for him. Indeed, brother, let us eat first. After your run, you must be exhausted, and I can see your complexion is quite pale. Irina said, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Chris. Yes, I am somewhat fatigued from running, Chris replied, feeling a sense of guilt that prevented him from meeting her gaze as he sat down to eat. After all, he constantly professed his affection for Kelly, yet whenever the opportunity arose, he found himself joyfully sharing the bed with another woman. This time, Catherine's visit extended well into the afternoon, until after 2 o'clock. At which point both Chris and Irina began attending classes under Lillian's guidance, after which she departed. Subsequently, without needing any prompting from Lillian, Chris dutifully made his way to the study of Master Zephyr. Awaiting his instructions, the master did not keep him waiting long and soon sent word for him to enter. Reporting to you, Master, the letter has been delivered to the Earl, Chris announced. Master Zephyr nodded, his expression grim, displaying a troubled demeanor as he contemplated an unfolded sheet of blank parchment, struggling to put pen to paper. Very well, let it be as it is, he finally uttered, frustration evident in his tone as he abruptly slammed his quill onto the table. Chris, I have another task for you. Please, Master, speak. I am eager to serve you, Chris replied with utmost respect, apprehensive of inciting the master's ire, despite knowing that Zephyr's anger was not directed at him. The city is currently in a state of unrest, and I wish for you to serve as a guard at my brother, Baron Nevia's residence for a time. Master Zephyr slowly conveyed Chris's new assignment. The city is in unrest? Chris was somewhat bewildered by this statement. Having just returned from Oni City, yet feeling no indication of such turmoil. Nevertheless, he promptly nodded in acquiescence to Master Zephyr's directive, not even inquiring as to the reason. Zephyr, understanding Chris's confusion, took the time to elaborate. The current unrest in Oni City primarily stems from 2 sources. First, the Earl's advancing age, leading to a covert power struggle between his 2 sons, in which my Nevia family will inevitably be drawn. Second, there is a matter that pertains to you as well. Do you recall the female thief who nearly took your life in the sewers? Chris could hardly forget that female thief. Had he not been fortunate, he would have long since met his demise at her hands. Master, was she not apprehended by you and Sir Eirik? He inquired, a tinge of shame coloring his tone. Regrettably, I was unprepared with the dimensional anchor spell that day, and she was fortunate enough to possess a teleportation scroll. Although I severely injured her during her use of the scroll, she nonetheless managed to escape. Despite his words, Master Zephyr exhibited no hint of remorse, as if recounting a tale detached from his own life. So she has returned to cause chaos in the city? Chris surmised, connecting the dots, realizing that the city's unrest could very well be attributed to her antics. Indeed, the dagger she possesses, the Cerberus blade, is a weapon that continuously demands the nourishment of souls. Even if she wishes otherwise, the dagger compels her to reap souls. Furthermore, she has been audacious enough to target nobles, with a noble's assassination. The Earl was compelled to respond, especially since the dagger had originated from his possession. Eager to absolve himself of any complicity, he sent word through my relatives, hoping I would once again assist in capturing her. Naturally, I declined, as was conveyed in the letter you delivered yesterday. Today, my niece has come again, seeking my presence at the ancestral Navia estate in the city. I am reluctant to wade into this murky affair. Yet I cannot disregard their safety. Hence I have dispatched you in my stead. Master Zephyr concluded his explanation with clarity, leaving little concealed. Am I capable of this? I am merely a level 1 sorcerer. With far fewer spells at my disposal than Lily-Ann, Chris expressed his astonishment, realizing the weight of the responsibility he was being entrusted with, namely, the safety of Master Zephyr's brother's family. Lily-Ann tends to panic in emergencies. During actual combat, she would likely struggle to cast even a magic missile. In this regard, you are far more reliable than she, Master Zephyr praised without reservation. Moreover, I shall provide you with a talisman, should you find yourselves in dire circumstances, should that female thief seek to harm my family. Activate it. And I shall be able to sense your location and teleport to your aid. Upon hearing that assistance would be readily available, Chris finally felt a semblance of relief. He understood that his primary role as a guard would be to activate the talisman to report their coordinates. Akin to his previous task in the sewers, and coincidentally, both times he was tasked with guarding against the same adversary. Master, I comprehend now. When shall I depart? Tomorrow morning, you shall take my letter and the talisman to report to the Baron of Navia in the city. For now, I have a few additional items to bestow upon you. I trust they will serve you well in the coming days. Upon finishing his statement, Master Zephyr rose and approached a large, red-painted cabinet, retrieving a small box from within. Chris was filled with curiosity. What would he receive? His gaze fixated on the box, which was secured with a small brass lock, eagerly anticipating its opening to unveil its contents. Master Zephyr wasted no time. Placing the box on the desk, he produced a key from the chain at his waist and unlocked the brass clasp. The moment the box was opened, Chris beheld its contents, an ancient ring, a ruby brooch, and a hat adorned with peculiar feathers. These are magical items I used in my youth. These 3 are all that remain, and I am gifting them to you now, rather than allowing them to gather dust in the box. I hope you will make good use of them, Master Zephyr said gently, as though addressing an old friend, presenting each item in turn while introducing them to Chris. The siege hammer ring, which can unleash a conical force field attack directly ahead, capable of propelling objects or individuals weighing no more than 500 pounds. The ruby brooch, one of my early works, casts a fireball spell once daily. Perfect for you. The featherfall hat, which continuously maintains the effects of the featherweight and featherfall spells, allows you to avoid worrying about falling from heights. Aside from its somewhat comical appearance, it is quite practical. Now, Apprentice Chris, they are all yours. This serves as both the advance payment for your current assignment and a reflection of my expectations for you. Chris first donned the ring, a brass band a finger wide, which felt weighty and substantial. With a mere focus, he could sense the latent power surging within, ready to be unleashed. Next, he picked up the ruby brooch, which seemed to conceal a tempest of flames. Even the touch of his finger upon it elicited a sensation of searing heat. Finally, he placed the hat upon his head. Due to its constant spell effects, he immediately felt lighter, as if he could leap and soar into the air with ease. These 3 low-level magical items must be worth at least 1,000 gold coins combined. Chris was astonished by Master Zephyr's generosity. The magnitude of such a reward led him to contemplate the weight of the responsibility he was about to undertake. Thank you, Master. I assure you I will not disappoint your expectations. Faced with the inability to refuse, Chris could think of nothing more to say aside from resolving to fulfill his duties diligently. Chapter 45, Cold Reception and Reflection. Summon Steed is a highly practical first-level spell that allows the caster to summon a pony from another realm to ride, with the duration dependent on the caster's level. Having only recently begun studying spell model construction, Chris was not yet familiar with this spell, but Lily-Ann was, perhaps at Master Zephyr's behest. After they shared a breakfast together, she utilized a strand of mane as a medium to cast the spell. Allowing Chris to travel to Oni City no longer on foot, riding was a novel experience for Chris. Indeed, it was his first time on horseback. Fortunately, the summoned steed was gentle and responsive to mental commands, enabling him to settle comfortably in the saddle after overcoming initial trepidation. Upon his return to Oni City, he made a beeline for the Eastern District, where the affluent nobles resided, soon locating the estate of Baron Navia. As the Navia family was a prominent local lineage, Chris easily acquired directions from a couple of passers-by and swiftly reached his destination. Presenting Master Zephyr's handwritten letter to the gatekeeper, Chris was granted entry. Yet he did not receive an immediate summons from the Baron. Perhaps those of high standing are always busy, Chris mused to himself as he waited for an extended period in the parlor. However, based on his experiences hosting guests at the Nevia estate in recent days, prolonged waiting often indicated that the host had little desire to meet Chris. Just as Chris was idly pacing the parlor, a girl in a black dress passing through the corridor called out his name. "Ah, Miss Catherine," Chris exclaimed in surprise that he naturally remembered the girl in the black dress, having just met her 2 days prior. Today, Catherine was not wearing a veil, granting Chris the chance to feast his eyes upon her stunning beauty. Indeed, she was a true beauty. Just as he had anticipated, upon closer inspection, he felt a strange familiarity in her features, as if he had seen her somewhere before. After a moment of ruminating, Chris recalled a captivating oil painting in the living room of the Nevia Manor, featuring a lady who bore a striking resemblance to her, especially those gentle, watery, pale blue eyes. Perhaps this was the reason Master Zephyr favored his niece. He could not help but think it truly is you. I thought I was mistaken. Catherine's voice rang out, crisp and clear, as she lifted her lovely gaze and curiously inquired, "Is my uncle really not returning?" To this, Chris could only muster a stiff reply. Master Zephyr said he would not be returning for the time being. For the time being? Catherine chuckled lightly. Did he say he had urgent matters to attend to? Ah, you know about that, Chris replied. He is simply averse to trouble. We all know that. Well, you sought an audience with my father to deliver this good news. Correct. It is only natural that he would be unwilling to see you. Yes, but that is not the whole truth. Master Zephyr also assigned me to your household as a guard for a period of time. Chris nodded and then shook his head, becoming slightly flustered. Acting as a guard? For a novice mage apprentice? Catherine looked at Chris with wide eyes, unable to believe it. How long have you been at Nevia Manor? Half a month, miss, Chris answered honestly. Only half a month. What skills do you possess? Catherine did not immediately dismiss Chris as a mere blank slate of an apprentice devoid of any skills. She understood her uncle well, knowing he was meticulous and would not act without reason. Besides being a mage apprentice, I am also a level 1 sorcerer, proficient in 7 spells. Furthermore, Master Zephyr has provided me with several practical magical items. I am confident in my ability to fulfill the role of a guard. After asserting his capabilities with confidence, Chris looked expectantly at Catherine, aware that she would be crucial in gaining an audience with the Baron. A sorcerer, indeed. She clapped her hands in delight. That alleviates my concerns. Come with me. I shall introduce you to my father. Thus, with Catherine's assistance, Chris was able to meet the master of the estate, the current patriarch of the Nevia family. The Honorable Judge of Oni City. You may present the letter to me. The Baron Nevia bore a striking resemblance to Master Zephyr, though his features were more pronounced and austere, exuding an air of authority. Likely due to his long-standing position as a judge. After Chris handed over the letter, he stood quietly to the side, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. Indeed, while Master Zephyr had sent him to serve as a guard. Whether he could remain was ultimately at the Baron's discretion. Your name is Chris, is it not? The Baron finally set the letter down and addressed him. Yes, my lord, Chris responded. The letter states that you are a competent sorcerer. If Zephyr vouches for you, I trust you possess merit in certain respects. You may stay, and I hope that with your assistance, our family will not fall victim to an unknown dagger that has emerged from the shadows. I shall do my utmost. Please rest assured, Chris replied, fully aware of the underlying mockery, yet maintaining his composure. Very well. You may leave. You can find Catherine. Have her assist you in locating an empty room in the manor. Should you require anything, I shall summon you. The Baron dismissed him nonchalantly. Upon exiting the Baron's presence, Chris shrugged indifferently, not at all surprised by the Baron's cold demeanor. After all, he was merely a trifling level 1 sorcerer, unlikely to attract the attention of a significant figure. Next, he needed to seek out Miss Catherine, as he required her assistance to arrange accommodations. However, where could he find her? Just as he was pondering this, Catherine emerged from a nearby room, appearing before him like an angel, and inquired, Chris, did my father allow you to stay? Yes, Chris replied. The Baron has agreed to let me remain as a guard. He forced a smile. Understanding her father as she did, Catherine could easily predict how coldly he would treat Chris, and so she offered him reassurance. Do not take his attitude to heart. You will have the opportunity to prove yourself. After exchanging pleasantries, Chris brought up his unresolved accommodation issue. Let me think. Where would be suitable for you to stay? You are a spellcaster, in need of a quiet place. Ah, how about this? There is an empty room next to the garden. Previously occupied by the gardener. It may be a bit rustic, but it is very quiet and seldom visited, allowing you to continue your magical studies undisturbed. I shall have a servant prepare it for you. After considering Chris's needs, Catherine made her decision. I cannot thank you enough. As for how rustic it may be, you need not worry. I come from the impoverished district in the west of the city. I dare say any room in your estate is 10 times more comfortable than my previous dwelling. Although Chris's words were somewhat exaggerated, it was true that even the servants' quarters in a noble household far surpassed the conditions of the slums. Catherine found his earnestness amusing, stifling a giggle behind her hand. Her laughter was not at Chris's expense. Rather, she admired anyone who could candidly acknowledge their past. With Catherine's assistance, Chris managed to settle temporarily into the Baron's estate. Acquiring a private room adjacent to the garden, a delightful place where he could always inhale the fragrant blossoms, once one finds themselves in a tranquil state, especially when idle and without purpose. It is easy to slip into contemplation. Chris was no exception. He began to reminisce about the events that had transpired over the recent days, from being cast into the dungeon and encountering Red, to facing the female thief and sustaining injuries, to awakening as a sorcerer, and to the misfortune that befell his beloved Kelly. It seemed he had merely been drifting along with the current of events, never truly considering his own future. A sudden sense of fear gripped Chris as he realized that his fate was not in his own hands. Was he to remain as Master Zephyr's obedient apprentice, awaiting his every command, even if the tasks assigned to him were beyond his capabilities? Was he destined to be nothing more than a pawn? Of course, his current circumstances left him no choice. He still needed to acquire knowledge from Zephyr and relied on his patronage to ensure a better life for himself and Irina. Yet the future he envisioned was far from the one he desired. But what did he truly wish to strive for? Power. Yes, he must possess strength. Without power, discussions of ambition are meaningless. Wealth. He could not afford to be without that glittering gold. Fine food, exquisite wine, beautiful women, opulent homes, and splendid silken garments, all required coin. And freedom, the power to choose freely, the right to determine one's own fate. In short, he would not live in such a humble manner, constrained and scorned by others. He aspired to be an entity revered by all. Chapter 46. Assisting in the Investigation, Part 1. Trouble cannot be evaded. It will silently take root, and then suddenly erupt. Chris spent a leisurely time at the Baroness' estate, thanks to Catherine's attentiveness. He enjoyed a comfortable existence, even having meals prepared and delivered by servants to him. It felt akin to the treatment of a noble young master. As for the Baron, he seemed to have forgotten about Chris entirely, as he had not summoned him since their first meeting, leaving him completely idle. Chris genuinely hoped that the Baron would never require his services again, for that would imply he would have to risk his life once more. During this period, Catherine visited Master Zephyr several times, hoping to persuade him to return, but from her disappointed expressions upon each return, it was clear that Zephyr remained unyielding. Chris had even inquired of Catherine, knowing that Master Zephyr had assured her that he would use teleportation to return immediately if needed. Why must he remain in Oni City? Catherine's response indicated that her uncle's presence held significant meaning for their entire family, as it deterred certain individuals with ill intentions toward the Navia clan. This undoubtedly involved the intricate power struggles among the upper echelons of Oni City's nobility. Chris, understanding his position as an outsider, refrained from probing further into her family's secrets. But how long could such leisurely days last? Just as Catherine had stated, you will have the opportunity to prove yourself. On a certain afternoon, Chris found himself presented with an unexpected opportunity when Baron Navia sent word for him to appear at the courthouse in Oni City. Although the message did not explicitly state the reason for his summons, Chris surmised it must pertain to the infamous Lady Thief, and an immediate sense of anxiety enveloped him. Yet, regardless of his trepidation and reluctance to confront the notorious thief, he had no choice but to comply with the order, steeling himself for the encounter. This was the price he paid for his association with Master Zephyr. Benefiting from his tutelage and guidance, after meticulously gathering all the necessary items and ensuring that his magical artifacts were in proper working order, he hurriedly followed the messenger to the courthouse. The courthouse, a bastion of justice and solemnity, was typically a place of gravity. However, on this day, it was thronged with onlookers, commoners, the affluent, and even nobles. The cacophony of voices filled the air, interspersed with the faint sounds of sorrowful weeping. As Chris endeavored to navigate the crowd, He caught sight of Baron Nevia, clad in dark judicial robes, engaged in a heated debate with a cadre of elegantly attired nobles. Disturbingly, the lifeless body of a man, drained of blood and tinged with an eerie hue, lay starkly upon the black marble floor of the courtroom. Was this a courthouse or a makeshift morgue? Why had a corpse been brought here? Was it evidence? Chris's mind swirled with confusion. "Chris, come here." Baron Nevia soon noticed him and beckoned. The nobles conversing with him turned their attention towards Chris, adorned with a rather comical feathered hat. "Is this the apprentice of Zephyr? He appears quite young. Can he be trusted?" One noble inquired of the Baron. The Baron replied, "My brother holds him in high regard, having specifically dispatched him to serve as my protector." "Ah, perhaps he possesses some skill. We shall see," they murmured. Chris inwardly scoffed at the conversation, wondering why the Baron had suddenly placed such faith in him. After all, he had never once been called upon to fulfill the responsibilities of a protector. "Good day, my lords," he respectfully greeted the distinguished figures of Oni City. "Indeed, Chris, I summoned you for a matter of importance. You see the body on the ground. That is Baron Solek of Oni City, who tragically met his demise on his way home last night, the killer having vanished at the first opportunity. According to the clergy of the Sun God Church, Baron Solek was brutally slain by a disciple of the devil. Given that this marks the third noble murder this month, Count Henry has ordered the constabulary, the city guard, various churches, and the courthouse to assemble a task force to pursue the perpetrator." Chris detected a tone of anger in Baron Nevia's words, a clear dissatisfaction with the Count. This was understandable. After all, apprehending the killer was the responsibility of the constabulary, not the court. It was evident that the Count was deliberately complicating matters for the Nevia family, possibly due to Master Zephyr's repeated refusals of his requests that I wish for you to represent the court in this investigation and aid in capturing the criminal. Chris, are you willing to undertake this honorable mission? Serving Oni City and Count Henry, the familiarity of the request struck a chord with Chris, eliciting a cough as it reminded him of the time old John had forced him into the gutters. Who would have thought that despite the significant changes in his life, he would find himself retracing those same steps? However, faced with no alternative, he resignedly nodded in agreement. "I am willing." "Excellent, excellent," Baron Nevia said with satisfaction. Patting Chris on the shoulder, he then surveyed the nobles behind him. "This is our representative from the courthouse. I hope you find this satisfactory." Most of those caught in his gaze nodded in approval, though one noble, still clinging to hope, suggested, "Is it truly impossible to summon Master Zephyr? Lord Glenn, feel free to attempt that yourself." Baron Nevia shot back with a glare, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "Then let it be him." "I have no objections," the noble conceded, immediately deflated and wary of challenging the Baron further. The others, believing the matter settled, promptly took their leave. Once the throng dispersed, Baron Nevia called Chris into a secluded corner, explaining without prompting, "My decision to include you in this investigation team is born of necessity. Otherwise, they would find ways to shift the blame onto Zephyr, forcing him to intervene. I am aware this exceeds your duties as a protector, but you will receive additional compensation afterward. Moreover, do not fret about fulfilling the Count's orders. Simply ensure your own safety. Is it truly acceptable if the task goes uncompleted?" Chris questioned, surprised, given the severity of the lady thief's exploits, which had clearly instigated such fear among the authorities. "You heard correctly. This is my directive. Your master will issue similar instructions upon learning of this. Rest assured, I will inform him shortly. Now, take my hand order to the constabulary and report to Officer John. He will lead the investigation team and will look after you." Thus, Chris was dispatched to the constabulary, a place he was all too familiar with from his days as a petty criminal. Upon his arrival, he found old John seated at his desk, smoking, his pallid complexion suggesting ill health. "You've arrived, Chris," old John noted, having been forewarned of Chris's coming. "Indeed. What has happened to you, old John?" Chris inquired, now a spellcaster and no longer needing to flatter the constable. "Ah, it is all due to that accursed lady thief," John lamented with a heavy sigh, casting the unfinished cigarette onto the ground. "For days, I have been losing sleep over her antics. The Count is relentless in his demands for the capture of the killer. But you know as well as I do that she is beyond the reach of my incompetent subordinates." "Indeed," Chris replied flatly, fully aware of the reality, especially considering that even Master Zephyr and Knight Eric had failed to apprehend her. Those men would struggle against a mere street thug, let alone the lady thief, who would dispatch them with ease. By the way, Chris, I heard you've become quite the success, a sorcerer now?" Old John lifted his cloudy eyes, sparkling with interest. Indeed, behold this, Chris said, showcasing a glowing orb of green acid before old John. Goodness, it truly is magic, John exclaimed, fixated on the conjured acid, finally conceding that Chris had indeed transformed into a sorcerer. I heard you've latched onto the Nevia family. I am envious. You'll surely rise even higher. Don't forget us old friends when you do. Old John, why so bitter? Chris chuckled. Jealousy, pure and simple. Come, let us find a place to drink. Those clerics likely won't arrive until after dark. Without waiting for a response, old John grasped Chris's hand, pulling him out, unbothered by any potential delays the drinking might cause. He had long grown weary of the troubles at hand. Very well, I shall gladly oblige, Chris replied, relishing this opportunity to unwind, as his time at the Baron's estate, while easygoing, had been tinged with the weight of unspoken concerns, making this moment of respite all the more welcome. Chapter 46, Assisting the Investigation, Part 2. In the dimly lit ambience, coupled with the intoxicating effects of alcohol, conversations flowed freely, revealing thoughts that were otherwise kept hidden. Old John, eager to deepen his bond with Chris, began to confide in him after a few rounds of drinks. Chris, my dear brother, you cannot fathom the troubles I've faced recently. It's simply endless. That wretched thief. Why must she wreak havoc? She could easily target a few lowly commoners. After all, isn't it a daily occurrence for lives to be lost in Oni City? Instead, she chooses to meddle with the nobles. Now, just as the Count had quelled the unrest, the situation has flared up once more, even drawing the church's attention. This lamentation irked Chris, who felt compelled to interject. Are the lives of commoners not valuable? Are they to be sacrificed without consequence? He rebuked the constable, who lacked even a knightly title. Should the common folk be left to perish without anyone to care for them? Ah, do not be overly excited, Chris. You are already a noble spellcaster. Take it lightly, I am merely stating the facts. Old John, of course, has not indulged excessively, offering soothing words to Chris. Consider this. Just a few days ago, an entire cavalry unit perished in the western valley of the city, nearly 100 souls. And let us not forget the dozens of innocent girls who were captured. How many lives are we speaking of? Which prominent figure has ever shown concern for them or stood up on their behalf? Chris found himself at a loss for words. Silently, he took a sip of his drink, attempting to extinguish the flames of indignation within him. Even if he felt resentful, it could not alter the grim reality that, in the eyes of the powerful, the lives of commoners were worth less than mere chaff. After that, I must confess, it became a grim routine to discover several bodies in the city daily, each with a dagger thrust into the heart. Undoubtedly the work of the same individual. I report these incidents to the Count every day, yet what is the outcome? The nobleman does not even lift his gaze. He simply utters, "Understood." Old John lamented, his face a mask of helplessness, stating that there are many matters where, as a constable, he truly feels powerless. Are you implying that only when a noble is harmed will the Count take notice? Chris could not help but harbor even greater animosity towards the Count. Why is it that only the lives of nobles hold significance? Old John nodded in agreement, a bitter smile on his lips. My dear brother, you are well informed. Tell me, in the city of Oni, there must be at least a dozen mid-tier professionals. How is it that a mere level 5 thief can continue her rampage unchecked? This was a question Chris had pondered long ago. If nothing else, with Master Zephyr, a high-tier mage, doing his utmost, how could that female thief possibly escape? Old John did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Chris, tell me, who would exert themselves for a matter that does not concern them? Surely, with a substantial bounty, those adventurers would perceive it as pertaining to them. Chris replied without hesitation, conjuring a hypothesis. Indeed, money facilitates matters, John nodded. But who will provide this sum? The Count, perhaps? I still cannot discern his true stance on this issue. And what of the church? Previously, Baron Nevia informed me that the church has labeled the perpetrator a servant of the devil. They ought to exert themselves this time, should they not? That bunch of charlatans who merely shout slogans to deceive the masses. Old John suddenly erupted in boisterous laughter. My dear brother, once you encounter the elite sent by the church and our investigation team, you will abandon any hopes you hold. Elite? Chris seized upon this keyword.